YouTube, it's Brian Phillips. Look at this. We got the NX8 AR637 in here. Yes, we'll have the boop, 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 beep, beep, beep at some point, which is always exciting. This is the new Hangar 9 P-47. Yes, it's balsa wood. Forward, out, up. Flying it on 6S 5030C. Just an absolutely gorgeous plane. Went together pretty easy. It's definitely more work than your average plug and fly because it's a balsa wood plane, and we set ours up for high power configuration. So full disclosure, we are not using the provided wood prop, which is absolutely gorgeous, and it kills me to not use it. This is a 12-8E. This is the true Maiden. We have AS3X safe, and we have no safe in the middle. Off, AS3X, or safe. We're gonna start in AS3X. We're gonna refine our AS3X, and this does have a beautiful avian ESC, which provides for us thrust reverse. Elevator up, elevator down. Yaw left, right, roll left, roll right. Okay, final flight control surfaces tested, takeoff flaps and landing flaps. You also note that we set up flapper-ons, which was not recommended, but we don't care. So we'll show you how to do all of that so you have everything with the exception of thrust reverse. So yes, this does have retracts. You'll see when we fly here in a minute. Thrust reverse is not set up yet because we have to give up the master gain, and we will do our settings. And then on flight number 2, we should have thrust reverse, and we'll show you the exact process live and in person. Okay, are you ready, camera crew? Mm-hmm. Throttle cuts off. Here we go. That's 50% throttle. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. A little bit of yaw. A little bit of yaw correction I need to make. Oh buddy, that's flying so good. Okay, and when I say yaw, I want to do a little rudder correction. A little bit of elevator correction. You see how it's kind of flying a little bit cattywampus there to the left. We're doing adjustments here, folks. Let's get the gear here. You good? Gear going up. You got a really good roll rate there. That's about 70% stick. There's 100% power. Holy crappers, that thing is speedy. Using the rudder to yaw the plane a little bit. And a little bit to bring it down. Not sure if I have my gains right yet. Oh man, that thing looks so good. I bet it's gonna be terrible for filming though. That silver up against the gray or against the blue sky. Looks awesome in person. Okay, turn the gains up. There's their oscillation. We're at 50% on 4X. I want to do a full speed pass here in just a second. Yep, oscillation there. Okay, so just below 50%. There's about 40%. Very good roll rate. Okay, so here we go. We're gonna go into flat and level flight. Takeoff flaps, whoa, lots of down. Okay, out of the flapperons there. That's the full roll rate. Holy cow, that thing is fast. All right, so guys, we're gonna go into the sort of the wind here. Try to level it out. Oh, let's try safe actually. Okay, safe is on. There's safe. Okay, we're just gonna, there's our limited bank angle there. Let's bring it back toward us a little bit. Yawing the aircraft, good yaw authority still. That's safe, guys. I'm totally hands off. I'm out of the throttle too. There's your full bank. A little bit of yaw. About 50% stick on the elevator. Very good control of it. Safe is really nice on this plane. Goodness gracious. thing is fast.
Got it.
Okay, coming out of safe. You good?
Mm-hmm.
So we have a 5-minute timer set up. Man, that thing is just like ballsy fast. I almost feel like the 4S might be better because it's just like so powerful. It just does no wrong right now. You got so much juice, you can get off the ground in like 30 feet. I'm at 30% throttle here, guys. I think my elevator correction's the wrong way. So takeoff flaps. Yep. Landing flaps. Really good behavior. Really good behavior, but way have my correction the wrong way. So we're not even gonna be able to use the flaps. Okay, let's throw the gear. Camera crew, you wanna take about four steps back, 5 steps back, please. There you go, you're good. I was just checking for that manned aircraft there, in case you guys were wondering what I was doing. Plane is just rock solid, folks. I really kind of wish I had, really wish I would have had corrected the correct direction on my flaps though. He's carrying a little bit of speed. Let's try this. Let's just take a short trip down here. I'm gonna go into my lower rates setting too. And I just feel like the lower rates feel pretty good. Man, that thing is just crazy fast. That thing is cruising. Hey, camera crew, what are you doing back there? Trying to watch a little dot in the sky?
Yeah,
okay.
Trying to see.
Gear coming out. Gear going up. I feel like this thing could go for a long time. That's like 50% throttle in that climb out, guys. Okay, so I'm like 30 to 40% throttle here. I'm gonna try to get the gear down. Okay, so here we go. Okay, we're gonna try take off flaps. I'll have to just ride the elevator. Hey, stop moving. Okay, here we go. Turn it around. Okay, so thrust reverse is gonna be real handy. I'm out of the flaps. We gotta switch the direction of our flaps. We gotta check our voltages. Actually, why don't you pause, I'll go grab it. Throttle cuts on. So we're at a warning from 23.35 volts, okay? So that gets cleared. First things first. That started while I was walking out there. The plane actually taxis pretty good. I probably should have just taxied it back.
Are you wanting me to see, or are you going to tell us what you're doing?
Flap system. Instead of 18%. Okay, hold on. See that smart battery? You know what? I'm shutting that off right now. I think it's under audio events. I hate that warning. I hate that warning. It's so annoying because it like overwhelms everything. See how it says tone? Inhibit. 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 And I don't know if that's coming from the Smart ESC maybe. Yeah, 3.4. I thought I set that. I want that warning early at 3.2. Tone? No. No. Okay. All right, good. So we've got that shut off at least. Then the volts, like I'm totally fine with our warning where we are now. And I'm okay with that. It went to 7S too. What does it do that for? It's going to change it back, isn't it? 21.6. Okay. See? It went to 7S. Whatever. That's fine. I don't care. It's at the same voltage level. Okay. I want the voice at 30-second intervals. I don't want to be constantly bombarded with it. It's like overwhelming. Okay. Then I want to go to flaps. Can you see? So we're going to flaps. Sorry. Wrong function list. Where the heck are flaps? Whoops. Okay, so we're going to go to minus 18 and minus 22. Okay, so that should fix that problem. Okay, sometimes with flaperons, you have to make the correction the other direction. Then, what I want to do is I want to go into forward programming real quick here. Go to gyro settings. I can't remember if it's in AS3X settings. Priority, AS3X gains. I want to change roll to like 25, okay? Now that's the master setting. So relative to the other two, it's going to be more muted. Also, what I want to do is go to dual rates and expo, and I want to change my middle setting, where I normally fly, from 10 to 20. I want to change the low setting from 5 to 10. And I want to change the top setting to 30, and 90 is going to become 85. Then this will be like 90. Okay. All right, so we're basically set for all the different main functions. 5 minutes was about right. You'll note our gain is just down. So what I think I want to do is I want to go back into forward programming. I want to go to gyro settings. Flight mode setup is already good. That's all good. Okay, we're good there. Then in this, I can go down to 4 times fixed adjustable. It's currently adjustable. I can make them all fixed. Well, I don't want to, I want it adjustable, but I want them fixed now so I can call them out. Okay, priority. Okay, that's fine. Heading. Okay, there's a place where it can capture. There we go. Okay, so now if I turn my knob, all right, so now what we can do is we can go into the AS3X settings, and we could go to gains, and we can make our adjustments here. And then fixed adjustable, where do we set that? System setup, gain channel select. Okay, I'm gonna hold this, and I'm gonna go to inhibit. Inhibit and inhibit. Okay, so now that frees us up to make an assignment in system setup, disconnect RF, go to channel assign, right knob becomes this switch, G. Okay, then I can go to my thrust reverse. Should already be working, but what ends up happening is it's always backward. So we're gonna go to main menu. Now, don't worry guys, this battery is low and we know that, But now we're gonna go ahead and test the function. Oh, we do have to reset it. So let's reset it real quick, because remember we turned it off. Throttle cuts on, slip forward, lift up, pull back. Okay, we're gonna unplug the battery, then we're gonna plug it back in. Okay, then I'm gonna come back up so the camera crew can see. Okay, everything's good, throttle cuts on, scrolling all the way to the right, elevator down and to the left, then down and to the right, then we're gonna turn on braking. Disabled, 2 steps, reverse. And we're already on auxiliary 3 from our radio setup, which the Unbox build and radio setup will follow the Maidens, and exit with save. So it's going to save the changes. Then I'm just going to scroll off of that screen. Now we can test this real quick while we've got some room. We'll just leave the canopy off. Throttle cuts off. Now my battery's low. There's forward. That's forward. That's reverse. That's forward. That's reverse. Okay? So I want to flip the direction of that. So I'm going to go into digital switch setup. And then I'm going to select the switch. Throttle cut is on. I'm going to switch it to switch D. And so in position 0, I want it to be forward. So you see that that's reverse. So I'm going to scroll that all the way to minus 100. You're able to see all this? Okay. So this is going to be reverse thrust. It has nothing to do with the amplitude. Then this one's going to be plus 100. And then, whoops. And then this one's also going to be plus 100. And I'm going to show you exactly how that looks. Now, I generally don't do pilot fatigue setting. Okay? Pilot fatigue setting meaning that when I pull the stick all the way back, other than throttle cut, it's going to go full bore output. So it's the muscle memory on landing jets calls for some extra expertise, and I just don't have it yet. And I don't want to develop that skill because I think it's going to undermine my ability to safely fly the rest of the time. Throttle cuts off, forward thrust. As you can see, I'm in the correct setting. Okay, full up elevator so we don't tip. And then thrust reverse as expected. And then also thrust reverse as expected. And then forward thrust. So that should help a lot with our ability to slow down a little quicker, but just keeping in mind throttle cut is on and tested. I don't do pilot fatigue when I do setups on planes like this because props cut people and EDFs typically don't. So that's why we do that. Excuse me, guys. But secondarily, I don't feel like it's as necessary because generally when you're trying to slow down a prop plane, first of all, once I have my flaps working, I think it's going to be a much safer thing. We're going to be able to slow down better and land at a lower rate. I mean, we rolled out like it was a jet, but we didn't have to. We only did that because I was having to manually hold the stick, which of course causes some difficulties. Okay, so the next move for us is going to be to basically, I felt like the CG was good. I didn't feel like we were back too far or forward too far. I felt like it was about right. I also felt like after that initial flight, the holes on the elevator, they could have been out to the outside. I don't know. I mean, that's fine. You would have had enough throw to fly the thing. But I do like the fact that I can actually do the maneuvers a little bit quicker than what would ordinarily be possible. So I'm happy about that, but I don't think it's absolutely necessary. So as per typical, the Hangar 9 guys did a good job. They got everything set up right. Will you pause? Okay, so we're gonna switch out these packs. This one here, it's probably, you know, you could go a little bit longer, but I can't risk it on these new planes. I just don't want to risk it. So I'm going to just play it a little bit safe. And obviously that pack did well. We'll just put this one aside for now. We do have full telemetry, and I forgot to show you the per cell count. I apologize, folks. We can do that on this one. And this will be flight number 2 coming up. And we have thrust reverse now, and we have the flaps going the correct direction. So just full disclosure, when we do these videos, our intention is obviously never to, you know, mislead you guys in any way. But there are times we want to show these planes, you know, how we arrive at what we arrive at. You see that's kind of tough to get it in that way, so I have to turn it this way. This one just happens to be just slightly thicker than the other one, so we'll just put it on its side, that's fine. We don't mean to mislead at all. We're just kind of trying to give the best representation of the plane, obviously, and then sometimes I make mistakes, so it's kind of embarrassing. We try to share some of that because it's fun for you guys to laugh at us, I know, but like at the end of the day, you know, just because I make a mistake doesn't mean the plane's always going to have a problem. That thing works really good down there. It really holds that thing. We use some liners that you would typically put in a, like a drawer liner for in your kitchen. So when you open the drawer, the things don't slip out. That didn't work so good. Dang, because I don't have the flat enough surface on the top of the pack. I'm actually gonna just pull it back just a hair. And then I'm gonna rotate this if it'll let me rotate the dang thing. I'm gonna have to cut those. Those things are so in the way.
Mm-hmm, they are.
The rib is just in a stupid spot. So.
Do you need the second strap?
You know, probably not, but I just like the security of it where possible. I could put it in front here. I could put it on top of the wing. We'll probably make that adjustment before our, you know, next set of flights here for second thoughts and stuff, but we'll put it here instead. That'll be better. Okay, and then we'll plug this in. Note my leg is in a dangerous spot. Always better to not have your body in the way of the prop if can be avoided. Okay, down, and then slip it back. So, guys, you know, the moral of the story is this plane is pretty sweet, but of course, as per typical Iowa fall weather, it was terrible all week. It was dead calm earlier, and we had to finish a build because we were up late every day this week. And so we pretty much pissed away our best opportunity. So you're welcome, YouTube. All right, so throttle cuts off. We're gonna back up, get into taxi position, full up elevator. Okay, that is really cool. Okay, forward thrust. Takeoff flaps engaged now. Probably won't need them for takeoff, but let's go ahead and try. This plane is 6S capable, but you can fly as low as 4S. But who's gonna do that really? Let's get real. Okay, here we go. Second flight. Oh yeah, okay. That was not me pulling up on it. That was the elevator correction, I believe. So let's try it now. About 30% throttle, takeoff flaps, landing flaps. Okay, so I would say that's slower, but it's also a little bit crazy. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna come around for a pass. I'm out of flaps altogether. Try getting into the flaps early. Let's see how this looks. About 50% throttle here. A little bit of oscillation. We're gonna have to turn down. Look how much slower that is, folks. So much better. Okay, into the throttle. Yep, oscillation there. So there's two ways to fix oscillation. Slow down. Turn off your stabilizer. Whoa. Stabilizer's off. I just let it get away from me there a little bit, guys. Once it starts oscillating like that, it's not good. Okay, gear coming down. Relaxing into a final, if you want to call that relaxing. Take off flaps. There we go. Sucking that elevator to the ground. And I didn't use thrust reverse because I wasn't physically prepared for it. And that's okay. Sometimes you just got to do what you got to do. I'm going to taxi so that I'm in the other lane. This thing ground handles actually really good. I can taxi it really easy. Those wheels sound like some sort of a marching band.
Squeaky.
Really good ground handling. I like the wheels must have a little bit of binding going on, and that's perfect because it slows you down a little bit better. Okay, throttle cuts on. We're gonna switch positions here. And we're gonna go back in and change some settings. So first things first, we're gonna go to forward programming. Gyro settings, ES3X. We're gonna turn that down to 2 times. Fixed adjustable. I guess I have to change it back to adjustable. There's the gains. Okay, so we just turn down a little bit and we'll just leave that. Well, you didn't have to change adjustable there. We just didn't want it to be associated to this knob anymore, which is auxiliary 3 at the time. Now I got to look at the flaps because I feel like the flaps, we just have those very bad. So let's do a lot less. Let's do like 10. Let's do 10 and 12. Let's do 8 and 12. Okay? With a 2 second. No, let's do longer than 2 seconds. Let's do 3. Okay, so that should help. By the way, we're not really paying attention to the battery, but let's look at this, guys. This is a big battery. It'll last a long time. Okay. Yeah, we got plenty of battery. Yeah, we're totally good. Okay. And there's the Vario. So if you want to hear the Vario, throttle cut's off, or excuse me, on. So the Vario doesn't really make sense in this application, but just want you to know that it does exist, and I'm going to turn that back off because I don't want to make too big a fool of myself. All right, so now you guys are also probably noticing the noise of wind as we try to fly, and that's just the way it is today. So throttle cuts off. Let's try this again. This is what happens when you get a more complicated plane. You're going to work through it a little bit more. It's going to take a little bit more effort. Can you please be back? Thank you. Okay, here we go. So much better. Gear going up. Out of the takeoff flaps. Okay, takeoff flaps on, a little bit down. Landing flaps. I don't know if you could see that dip, but I felt like there was a bit of a dip. Also, let's go ahead and do a pass here. Man, that thing has a lot of power. A lot of power. Turning into this, coming down for a strafing run. Oh yeah. I need to turn up my elevator expo. That's what I'm gonna do next. Whatever we have it set to, it needs to be more. And I actually kind of need more on all 3 axes, so I'm gonna do that now with my switch. No oscillation now, you'll notice it's just rock solid feeling. That's cool, that manned aircraft way up there, about 4,000, 5,000 feet. You can see the backdrop. Okay, here we go. I'm going with the wind here. Got a little bit of confused winds, which are the worst. Feels pretty good like this. Okay, coming around. We're gonna be flying into the wind this time, so full speed pass again. Yeah, just way too much control authority on the elevator. And Hangar 9 is probably saying to itself, you remember when we told you to put it in the outside hole? Yeah, I get it. I'm with you. Guys, this thing is just incredibly, it's like so powerful. You know what I want to do? I'm gonna put it in safe, okay? And I'm gonna try a landing in safe. I know it seems a little bit lame. Let's try takeoff flaps, landing flaps, in safe. Look how rock solid that thing is, guys. I'm not even looking at the plane right now. I'm not even looking at the controls, okay? That is testament to how well safe works. Even with flaperons, folks, look at that. It's flying it better than I am with this wind. Man. Okay, gear coming down. We're still in safe. We're gonna try for a nice landing here. Just kind of relax it in. I'm using a little bit of rudder and a little bit of aileron and a little bit of elevator just to kind of turn it. Just kind of pulling them down toward my belly. And then I'm just gonna stay out of the throttle here for now. Actually, I'm gonna stay in about 10% throttle. Should slow it down a little better than nothing because we have braking. Look at that, guys. Okay. Now, I didn't have to do a go around, but I'm gonna do a go around, and here's the reason why. Because I wanna do it with thrust reverse this time. That was pretty much safe at the end. I just let go of the sticks. Okay, so lots of stick input to get it to roll. It's not gonna flip over on you, which is really important for a beginner. This is not a beginner plane, by the way. Let's just get that out of the way right now. If Horizon is marketing this as a beginner plane, they have forgotten how it is to fly as a beginner. Very big stick inputs, very easy. Got a nasty bounce there, so we'll just go around again. Okay, I'm gonna come out of my flaps and just show you just how insanely fast it would be. Still in safe. Oh, that's a bald eagle up there. 2 of them. Do you see that?
Mm-mm.
Look. We're gonna come around. You hear it call? That's a bald eagle right next to me there. And then over here, there's a hawk. That is so cool. Look at that. 3 predators right here.
8, 7,
That is a bald eagle. Okay, turning.
4,
Coming into land, hypothetically.
1.
Okay, just gliding along, folks. A little bit of throttle. Please don't kill my plane, Eagle. Okay, we're in safe. Out of the throttle. Look how fast it's going, guys. Okay, full landing flaps because I don't want to lose the plane. And the thrust reverse stopped it like almost immediately. I didn't even hardly give it any throttle and it just stopped. Okay, out of safe. So I don't know if this exercise in this video has helped to establish that this is not a beginner plane. It should, if it hasn't. Dragonfly planes are actually better planes in quality, but they take more effort to set up. I hope that you guys are understanding that from watching this. Now, the good news for you guys is you can take the Hangar 9 profile and you can install it in there and it'll act a lot like basically a bind and fly, okay? So if you do that, you end up with a better flying plane and you don't have to figure out a lot of these settings. Also, I just want to reiterate that the flaperons are, I would say, somewhere between not great and actually not helpful. I can't say that they're terrible. It does help a lot because you could see when I was bounce, 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 even in safe. We don't ordinarily do a lot of safe landings, but on this plane, it is kind of nice. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, so let's go into dual rates and expo. So function list down to dual rates and expo. This is where I'm flying. Ordinarily, I set all 3 axes the same. I'm gonna kick this up just a hair. The elevator, oh, the rate. I didn't change the rate. Oh, interesting. I'm gonna just do that at 100%. I'm gonna just go 28. That's in my middle setting, guys. So then I'm gonna set this to like 30. I'm gonna set the rudder. Why is that not set? Didn't I change those?
I thought so.
Yeah, I did too. Okay, so then in the top setting, this is gonna become 40. Okay, and that's gonna become 10. Then the elevator is gonna become, in the lowest setting, 10. In the middle setting, 30. And the top setting, this is gonna be a lot more. It's gonna be 40, okay? This is how I work through things. This is why we show you this stuff. We don't show you to make you bored, although you might be bored. We apologize if that's the case. And we're gonna set this to 40 with the rates down like that, okay? So in this, it's low. Then we have our median setting, which is a lot more than usual. And then our lowest setting, our most dead and stick setting, okay? All right, so now that we have that set, did you feel like the flap system, when we had deployed flaps, I felt like there was too much down elevator. So I'm gonna actually go to like 5, and I'm gonna change this to like 10. Actually, we're gonna go to 8. We have a 3-second deployment speed, so I think that's fine. Throttle cuts on. So basically what we're doing is we're slowly refining this plane. Manned aircraft's way over there. We're slowly refining this plane to where it's gonna fly the way we want, based on all the circumstances at hand. We have 23.4 volts, battery's 95 degrees, and our per cell's at 3.8. So I think we're safe to go up for another couple of like circuits and then land. We're not gonna ride this plane, we're just gonna fly it and land it, okay? So remember, thrust reverse takes power. So if you use it, you're gonna use up a lot of your juice. We'll just wait for that manned aircraft for another 10 seconds before we get off the ground. Again, he's up at about 3,000 feet. Okay, here we go. You ready? Takeoff flaps this time. Got a crosswind from the left. Left of the plane. I don't know what that scream was, but it was funny. And you guys can see the crosswind kick in. Nice flight performance here. That's the first time we've been that solid on our pass. Okay. Feels a little bit better. Still feels really touchy. They say something about not doing these things? I think I did.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Okay, gear coming out. Let's try takeoff flaps here. Okay, so far so good. Landing flaps while we still have room for improvement. Oh yeah, super good right now. Real good. Okay, out of the flaps, into the power. Gear coming up. Just going around. Another consideration, guys, when you fly a big pack like this, gosh, it almost feels like my stabilizers aren't even on right now. Takeoff flaps, landing flaps, gear coming down. Force that nose down just a little bit. Waiting for the plane. Nasty bounce. Out of the flaps. Gear coming up for resistance reasons. Okay, just going way down. Takeoff flaps, landing flaps, gear. Hey, some clouds, camera crew. Didn't you ask for that?
It's not enough.
10% throttle for some tractoring on the prop. A little bit of thrust reverse there. Guys, it's hard to explain when you have a crosswind and it's making you look like a terrible pilot. But I think that's what's going on today. That's part of it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you can show them the windsock up there. It's off to our right while I taxi. You see?
Yep.
I think it's the tail wheel that's screeching. Guys, the taxiing is actually pretty good. It's surprisingly solid, you know? Full up elevator, by the way, you'll notice. Okay, so I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna basically probably be a little bit too low to be going flying again.
And we're almost out of battery and memory.
Oh, good. So we're at 22.9 volts. 22.9, we'll try to give you enough shadow to see that. 22.9 a second ago. 3.8. 3.8, that's good. 3.8 on all the cells. Take my word for it. If you don't trust me, I'm sorry. Okay, so couple thoughts in flying this Wicked Webbit. It is definitely not a beginner plane. They call this an expert level 3 for a reason. Also, I'm trying to decide if we have erred in our ways here. Meaning, the elevator was supposed to be in the outside hole. That was one thing that arguably we could have done prescribed by the manual or our way. The rudder's fine. I feel like the rudder's good. I feel like we have really good ground control. I feel like the Expo's helpful. But I also feel like when I let go of the sticks, I'm not getting that locked in effect that I like from AS3X. And I think the reason for that is because I basically need to get my gains turned up, okay? The other thing is on flights number 2, 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, whatever, I think we did 3 of them. One thing that changed, and I'm hoping you can see this, is in forward programming, I changed my multiplier from 4 to 2, okay? So I'm gonna go back into gyro settings. I'm gonna go to flight mode setup, or excuse me, I meant to go to AS3X settings. Sorry, folks. And then I'm gonna go to 2 times and change it to 4 times, okay? And then I think I'm gonna feel the gyro working. So maybe on flight number 2, it felt a little bit more loose in AS3X, but solid and safe because I turned my gain from 4 to 2. If you remember, we had oscillation on our first flights, but we also drew down the individual gains on roll, pitch, and yaw. Pitch and yaw, we only got down like 5, okay? I'm almost certain that's what's going on. So this plane deserves another flight. For that, we need to get another battery. So we're gonna pause and come right back. All right, folks, so we're done with flights 1 and 2. I would argue they were both fairly unsuccessful. I mean, they were in the air, they were on the ground, we didn't crash. But beyond that, I felt like the flights were not that great. So a couple of things that we learned on our first flights were a little bit wonk on the elevator. That was my fault. Okay, now I don't know if this fixes it, but I went ahead and put that back to the outside hole. Pride swallowed, okay? I don't care if I'm wrong. I still want you guys to know I did it. Rudder, I'm fine with. I feel like the amount of throw is good. Also, I want to let you know, look at the elevator. Look how flat it is. And by the way, the reason we stopped filming is because we were out of battery. So we were also out of memory. So we got the memory resolved, but now we're plugged into the wall. So that's why we're kind of like stuck here. We'd be filming the 3rd flight right now, but I said, I don't want to forget any of these details. This landing gear was loose when we came in. I undid 4 screws, lifted it, and then used a 1.5 millimeter to tighten here and here on the bottom of this aluminum body, okay? After that, I said, better check these. Look, see how much tighter it is? This still has a little bit of play on it, but this one doesn't. This one got a little bit of play, this one got a little bit of play. That's actually the wheel on the landing gear. Listen, no play. I'm grabbing the spring, no play. Also, I tightened 4 screws and held onto the nuts here and tightened these 4 screws. That held these tight because they were also loosened a little bit. Now, they may have been loose before our flights and I just didn't notice it. This was not loose before our first flight, so it vibrated free. So if you realize if this starts to become a problem, you're gonna wanna pull that out, put a little drip of probably CA or Loctite, but CA would be safer on this, and then all the way back in right away. Leave it, and you'll probably never have an issue with it again until you crash the plane, and then you have to break it free, and it's a little bit harder to get out, okay? So that's the first point of contention there. Then secondly, obviously we did the elevator. Thirdly, my cowl screws, okay? I'm gonna lay this back down, and we're gonna pop open the hatch. Forward, up. At first, when this fell off in our unbox, which you may not have seen yet, I thought, boy, that's a weird design. Well, there's a little hook here. Don't forget, when you put this in and forward, it has to then slide back to lock into this little keeper here, okay? Don't forget, because that thing will pop off. Not in flight necessarily, but while you're walking around with it, okay? Getting it ready to go for the day or whatever. Okay, so in looking inside here, I want you guys to be aware of one thing that I am not fixing right now. This I widened a lot, okay? That was probably a quarter to 3/8 of an inch thicker here at the bottom and here at the bottom. That will allow for a larger battery to slide in, no problem. I also made my mark at the bulkhead. My battery was a 1/4 inch to 1/2 inch, 3/8 to 1/2 inch further back. This is gonna get our CG more nose heavy. Now, ordinarily, planes that I fly are pretty, how do I say this, forgiving on CG. This plane is probably not, and that might explain some of my issues flying it, okay? I might actually have been a little bit too far back on the tail heavy side. So that would explain some things. So we're gonna go a little bit further forward, and if that's not good enough, you'll note that I moved my strap too. That was something we mentioned outside at the end of flight 1 before flight 2. I said, I'll leave it here for now. It was here. Now it's here. So I have 2 good strap points, and yes, that thing is in there totally solid because this stuff really does work nicely. Okay, you also note that this screw down here is sticking out halfway. That screw holds the bottom cowl on. That screw right there, folks. Sorry, that one. I can't even turn the screw right now. I've grabbed it, tried to twist it. I think the Loctite must have allowed it to back up, but then it's just stuck. So I don't care, it's fine, it's not a problem. That cowl's not going anywhere. I have 3 tightened screws. Very strange, a little bit unusual that it came that far out, but it did. And I don't really care. I'm just gonna leave it. Because in order to take that off, I have to undo 3 wires. I have to undo all my cable management and undo all the leads from the receiver. And I don't wanna undermine any of the other adjustments right now. Okay, so that is a calculated risk I'm willing to take. So we'll keep an eye on those. So those are the things after our first 2 flights that we wanted you to be aware of. Now, if you're seeing this video out of order, which you will very likely see it out of order, you've probably already seen a successful flight. The reason we go over all these details and the loose landing gear and the tightening of these and the, readjusting our elevator, control horn, and push rods and things like this is because we want you to know twofold. We're here to help you walk through this process right here where you fix screw ups, when you fix things that we did in the Unbox build radio setup. And also we want to teach you and bring you along as we improve our skills. And part of our improving our skills is making mistakes and then learning how to fix them. So this is not meant to be some sort of a manufacturer's assembly video. Like Horizon can do that just fine. We're giving you the no BS. This is the everyday Joe that knows how to do stuff a lot, but maybe isn't an expert. So I want to teach you how to get from where you are now, which is with the box unopened or maybe not even ordered yet, all the way to where this thing is flying really good, hopefully. So we want to get you to the really good part. Right now we have it flying, we have it landing, we have it taking off, we have plenty of power, we have thrust reverse, but I feel like we're so lacking on a few details. And those details are going to be hopefully corrected. Also, I made one other adjustment on my Expo. I'm just going to show you that now. My dual rates in Expo. Okay, so we have 3 settings. This is the top setting, 10%, then 25, then 40, with the rates dropped down to 80, okay? This is where we're gonna fly. And those are the same for all 3 control axes, okay? You'll note I was gonna turn up elevator so that it was like 10 more than the other 2. I've decided not to do that because I put my control rod on the bottom, which is the longest lever. So that's gonna reduce the output on the elevator. That may also adversely affect our flap setting because our flap to elevator correction was getting close. Okay, so I'm just gonna show you that. I had toyed with the idea of reducing this down more. Wasn't that 8 and 10? So
No,
8.
outside, I think you went back to it up a little more.
So I'm on 8 and 10, okay? Now remember, we're actually, when you do flap runs, it depends on where the aileron is in the wing. If it's very far outboard, when you put them down, it's gonna make a pitch down tendency. Whereas if you have inboard flaps that pitch down, it's gonna make a pitch up tendency, which is strange. And yes, it takes a little bit of time to get used to. Now, I didn't know what it was gonna do because we have sort of an outboard and an inboard, but it's not a full length flaperon, okay? If the aileron is absolutely the entire length of the wing, you generally treat them like regular flaps. And a lot of it depends on where the wash from the throttle is going, okay? and also the shape of the wing. So you just kind of have to test it, and then you see what it is, and then it's either you've got it right or you've got it wrong. So one thing you can do is if you're in any doubt, when you set up your flaps on a flapper unequipped plane, you can leave these at 0. And then you'll note that it will balloon or it will nosedive. Okay, in our case, I'm pretty sure we have it close right now. And what we're gonna look for is nice level flight attitude. As the flaps deploy, the elevator correction deploys at the same rate, the speed. So we have it set to 3 seconds, a little bit longer than usual. So we'll set them to takeoff flaps, we'll take off, we'll look for this. And then we'll get up in the air, we'll shut off the flaps, and we'll look to see if it drops down its nose. That means that we're not correcting enough, okay? Or we're overcorrecting, okay? So you have to kind of think through it. So hopefully you're not too lost, but at the end of the day, you have to actually test it. So if you're asking me questions at this spot in the video, you'll probably want to watch the whole video, because at the end, you're going to see exactly what the setting is. And we do bring you full circle on Brian Phillips RC. We don't leave you hanging like most channels on YouTube. And I'm not just talking about RC. I hate when people say, I'm going to make a follow-up video, and they never do. That always drove me nuts. Way before we had an RC channel. So we don't do that here on Brian Phillips RC. When we tell you we're going to do something, we're going to do something, or we just don't commit to it. Okay, so that being said, everything's set. We have thrust reverse, we have AS3X going, we have the gain set as they were before, because we felt like we changed it to 4 at the end of flight 2. We had changed the 2X back to 4X. Because we were adjustable, we had it here, but we had turned it just shy of 50%. Well, I felt like there was no stabilization on flight number 2, and I didn't like that, and it didn't feel very rock solid. Safe was working perfect, but AS3X wasn't enough. So I said, let's put it back to 4X, we'll leave the gains exactly where they are, and we're gonna see how it flies. So without further ado, everything is ready to go with the exception of the battery being plugged in. So we're gonna set this aside, we're gonna make some delicious food, and we're gonna eat it. And then we're gonna hopefully be flying. So chronologically speaking, we don't know how great this is gonna fly at the last flight, which will be flight number 3, we hope. Possibly flight number 4 after we have further refinements. But the point is, it is not dead calm. We were hoping for dead calm, but Mother Nature has done what it usually does, which is give us a finger. And we're used to that now, because we live in Iowa, and it snows here. And it's also really hot, the other half of the year. So anyway, all right, full circle. Here's where we are now. This is after flight 1 and 2. If you haven't watched the Unbox build and radio setup, I would encourage you to do that, but do it within the lens, seeing it through the lens of the final adjustments that we make on flights 1, 2, 3, possibly 4. All right, that's all. Stay tuned. By the way, guys, you want to help support the channel? Buy this plane from the link in the video description below. You'll help to fund what we're doing here for you. Also, we'll link to the battery we used, we'll link to the receiver we used, we'll link to the transmitter, and then we may link to the prop as well, which, if we haven't mentioned it yet in this video at this point, it's 12.8E thin, which is going to be better rated for a 6S power configuration as opposed to the 4S. I really kind of wanted to fly on the wood prop because it's so cool, but I also don't want to blow up the prop into a million pieces and have a dead stick landing on my Maiden without having AS3X and flaps and everything figured out, because that would be disastrous, but also hilarious. You don't get that from Brian Phillips RC today, I hope. All right, stay tuned, guys. Also, Patreon, PayPal, down below we have links there, so it's very easy to use. We appreciate you. Best audience in YouTube history. Come back for more. All right, YouTube, so we just did a quick update on what we had changed with the battery and having tightened up the bogies and things like that, but I made a couple other changes, 2 of which are super easy. I basically added AS3X and then safe. Okay, so safe is the same, it's unchanged. This stability half, or this AS3X half versus AS3X. AS3X is what AS3X is, this is half of it. Okay, so the way I did that was I basically just went into system setup, disconnected RF, I walked down to flight mode, and see how there's 3 of them? If you go to next, this is where it is, and I just renamed them. I also set up another flight mode, but it didn't work to do what I wanted to do. I wanted to have some adjustable trims that were set to the flight mode here as per the flap setting, but I could only ultimately get it to be attached here, which I don't need. So I abandoned that plan. Then also just wanted to talk to you about how I was trying to do it. Flap setting we left unchanged, but then I did add a mix for aileron to rudder that's activated only upon safe mode. It's 50%. Basically, if you look at the ailerons, it's also going to move the rudder for coordinated turns. And then in normal mode or AS3X half mode, we got a 15% rudder tied to the aileron. So it's aileron to rudder. So that'll help a little bit with coordinated turns. That's pretty common on warbirds. If I don't like the way it flies, I'll just set that to nothing. But then in safe, it's going to be nice. It'll help coordinate the turns better. So then we also turned on fail safe. In fail safe bind and fly planes, when you lose radio contact, which almost never happens, the idea is it'll bank at 20% and then it'll cut the throttle, of course, and then it'll give just like a little bit of up elevator. So you basically go into like a slow loop or a roll, not a loop, a slow turn, okay, until it hits the ground or the house or the building or whatever it is. So ideally, you're just gonna have time to come out of it. Okay, so in forward programming, gyro settings, system setup, safe panic mode, fail-safe angles. There's your -20 and your 5, okay? That's what you're supposed to do per their recommendations here. Now, I'm gonna be talking with Horizon about this a little bit, but I feel like the Hangar 9 product line needs better documentation, so it's easier. And they're working on it, but still, it's obviously not there because I'm looking at this document, it's 4 pages long, 3 of which are line by line, but they don't outline everything. One problem I ran into is what X are they on? What times, what multiplier are they on in the gains? So like my gains differ from theirs. My roll's at 25, 45, and 55. So in terms of roll, pitch, and yaw for AS3X, so for my AS3X settings, gains, this is what I have, 25, 45, 55. Now, if I had an NX10, I could add the knob back to just be an adjustable gain. Now, in flight mode 2, you'll see that they drop in half basically. Now, I set them to those values. You can set them to whatever. You could have double the AS3X here. But really, I want AS3X, I want less in case it oscillates, and then I want safe. Okay, the safe is just as per the whatever the recommended amount was, okay? So that's what I'm struggling with right now because I think they were quoting all their numbers and they suggested pitch and yaw at 81 and then roll at 25. We arrived at 25 too, but we're in 4 times. So if they're in 1 times, then that means there's a big disparity. Also, we set up our ailerons as flaperons. So of course that really doesn't impact the AS3X on there because of the forward programming, which is so nice. But what does get impacted is we went to a different hold position, which means there's actually more output on our ailerons than their ailerons. So if we're in 4 times mode, the same 25 will take a bigger impact. And plus, if they're in 1 times versus our 4 times, that means that our gains are gonna be much higher. So we're gonna see how that works out. So we may have to tweak those ourselves. Not a big deal, but I just want you guys to be aware. Also within safe, they suggested, okay, so safe settings this time. Angle limits, they suggested, you have to be in the right flight mode so you can see it. So that's in safe. So basically I'm in safe when I do this. I'm in, and then AS3X, okay. And I just picked stability mode. I wish it could have said like AS3X half or something, but I can't add words together. Okay, so right roll and left roll is 80. That was 60 by default, I believe. And then the pitch down is 50. That was 30 by default. We set it to 50 as recommended. And then the pitch up was 50 before, and we just kept that the same. So we changed it to meet those requirements or those recommendations. In terms of gyro settings, safe gains, 24 and 40 is what they suggested, and that's what I set them to. I don't think that's a big deviation from the stock. I think it might be like 30 and 40. Honestly, I get a little bit confused in these menu structures because I think that however intuitive they are to the engineer that designed the system, they're hard for the layman to get. And some of the features are buried in some menus over here, and some of the features are buried in some menus over here, and I don't know why. There's probably some technical reason for that, but the thing is, I think it would be wise if Horizon could maybe work out some of those details. So like everything that's AS or X related is right here, everything that's safe related is here, and then you can have it in 2 spots, in 2 different menus. Okay, so that way you can navigate to it over here in this channel, or you can navigate it to this in this channel. You'd have 7 settings that can be adjusted, and then over here, it kind of makes sense in this menu too. Well, that's fine. Just allow us access to change the same value in 2 different parameter menus. It doesn't matter. Okay, so just a couple of thoughts. I would call them technical criticisms. But I really like working with the AS3X so much better now than I ever did before because forward programming makes it so much easier. So anyway, not to scare anybody off, but the thing is, when you're doing a plug and fly that's basically an ARF that's been converted into like a plug and fly, you guys get to look forward to the fact that they're gonna have this all worked out for you by the time you're ready to receive delivery. And they're gonna try to have a profile for you that you can just put in here. And there might be a time to just use the profile, and this might be it. And all you have to do is basically take out your little memory stick, put it in your computer, and you can write it on there. I'm honestly not sure. You might be able to pull it from Wi-Fi, but I don't know how to do that. So I'm not gonna tell you how to do that. Okay, putting the canopy on. Next time you see us, we'll be ready to fly flight number 3. Thanks for staying tuned. Don't forget, when you're watching the Unbox build radio setup, the things that we conclude through flights 1 through 4, 5, 6, whatever it is, those will be at the last flight. But what we do in the build is gonna be what we thought at the build time. So that's one of the disadvantages of doing this all in the wrong order, but that's what you guys wanted, so we have been doing that for a couple of years now. So we want to avoid confusion, but we know you guys want to see the flights more than you want to see the radio setup. And then if the flight's acceptable, then you'll make the next maneuver, which is to buy this thing from the links in the video description below. So stay tuned, guys. Thanks for watching. YouTube, it's Brad Phillips. Look at this. Hangar 9, P-47, NX8. We got an AR-637 in here. 637A, yes, we have the Vario installed. 5006S 30C pack. Pretty far forward in my opinion, but that's where we were suggested to put it. We're flying this on an aftermarket prop. The prop that comes with this plane is designed for 4S. This is a 6S configuration. We did glue the wings together in addition to the bolt together configuration. If you're doing 4S only, you're supposed to be able to do it with just bolts. I'd recommend get the 30-minute epoxy, just do it, it's not that big a deal. And we got a little bit of wind, it's coming in a crosswind. This plane is absolutely beautiful, but we are working through how to make it fly just as good as it looks. Okay, throttle cuts off. Yes, it does have thrust reverse. We didn't set up a pilot fatigue setting because it doesn't make sense on this plane. Timer's cleared. 5 minutes is about what we've been getting, but we do have an AV and ESC, so we have full telemetry. Takeoff flaps, landing flaps. Yes, they are flapper-ons. Takeoff flaps deployed. Here we go. Okay, so out of the flaps. Guys, we were in safe there. I was trying to figure out why that thing was taking so long to lift. Gear going up. Feels pretty solid right now. And that looks good, doesn't it? Mm-hmm. That covers some ground, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's fast.
Well, I can tell you the elevator correction. has really improved the flight performance. Hey, camera crew, would you mind if we switch sides for a minute? You can stay there actually if you want. I just want to have the sun behind me.
Okay, let's stay for a second.
That's fine. You good?
Yeah, I'm off the runway right now.
Okay, flat and level. Go a different expo setting just to see if that helps with the elevator. So we went from the middle hole to the outside most hole as prescribed by the manual. Man, touchy on the elevator, or touchy on the ailerons when I went to that setting. Man, it's just so fast. Guys, it's like incredibly fast. Let's do some upside down flight performance just to show you it can be done. You good?
Mm-hmm.
Love the scream actually. Okay, I want to see if we've got our takeoff flaps. Ooh, no dip.
Not good.
Landing flaps. No dip, nice. We got a crosswind at 15 degrees from our left to right. Let's see how it behaves now. Cam crew, you good? I kind of need you to be Johnny on the spot on this one, okay?
Okay.
Because the wind and stuff. Oh my goodness, that is glorious. Boy, this thing feels a lot different than the last flight. Out of the flaps altogether, I just think we've got it way more dialed in. That battery being forward half an inch makes a gigantic difference too. I want to see this rudder. We'll try a stall turn here. Yep, worked. Guys, I gotta say, that silver color is absolutely gorgeous. Up against the trees and everything. We're gonna come in here and do a practice landing approach. You good?
Mm-hmm.
Take off flaps, landing flaps. Hey, you need to come toward me, please. Thank you. We're out of the flaps now. 50% throttle, guys. This thing just cruises. It's fast. And it's got ups too. It's not like it's without power to go behind it. Guys, I'm gonna tell you something I almost never say. This plane is designed to fly on 4S, and I could see it being a better 4S plane in certain ways.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
Boy, it just covers so much ground. 56-inch wingspan. It's a pretty big plane, but on 6S, there is some torque roll. You need to be ready for it, okay, folks? And if you're not sure what I'm talking about, this is not the right plane for you. I'm gonna try half the stabilization and just see how it feels. Going up for a huge loop. Guys, I'm just like really, really light on my input for the sticks. I feel like I'm barely moving them. Look how fast it rolls. It's just nuts. See this, guys? It's so cool. It's also not very scale. Hey. A lot of rudder there on that. Using the rudder predominantly to point the aircraft down the runway this time. Over by the Eagle killing zone there. Feel like I'm having to ride the elevator. Been sort of reluctant to fix it. Takeoff flaps, landing flaps. Gear coming out. I'm gonna do something a little different here. We're gonna just see how it relaxes into this before we take it down into the bull. We got quite a bit of wind. This thing has power to get out of trouble, but that doesn't mean it's gonna land in 20 feet either. Hey, camera crew, are you prepared with your feet? Go back toward the tall grass for me. Thank you. Perfect. Okay, here we go. Got a little wind. Got a little wind as a helper now. Look at that crosswind, folks. I don't know if you guys can tell, but the crosswind is definitely not being nice to me today. Okay, camera crew, stay where you are.
Okay.
The crosswind is just really making it challenging to make my approach as I would like to, because my low point is lining me up with like almost a 90-degree crosswind. Just gonna bring it down a little bit. Okay, she lived. So guys, all I'm gonna say is that thing is absolutely gorgeous. But boy, I tell you what, it takes a lot of tweaking to get that thing to fly the way you want. We're on our third flight and I still like it needs a lot of different adjustments. Thrust reverse is awesome. Where have you been my whole life? Throttle cuts on. We're 3 minutes 33 past on our 5. Yep, we're at 22.7 volts, so we do need to be done with flying on this pack. Yep, 3.798. Smart, the telemetry on the Smart, Avian ESCs and Smart ESCs is just super, super nice. And on the airwear on the smaller planes has been super, super nice. Just the fact that you know what you have left gives so much confidence while flying. It is really a valuable tool. And as you can see, it lands good, but it just feels fast.
Yeah.
I mean, it feels really fast when it's touching down. And then you have enough time to get on the thrust reverse, you're fine. I don't even want a pilot fatigue setting. Okay, so pilot fatigue meaning instead of this, instead of that, or instead of that, it would basically go full throttle reverse right here. It'd probably tip the plane over and you'd end up breaking your prop. Okay, so throttle cuts back on in forward thrust. Expo, stay there. See this? I can't believe I'm doing this. Aileron, elevator. 30. Aileron, 35. That's a lot. Then rudder, I think rudder's actually pretty good. So we'll leave that. Okay, so I think that's gonna be enough to get away from the twitch. Now, actually I take it back. Dura rates and expo, elevator. We're gonna bring that down to 20, okay? Because remember I was saying it felt like I had to pull the stick too much. So we may end up setting it actually even lower, but I gotta start somewhere and that's what we're gonna do for the next flight, flight number 4. Yes, I know. A lot of adjustments on this one, but the reason we show you the adjustments is not just so you know how to make the adjustment, it's because we want you to know why to make the adjustment. Also, this is not an overly long strip. We were flying off the road on flights 1 and 2, mostly because I was a little bit nervous. I had my elevator correction wrong, thinking it was gonna behave more like an inboard flap. This plane acts like flaperons. Flaperons, of course, call for an up elevator correction. because when you deploy a flaperon, you don't balloon up, you nosedive. Okay, so you have to do elevator to actually counter that effect. Okay, so let's go ahead and switch out batteries and we'll come right back. Okay, so we have another battery. We wanted to show you, we had modified this just a little bit, so it gave us a little extra room. We cut off about 1/4 to 3/8 of an inch there. Look how much easier that is, guys. So much easier. Don't have to worry about hitting the wires on stuff. And if we wanted to put in a 50C pack, you pretty much have to do that. I'm gonna go just a hair further. You know, I'm sort of torn between going further and going slightly back because I felt like the elevator was like so much better on that last flight. But I also feel like if we go back too much, then it's gonna make the whole thing land harder because it felt so much more stable. I don't know. I just can't imagine that and that being a big difference. Why don't we go back just a hair, okay? And been very happy. I picked a strap that was kind of like an aftermarket solution from a crashed plane. The strap that comes with it. And then we also added that shelf liner there. That's been really helpful. The batteries haven't been slipping around, which is super nice. So I'm just barely in front of this. I had been right at the line. Now I'm just a little bit forward of it. Okay, so more or less right at the bulkhead for you guys following along at home. Two dances for AS3XN safe. And the 5-minute timer is about right, but I'm also kind of pushing it a little bit right now. So we're gonna go ahead and taxi out, take off flaps on. This thing would definitely do grass ops. My grass is a little bit long right now. Also, I have my rudder set to a further hole. You see the wing touching the grass. Guys, this is why thrust reverse is so dang nice. Where have you been my whole life, thrust reverse? Okay, you good, camera crew? Mm-hmm. Okay, takeoff flaps are deployed. Sorry. That's ridiculous. Oh, the elevator feels pretty good. It's snappy, but it's not overly snappy. Look how fast it is though, guys. How do you get over that?
That's a lot faster than I thought it was gonna be.
Oh, it's way faster than I thought it was gonna be. Man, those yellow stripes on the wings are absolutely phenomenal. How do you like that angle? So I'm still in the half AS3X mode. Let's film over here. That was a way better angle.
Okay, I'm coming.
I'll slow down. Full landing flaps here. Okay guys, what we did on that change was pretty small. We actually put the plane, the battery forward just a hair. Do you still have that faded blue line on your eyeballs from tracking it through the sun?
Oh wait, am I supposed to be able to see again now?
Yeah.
Oh.
No, I said better.
Oh. Yeah, it's better.
Oh man.
I just want to like watch it in person. 'Cause it's really pretty.
It is really pretty, but I am struggling a lot with my coordination and my turns. Especially keeping that rudder where I want it. Good lordy, Lord. That thing is just absolutely gorgeous. Now, you guys may notice the last couple of videos I've been real reluctant to get under the power lines there. That's because right now with the trees in their current state, it's extremely hard to tell where that bottom line is. That's 100% throttle, folks, and it lacks for nothing in throttle. I mean, it's like insane. I don't want to say too much power because that's insanity also. Looks like a real plane. It really does. You get that thing moving, upside down flight performance is great. You got plenty of elevator, both directions. Being real tame on my inputs still. Hey, do you remember that one time on that one plane when I was like, hey, watch for the shadow?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
That's what I was gonna say that on that pass, and
No.
I said, no, not doing it. Just a little bit of rudder there. We're gonna come in just right over the attack, right over the village. Strafing run. We don't do that line ever. Mostly because I like my house. You good?
Yep.
That's cool, that noise it made.
Through. Okay, out of the throttle altogether. I just want to show you some of the safe performance. Here's safe. We increased some of the settings. I am very sorry about that, camera crew. We increased some of the settings to about 30% throttle here, 40%, 50%, 60%. You really got to pull that stick to get that thing to lift. But then it does go up, but it's almost like you're voting for it to go up. Look at this. It almost doesn't change the angle. It's very strange. I felt like the stock configuration on the safe angles was maybe almost even better than this. That's strange. When you let go of the sticks, of course, it goes right where it needs to be.
10, 9,
There's our timer.
7, 6, 5.
Guys, I gotta say something about safe here, okay? When you're in safe and you need to make a pullout, it's just, you know, you realize just how quick, how much you're limited. And I know I've told you guys that before, and I know you guys have personally experienced it before if you've ever flown in safe. But you just need to understand, if you're flying in a tight environment, just forget it. It's not a good idea. You're gonna need the input and you're not gonna have it, folks. Orientation on this plane is surprisingly easy, given the lighting conditions today we've been struggling with. And also those yellow lines have really helped. Takeoff flaps and landing flaps have worked reasonably well now that we have our elevator correction good. Probably gonna have to try for a landing here.
Okay.
So you guys, what I'm doing is I'm just relaxing. I'm getting rid of some speed without getting fully into lineup because I gotta stay a certain height. A little bit of throttle, a little extra throttle. We don't wanna gain speed, but we wanna have power on demand. I'm gonna come in here for a different angle than we would ordinarily fly. Base leg's gonna be a little bit slow on that angle, so I'm gonna abandon that one. Okay, out of the landing gear, out of the flaps. You good, camera crew? Mm-hmm. Right down the runway this time. Beautiful. Takeoff flaps. No balloon, that was me on the elevator. Landing flaps and gear going right into this low point here. Still way too fast. Look at that wind, guys. That's what we're struggling with. That crosswind picks up and it gives you just enough airspeed, and the wing is super efficient on this plane, so it'll just lift right back up. Okay, so we're gonna get way out there. We're gonna try a different line. There's the low point that's right next to the vampire killing zone. Kind of a scary spot for me to fly with my past history with it. Right up here. There we go, and down. Ooh, that's a good line. I got it this time. Woo! Throttle cuts on. Did some grass cutting there, folks. I think we're probably okay. Let's check it out. Grass ops, everybody wants grass ops, right? Scratched up the nose a little bit there, folks. Look at that. Scratched up the nose, cracked it up a little bit. But otherwise, I think we're good. I think we're good. One scratch on the canopy there. think we're good otherwise. Battery's good. Let's go ahead and test it and make sure we actually have full function of everything. As you can see what happened there, folks, I didn't get a good landing. I caught the tall grass with short landing gear, and that's what we ended up with. Okay, this isn't wanting to drop down. Why is it not dropping down for me? Oh, there it goes.
There it goes.
Okay, so let's just see how this goes. I'm not expecting anything too fantastic. Flap's good, aileron's good, rudder. By the way, I ran into the door walking out of the house and I damaged it also. Okay, I'm in reverse. There's forward. Everything looks good. Everything's holding steady. Good ground handling. Well, now that we got a crash on it, you want to try some grass ops or what?
Well, you were over your timer probably, right?
23.2 volts still. I'm just double checking. Yeah, 3.86 volts. That's probably not a terrible spot to exit. Get into a different pack.
Mm-hmm.
Full up elevator. Let's see if we can even, yeah, you see how it's wanting to tip on us?
Tip, yeah.
Okay, throttle cuts
grass.
on. So, what have we learned from my screw up? As usual here on Brian Phillips RC, we're not afraid of screwing up in front of the camera. But the thing is, I basically came in and I caught these small trees here, also known as grass.
Yeah.
Who cuts the grass around here anyway?
That'd be you.
Oh, right, that's true. I usually try not to cut it when it's raining for 5 days in a row. But that being said, I think that would have been avoided with a better landing in general, because basically I just, I don't know if I got blown over or if I just kind of didn't get lined up very good. I was hoping to touch down just past where I touched down, like about 6 feet past. And when it comes to landing planes like this, 6 feet goes and comes really, really fast. So let's wrap this thing up with a bow, okay? Hangar 9, good plane. Definitely right at the edge of my skill level. Let's just be totally frank, guys. I'm not saying I can't fly it. It's just more a matter of, there's just a lot of different small things about this plane that make it challenging for me. I'm actually not too worried about the crash. The good thing is I can order that exact part. I can order the canopy and I can just plop them on there. It'll be no big deal. But overall, I feel like this plane is a good plane. I feel like if you're into balsa wood planes, this is definitely not a bad choice. Keep in mind it sits pretty low to the ground. Keep in mind Avian ESC. Keep in mind AR637 is what we use today, but you could do a 631 technically. I think Horizon would prefer us to use the 637s in these. Not sure if this thing is available to be put with a gas engine or not, but the way that the motor mount was set up, it sure looks like it could, but it'd be a pretty small engine still. Disappointed that it doesn't have a fixed inboard flap and an outboard aileron. I feel like that would make it fly more like what I want from a P-47. Also, the scale appearances of the plane are good. I'm not crazy about the decals. They are very strong and nice. I just don't like the print. So that is totally a preference issue. I also felt like the pilot was maybe a little bit too big. Did the pilot break? Yeah, the pilot popped off. Look at that. See?
Oh.
He unglued. That was one thing that happened. I didn't notice.
Yeah, you did.
So I'll probably have to take him out, which is fine because I didn't really like him too much anyway. In terms of flight performance, it was and still probably is a little bit of a work in progress on getting all the values exactly where I want them. You know, I don't really think a reasonable person is going to be flying this in safe. Like consistently and safe. I mean, they might use safe to help with the landing when it's super windy or something like that. But generally speaking, I would say this plane, if you're in safe and you aren't able to shut it off at a moment's notice and essentially fly a plane up and down, you know, wheels up, wheels down, land it, no problem, you shouldn't be buying this plane yet. You're not ready for it. Experience level 3, I completely agree with that. I would say it's probably closer to 4 if there's such a thing. Because honestly, I feel like the plane has enough areas where you can screw up as a new pilot. So just keep in mind, as beautiful as you may think this thing is, it is going to be a very expensive mistake for a lot of you that order it prematurely. I just want you to understand that there are great planes that you can get and as a second or third plane. You could realistically get the 1.2 meter P-51 and be very, very happy with it as a third plane if you're a reasonably average pilot, okay? This plane, if you got this as your third plane, it's probably going to be a one and done. Like, you're gonna be done with it after the first flight because it ain't gonna come back. Also, it's quite expensive compared to the 1.2 meter P-51. I wish that I could offer the 1.5 meter, or excuse me, the 1.2 meter, even though it's a 1.5 meter P-51, or excuse me, P-47. Sorry, guys. The P-47 bind and fly, the foamy, that was a great one. It was a Razorback, really beautiful. Scale details, came with the ordnance pack that was really neat, missile pods, and, or excuse me, yeah, missile pods and then bombs in a drop tank, I think. Really, really cool plane. But I think that one is in the process of being revamped or discontinued. I don't know. Either way, there's a million different great warbirds. Don't get this if you're not ready. I say that to help save your money and also to save the reputation of great companies like Horizon Hobby and Hangar 9. Because the thing is, if you crash it, it's not gonna be their fault. Just like that thing wasn't their fault, but you know, that's what damaged the plane. So it didn't come damaged, well, sort of. So watch the Unbox build and radio setup and you'll see what I mean by sort of. But out of the 4 flights, I would say that the third flight and fourth flights felt better. 4X, I'm just gonna show you my gains. Well, actually, we just talked about them before we started this, so you guys will have them in, I think, are we just gonna show this in order? 1, 2, 3, 4? I think we will, and we'll just have to have second thoughts. Maybe we can fix the cowl and fix the pilot or whatever, and then just move on to the next one. But for now, I would say excellent plane, very high quality. I mean, every aspect of this plane is high quality, and I think you're gonna be very satisfied with it. It's also an easy build in the ARF arena. It was not hard to build. It did take more steps, but it wasn't hard to build like Dynam style.
Right.
It wasn't hard to build like Dancing Wings 35-hour projects, okay? So I really like this plane because it's only gonna be about a 5-hour commitment for a normal person. Maybe a 3.5-hour commitment for somebody that's not quite so slow as I am. And then also plan on running through about 4 to 5 packs, just fine tuning it. And that should be true for most planes, but we don't have the luxury because we always film our Maidens. And by the way, if you guys hadn't connected these dots, please do connect them right now. When you film yourself maidening every plane, you have to appreciate that maiden flights are the worst flights because you don't know how it's gonna go until you're done. So please be nice to me. These planes are sometimes more challenging than you might expect to fly. I'm still a relatively new pilot. So this is a cool plane. I think it's great. I think it's marketed to the right type of people, which are experienced pilots to strong intermediate to experienced pilots. That's what the 3 would mean, I would put it. Also, I do think that the AS3X receiver, safe really helps, but like, let's get real. I'm not gonna fly that thing in safe. It's not as fun. Also, I think it flies really fast. And if you want a really fast plane, this is it. But I also think that you could do 4S. If it was 60% of the speed of this, it'd be okay. But I also think it's still gonna land fast. So what does that gain you? More bounce when you come down the road and you've got, you know, a crosswind? I'm not sure. I don't think I'm gonna try it on 4S because, you know, I've learned what I needed to learn with 6S. So that being said, guys, beautiful plane. You know where to buy it from the links in the video description below. If you have any predisposition to see how we put it together, see what types of issues we ran into, please bear in mind that we made adjustments on the fly, pun intended, for flights 1 to 2 and 2 to 3. And then from 3 to 4, was this 3 and 4?
This
3
was
and 4,
3 and 4. You didn't
all we did is we
change
pushed the battery back like
just
an
a
eighth of
little
an
bit.
inch.
Yep.
So really, if you hover around that bulkhead, you'll be good. Don't forget to trim the bulkhead, get rid of some of that unnecessary wood underneath those 2 big round holes. That'll help get your batteries in there, especially if you're on a 50C pack. By the way, 30C pack, did you see the unlimited vertical? You don't need any more. So I don't know what you're looking for if you're doing a 50C pack, other than that's all you've got. But just keep in mind that 50C is like this and the 30C is like this. And that's the difference between having to modify it to fit the battery in and not. But I want the clearance anyway. Also, covering, fit and finish, second to none. Very good. Very good. After the first flight, go through, check the screws. We did have one of our main retracts, bogies, was twisting like this. It wasn't like falling out, it was just twisting a little bit. So we had to lower the retract, tighten them. I went ahead and did the other one as a precautionary measure and it was fine. So also check your cowling bolts. There's 4 bolts that hold the wood attachment points on the front. Check those after your first flight, make sure that they haven't backed off. We Loctited ours and we had one that did back off. So, but that's all right, we'll be backing all 4 of them off here pretty quick. And then in closing, camera crew, do you have any thoughts on this plane? Why don't we come over here, we'll show the plane a little bit more and the beautiful marks I made on it.
Yeah, I know.
Actually, not too bad.
No, it's a very pretty plane. And I think if you like a P-47, if you like balsa planes, like, it's very nice.
I just wish it flew
Very
slower.
nice. I'm really surprised at how fast it flies.
It's like crazy fast, like it's scary fast.
Why not try it on for us?
No, because what I'm saying is when a plane flies at X and you make it lighter by 2 ounces on a plane of this size, it's not gonna make a difference.
It's not gonna matter.
So what I'm saying is that this plane is designed to be a fast flying plane. And maybe it's just my sheltered nature, but I want that plane to slow down so I can go out there and just pick it out of the sky and put it in my pocket.
Right. The other thing is, if you're on 4S, you don't necessarily have the power if you need it.
Yeah,
That would be my other concern.
and that's true. The torque roll is going to be less aggressive on 4S with the stock prop too because it has less pitch.
That prop is really pretty though.
It is, it's beautiful. It's absolutely gorgeous. It kills me that we had to use the APC style. But that's such is life on 6S.
Yeah.
So also on grass ops, you notice that the mains, the bogies are back pretty far. You may have to get a little creative, maybe bend at that so they can go up and reach out in front of you a little bit. So when you roll, you don't nose over immediately. This grass is not bad over here. It's a little bit tall, but a well-manicured, very well-manicured grass, you can land a UMX plane on. So the less manicured your grass is, the more likely you're gonna have problems. And by the way, that prop is shorter than the stock prop. That's a 12.8E, right? Thin.
Yes, this one is.
And the other one is a 14, right?
I think so. It's significantly longer.
14.4 or something like that, 14.6. So yeah, I think it looks more beautiful too.
Yeah.
So that being said, all things considered, you guys can make your own decisions. You know, you don't have to come to us to help you, you know, make your final decision, but you do come to us to get lots of good information. We try to present it in a way that's not, you know, like I work for Horizon, or I work for Banggood, or I work for BitGo, or I work for, you know, XK. We don't work for any of those people. We work for you. We answer to you, our audience. I mean, of course, we got to try to keep these guys happy so they keep sending a bunch of planes. But at the end of the day, we want you to be happy. And if you're not happy, then we mean nothing to them. We're literally garbage to them. So as far as I'm concerned, we want to bring it to you as straight as possible and make sure that we accept responsibility when we crash because we hit the grass. So when we open up a plane and we have a motor mount that's dislodged from the fuse, you know, that sort of thing, it's not a big deal. It took us like 5 minutes to fix, but it's still annoying. We show you that. You know, when we have issues with the batteries, we show you that. When we have issues with the transmitter, we show you that. If we have ready to flies that come and they fly like crap, we show you that. So really, you come here to get good advice about what to buy next, and not necessarily like you're coming here and saying, hey, you like P-47s, or you like F4U Corsairs, or you like, you know, Sea Furies, or whatever it happens to be. So when you look at this plane, do you like it? I don't know. Is it your favorite? I don't know. But I can tell you right now, if you want it, you better order it, and you better order it like yesterday. So check the link in the video description. Please buy that plane. If you want it, order it now. Here's why. Prices are going up, and if they're not going up, they're staying level. And then when they're done being level for a little bit, they'll go up some more. So just order it if you want it. Don't wait. Don't save your money and then order it in 3 weeks when you get it. You know, it's going to take a while for these things to come in stock. But you see what I'm saying? You can't wait. That's not the economy we live in right now. So if you know you want this plane, you got to order it. There's stock issues and there's freight issues. And Horizon has about 0% control over it. You want to know how much Horizon Hobby means to the shipping industry? They're about like one drip, and then except the ocean of sand. That's how much they matter to the shipping industry. They could care less. And all the other smaller companies over here, they're like one more drip of sand all combined. They don't care. You're not gonna, the costs that are getting passed on to us as consumers right now, it doesn't matter. So that's why I say, Christmas right around the corner, ports backlogged, idiots in control, you do the math. You want the plane, you gotta order it. So that being said, if you want another plane, we got tons of them down below. We also have Patreon and PayPal. We much appreciate your support financially, but mostly we want you to be happy. And I think on this one, we're gonna have a select variety of people that are gonna be extremely happy with this plane. But I would say that the vast majority of you new people that are watching this are gonna think that plane's awesome and I wanna get there. Okay, give it 3 years. Order it, put it in the corner, in 3 years you can fly it. I'm not exaggerating. If you're a brand new pilot, if you're flying an Aeroscat right now, you just came home from the flying field, you're watching this today, don't order that unless you want it to sit in your corner for 3 years. Or you can have it sit in the garbage can after you crash it. So we're here to try to help you out on that. We don't ever want to discourage anybody, but we want to encourage you by helping you to avoid complete total disasters. So, all right guys, stay tuned. We're gonna unbox this, build it, and radio setup it next. Remember, we made changes. So if you need to know what those are, go through the flights. There's some gaps in the middle, and we'll talk a little bit about them between each step. Thanks for watching, guys. Brian Phillips signing out. YouTube, it's been a while. The camera crew just gave me the evil eye. What do we have here? It's a dinky box. I feel like we just did a plane that was a lot like this, only dinky and not very good.
What?
Do you remember that? From like 2 weeks ago? In case you're wondering, this thing's gonna be awesome. I can already tell because I know these things from experience. Will you pull that thing? Can you pull for you?
Maybe, yeah.
Oh boy. Would you look at that sweet thing? P-47 Thunderbolt, PNP. You'll note that the American title is not Razorback when it's not a Razorback. You know what a Razorback is, camera crew? It's where there's ribbing that goes back here. So the fuselage appears to end in where the canopy is. That's called a bubble top. Okay, so this is the P-47 PNP, which stands for plug and play. It has exclusive Smart Avian ESC installed, which means we should be able to do thrust reverse. Awesome. And all I'm finding is other languages over here. The characteristic keys. Okay, I'm gonna find the English soon. So this is a plug and play, which means we have to assemble it and then we have to put in a receiver. So, because these are early releases for us, as you guys know, Horizon is working on a manual and it's beautiful. Look at this. Ooh, wow. And we were like, why didn't it just say, watch Brian's video? Because seriously, this is like the exact same thing we're gonna go over. So anyway, we don't know if we're gonna do the full build. We just did one not too long ago from a competitive brand, so we won't talk a lot about it, but in case you like notice it while we're building, we spent 30 hours building it.
At least.
Now, it may be an awesome plane. We haven't flown it yet. It could be terrible. But the thing is, 30 hours is like about 27 hours too much.
Yep.
And ironically enough, the website said 1 hour build time. So I'm like, oh, okay. So that's like a Chinese person wrote that. This is what you get from Chinese people, and that's why we like Horizon so much, because just because it's made in China doesn't mean that they wrote the manual in China.
Right.
And there is a difference. There's billions of people in China. There's a lot of different people and a lot of different plants and a lot of different specialties and a lot of different skills. Think about how many people we have in the country. How many do we have? 350 million people in the country in the United States. Okay, and think how many different varieties of skills you might have. How many mechanics you know. Just in your small town, you might have 3. And some of them suck. And some of them are great. Okay, so, ooh, wowzers. It's not foam. The packaging isn't foam. What is going on? I feel like I'm in an alternate universe here. Look at this. It's the same way that other one came.
Yeah.
Now, that being said, this is a Hangar 9. We do a ton of e-flite planes because they're bind and fly. And so if you guys need help making this plane more like a bind and fly to where you can download a template, then please be my guest and do that. We are gonna show you how to do it by setting it up yourself. And if you wanna take Horizon's word for it, okay, so we got a book, not folded, thank you, Horizon. And we got some stickers. And what do we have here? We've got some beautiful, this is a balsa wood plane. We haven't even said that yet, but yes, this is obviously, it's Hangar 9. So for those of you that are in the market for Hangar 9 planes, they make some of the more advanced planes that Horizon offers. They're also more expensive and they are higher quality than the foam planes. Now, I suppose that's a matter of opinion, but in terms of material finish, guys, they're nicer, okay? I can say that. We work with these guys, I can say that. They are, in fact, look at how nice this is. See, look, we don't even have to glue the tail hinge on. We're already miles ahead of the last plane we built. I'm just saying, camera crew.
I'm just saying.
Just saying.
Still in the box.
Look at this. Look how solid that is. Is that literally solid wood?
Wow, is it?
I think it is solid. CA hinges, big control horns, high quality screws, not stripped, that's always handy. Angularly mounted. Yes, that's a word.
That's crazy.
I know, but it's just solid.
Yeah.
See? There's that. I thought it was hollow. Okay, so balsa wood tail. Now, that's a horizontal stabilizer and elevator. Okay, so this one we want to be careful about. There's a couple of screws. They look like they could be vulnerable if we're not careful. There we go. What were we talking about before I get distracted by that beautiful horizontal stabilizer?
I don't even know.
Okay, look at that. That's hollow, by the way. That is so beautiful. Look at the lines. The wrap is like perfect. How do they get those so tight? I don't know how they do that. That's nuts. I couldn't do it. Look at this. That would be a nightmare to finish this corner. So like I said, if the Chinese are building these things, and guys, don't hear this wrong, the Chinese are good at this stuff. And so I want them to do as much of it as possible because I don't have time to build them and I don't want to build them. But I know that a lot of you guys like building these planes. And back in the day, building from stick, I actually wouldn't mind the building from stick part of the process. It wouldn't work well on our channel, but I like that process myself. But finishing them, no. Like putting the wrap on, no. No thanks. You can keep that. I like putting the electronics in. That's kind of fun. And I like, you know, sizing things up and getting all that stuff to work. That's cool. That's what my grandpa and I used to do. My grandpa's passed away now. And so we got a few really good years of being able to do that together, which was cool. Okay? So you'll note that there's not flaps on here. Okay?
Tell us how you really feel.
Interesting choice, Horizon. So, flap-a-rons it is.
Great.
Hey, flap-a-rons takes like 1 second extra, okay? Oh, which by the way.
It's wired.
Huh?
Depends on how it's wired.
Oh, it shouldn't be that big a deal. Look how sweet this wing looks. Man, that's a tight wrap. Look at that.
It is.
Goodness gracious. So just a couple of juxtapose this compared to the other. Man, that is tight.
That is, it like doesn't even look real hardly.
I love that they've protected this. Oh, wow, we're only 47 steps early. This is, oh, look, and we don't have to limit the throw on this the same way we did on other previous ones. So I'd say, hon, we're doing better than what we expected. There are retracts.
Cool.
Which, by the way, these are the places where it's like, oh my goodness, I quit. This sort of thing. Wrapping that is hard.
Oh.
And making it look good. Look how sweet it looks in there.
I do love the way balsa planes look.
And so does everybody else. So, and then also, just to give you an idea, I don't want to break this plane. Look how strong it is. I mean, I'm not saying you should do that, by the way. I'm just saying they're strong, okay? They're very strong. And also, they are somewhat more serviceable than foam, kind of depending on how well you have received the media of foam planes. Like, we do a lot of repairs in foam. But the thing is, with a balsa wood plane, you can actually cut out a section of the wing and rebuild it from scratch with brand new components, put it back together, cover it up, and have a brand new wing. And you could replace like that spot. You don't have to do the whole thing. You can do the whole thing, and that's what most people do, but. Okay. Now I'm not sure if this is available in ARF or if it's just plug and fly. Look at that. That is really, really clean though. I am super impressed with that. Look how tight these seams are. It's just beautiful. It's super sturdy too. And I love that I don't have to do as much as we would normally do. I mean, we literally just built a plane. We spent like 30 freaking hours building it.
We did.
I mean, and 30 hours, I mean, to you guys, I don't know about you, but for me, that's like half of my work week. It is. I know you're thinking about a 40-hour work week, but that's what normal people do. Okay, so we have the cowl here. Beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. Cool. And there's a pulse engine here that's kind of, yeah, that engine looks better. Look at that. Look how detailed that is. Feel it. Show the people at home.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's like thick and sturdy and strong and resilient, like I expect. Okay, let's look at this. It's fiberglass engine cowl. So did you know in real life on a P-47, do you know what these things are?
In real life? No,
Yeah.
What do you mean?
These pedals open up, like this, all of them. And they allow for extra engine cooling. Hey, look, nut zerts. That's handy.
Hey, they included them.
Okay, so, sorry. Look, fiberglass. See? That is like perfect
Looks really
finish.
nice.
It's like
Yeah.
absolutely gorgeous.
I love the red.
Okay, cool. So continuing onward. What do we have here? I would tip it, but it's just, I don't want to have anything fall, guys.
Yeah.
So, no soup for you until we bring it out. And then you can eat the soup. See? Okay, so this is, what is this piece? Looks like probably around, this is underneath the wing box, maybe? Okay, yeah, so that'll kind of go there. Well, that's like almost perfect fit. That's amazing. And that
What
paint
is that?
an absolute perfect match, by the
Yeah,
way.
it
That
is.
is one of the struggles with balsa wood aircraft is that you'll end up having a covering that's very close, but no cigar. That is very close.
And there's like a million shades of silver.
There are. Good luck finding touch-up paint.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm getting a bag with just a little shaft in it. Look at that thing.
Goodness gracious.
Oh. Carbon fiber. No doubt. Oh, yeah. You want to touch it?
That's like, I'm gonna say.
Oh, wait. Is that metal?
No.
That's aluminum. No, I think that's metal, hon.
That's crazy.
That's metal. Okay, cool. And we have a prop here. Propeller instructions and warnings. Thank you for choosing the propeller produced by our company. Seems a little redundant. In order to give us full play to the superior performance of the propeller and bring you pleasant enjoyment, we must comply with the following instructions. That's like actually says.
Instructions?
Oh no, instructions. Instructions. Warnings and safety regulations. Okay, we're just gonna throw this away then. All right, so wood prop, beautiful.
Love it.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Nope, smaller. Okay. I was just curious about that. Now, this is a 4S rated prop. Feel how heavy it is. That's cool.
Wow.
And it's also beautiful.
Yeah, it is. Very.
I love the wood props, but we also have a properly rated prop for 6S because are we going to fly this on 4S?
No.
Yeah, I didn't think so. So we have a 12.8E thin electric. I mean, if you're looking for thick, this is not the one.
Yeah, but that spar is.
It is pretty thick. Who's throwing garbage all over the place? Who lives here? So, folks, if you're curious how you can support our channel, because I mean, right at this moment, I'm sure that's what you're thinking about. Hey, look at that! Look at that! You can buy this plane from the link below. That'll help support our channel. If you don't like buying this plane, you want to buy something else, then I have to satisfy my curiosity. Sorry, Horizon. Sorry. It goes on, but it's not the right thread count, dang it, because I was going to order one of those. That is, okay, by the way, I want you to feel my tip.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's got some
kind of big.
heft to it.
Yep, exactly. I like it. It's good. It's good. Okay, so we got another bag of items. It looks like we got some Velcro, some screws. Man, where's the other 475 screws? That's what we had on the last one.
Yeah.
Except it was about 490 that we needed, unfortunately, and nut zerts. Don't forget, or the blind nuts.
Yeah.
When I say nut zerts and blind nuts in my mind are synonymous, but really they're not. Nut zerts have to do with, my tip broke off.
No.
Hold on, I want to see how extensive the damage is. Look.
Oh.
Yeah, it actually broke.
Yeah, actually broke or it's
it
not
done
attached?
broke. It done to broke. Look.
Oh.
Yeah, it done unglued. Could it have something to do with all the counterweights up there?
That's crazy.
You know why they do that, right? Oh yes, avian ESC. What else is flopping around in there? Is that a wire?
Wire.
It's the IC5. Okay, so I have no idea if that's a normal thing. I hope it's not a normal thing. Better not be a normal thing. But my expectation is that it's probably something to do with the early sampling process and that'll be resolved for manufacturing. So we're gonna have to epoxy that back on. Shouldn't be a huge deal. Looks like I can actually undo 4 screws and pull the whole shebang out, which is probably what we're gonna do next. Let's just go ahead and get that thing whipped out. Do you mind if I whip it out?
No, I'm fine.
Okay. All right, so in thinking about the build quality of this plane, I am amazed. I think that was a shipping issue. Look, it ripped a hole. By the way, this is now empty. I'm just checking for nut and bolt sacks. Yeah, it's empty now. Okay, so let's see if we get this thing opened real quick because I want to see what the deal is, yo. We have been super, super happy with Horizon products in general. The last Hangar 9 product we did was the Ultra Stick. And we haven't done any other any other Hangar 9 products. But we've done a ton of e-flite products, and a ton of the Hobby Zone products and different things like that. And this will be probably the worst break we've ever had. So, but again, it's probably not gonna be a big deal because my understanding is we are supposed to not have to use glue to hold these things together. But then, are you kidding me? Does it have a retract tail wheel? Oh man, that's awesome. I didn't know that if it does. Okay, so let's just pull this straight out because it's just one lead. Yeah, 2 leads. Okay, so look at the servos quick before we get too far ahead of ourselves. So it's A391s, probably 37 gram Metal Gear servos. Wow, holy cow, that whole canopy is right here. Look at that.
That whole thing comes off?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it lifts, but it's gonna be kind of hard to get a hold of. I'm gonna have to put a piece of tape on there or something because I don't want to fight it. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, that's really nice.
Cool.
Okay, blind nuts down there, all epoxied in. Maybe they should have epoxied that one just a wee bit more. Looks like we had just a little bit of adhesive failure there. Better now than later.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you could, let's just lay this down. I don't know if it's gonna roll. Yeah, it's gonna roll, so I'll just lay it sideways. Let's just survey the damage and see if there's actually any real damage, because really it looks like the motor mount was glued. That is a sweet looking motor. 4250, 600 kV. Okay. Looks like this has, I don't see any down and right angle at all. That's kind of weird. It must be built into this. But yeah, so basically we'll just have to re-glue this one spot here and then get that set back together. And honestly, we might need to kind of get going on that so that it can be setting up. I'm gonna grab a plane stand too. Be careful about your canopy, folks. The canopy can and will fall off. You may have noticed from what just happened. So I wanna lay this on a plane stand. Man, that looks good. The simulated inlets, gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. Everything looks nice inside. Just looking for other spots where there might be, I don't really see anything weird. The servos are huge. Big control rods, should be easy to do. Okay, so let's figure out what's going on with this though. That's kind of my primary concern right now. So I'm gonna just grab a Phillips screwdriver and then a China Phillips screwdriver. We're just gonna kind of slide this part off. China screwdriver would work. Also number 2 would work. Okay, so I'm just gonna, actually China screwdriver might work better. I don't know if this is glued. Yeah, that's coming out, okay. So, I'm gonna actually mark that too, so we know where up is, okay. So, up, obviously up. I probably didn't need to mark up on
Probably not on that
the
part,
fuse.
just for good measure.
Okay, so it looks like we can leave the stickers off if we don't like them. That's pretty sweet.
It
So if
looks
you want
like
to do a
there's two
different library,
yeah.
okay, good quality hardware so far. Yeah, this is a bummer, but honestly, I think what we're gonna do is we're just gonna get it epoxy back on and then just like let it set up while we're doing the rest of the build.
Okay.
Because, I mean, it looks like it's gonna be easy to fix. Like I said, much better that this happens now than later, I guess. And then if this happens on yours, you can let me know in the comments below, guys. I'm kind of hoping it's a one-off. Okay, so there's just 4 screws, lock nuts, and then a washer. Yeah, that should come off with no trouble. And then there's blind nuts back here that actually receive, these are machine screws, not just like wood screws. Okay, so that's always good. That means you're gonna get a really good mount to the firewall. Slide that out. Okay. And then as soon as we get this out, I'm actually probably gonna lay those screws right back in. Just put a couple turns in there. And there's some glue on that, so I can leave the washer in place. See, just a little bit of glue down there. They evidently got the glue in the wrong spot there. Holding the washers on, not the actual component. These look like they had Loctite on them, so we'll probably have to do a little Loctite on there or CA or something when we're all done. Okay, so when we get ready to do radio setup on this plane, we're gonna be using the AR637T, and that's gonna give us the capability of doing everything we want and more, because if you do flap runs, you got 1 control surface, 2 control surfaces, 3 and 4 plus 5 and then 6. So you'll be able to control everything on the NX8, no problem. If you have an NX6, in fact, you could do all the features and then have safe on and off, because with the AR637, you can actually run safe if you'd like, and we will show you how to set it up. And if you don't want to set it up like what we can, or like what we show, then you can also download a bind and fly profile, or they might call it a plug and play profile. But either way, Horizon's working on a profile that you'll be able to download. It's supposed to release about the time that these start shipping, okay? So let's just take a quick look at this with a fresh set of eyes now that it's off of the plane. Okay, so obviously this isn't glued to the plane, it's bolted on. And so this just needs to feed through. And it just drops in like, oh, shoot, it goes on top, sorry. So it just puzzle pieces in. It's pretty simple stuff. I can't tell if that's CA together. It looks like CA, but it might be epoxy. Looks like maybe they just didn't get quite enough in there, maybe. It's just like the most minor of breaks. So I would say let's go ahead and we'll use a 5-minute epoxy on that because it's an important joint. I mean, you don't want this thing pulling off. So we actually have epoxy up here, and that one's 30-minute epoxy. This one is 15 and this one's 5. So we got a 5-minute epoxy here. There's nothing really magical about this. So we're gonna glove up, get that done, and come right back. So I'm just working on getting the sticky stuff out of the tube. So as you can see, as per typical with epoxy, you wanna do about 1-to-1 in most conditions. That's probably about half of what I need, so I'm gonna stop and let this kinda do its thing. And then this gets real thick. This is the hardener, okay? This is a BSI product. There's nothing really magical about it, but it is a 5-minute epoxy. You can buy 5-minute epoxy at any hardware store. It doesn't have to be a hobby style brand, but I would highly recommend that if you don't have a 5-minute epoxy, you need that. That's one of those things you're gonna need as you get into the modeling arena. If you're new to building planes, then you're gonna potentially be new to epoxy, but basically what you've got is a hardener and then the epoxy. So it's epoxy, but this one's hardener and this one's just the stuff, okay? The longer the cure time, typically the stronger the joint. Sometimes like the 15-minute epoxy is supposed to be more flexible. I don't know if I necessarily buy that. I've done some tests and I haven't found it to be any different, in my opinion. But I also have a specifically flexible brand made by Red Baron. I used that once and it was kind of the same scenario. I don't know if I mixed quite enough. But you're supposed to mix this for like, you know, whatever, a couple of minutes or whatever, and you just get it to a creamy white consistency. And once it's creamy and white, what do you do with it?
Spread it around.
Yep. You put it where you want it. And where we want it, in this case, see, I made these little things on our last 30-hour project. We didn't end up using epoxy on it, which is kind of lame. We probably should have used epoxy because it doesn't do this. Okay, so let's think about the contact points. Obviously, there's a big contact point here. Obviously, there's a big contact point here. So I'm just going in here and just scraping. Yeah, you guys are probably going to think, geez, Brian, you're not very good at epoxy. And I would say, duh. Because I don't do this very much. You know, I try to stay away from creamy white things like this because it's a lot of work. And I would just as soon use CA or hot glue or some other media that's much quicker and easier. But this is going to give you by far the strongest connection. And even to be honest, many of you are probably going to think 5 minutes is all you're doing. Geez, Brian, like seriously. Like that's not good enough. You need to do a 30-minute. Okay. So we'll just have to agree to disagree on that. But I'm planning on it, so go ahead and leave your comments in the video description below. You can let us know all the mistakes we made.
Maybe they can provide us with an additional 25 minutes of our
Yes, if you could just go ahead and send us the extra 25 minutes along with the next airplane, that'd be great, guys. Okay, so then this is gonna be on this surface, and then it looks like this is actually on the top, okay, because it's rest on top. So you can see I'm still getting plenty of material on there. And yeah, there is such a thing as too much, but I would say, you know, in general, what would you say about that? I mean, it's more is better, right?
Yeah, probably.
Generally. Mm-hmm. I mean, it depends on what you're doing with it. So this goes on top like this, just like that. Okay, so we got all the surfaces covered, and you do with epoxy, especially 5-minute epoxy, you kind of got to get on with it. You know, you can't like dink around forever. So that's the other reason why we generally can't do it, because I'm such a, you know, Speedy Gonzalez. You know, that's what they used to call me.
Shouldn't really need
but for different reasons.
more than 5 minutes, right?
Anyway, so you see what I'm doing? I'm just spreading that little extra on there, and a little bit there. a little bit there, and then over here looks pretty good. And then there's kind of like a joint here, so I might as well, while I've got easy and ready access to it, I'm just gonna scrape this up. That's why I have that folded. I hate wasting epoxy too, I'm such a cheapskate. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna scrape this and just put a little bit right there, you see? And it's already starting to get really thick and hard to work with. Isn't that crazy how fast it works?
That's crazy.
On a 5-minute epoxy, you get about 2.5 minutes, and then it's like, it's starting to set up. Smells good too.
I know, smells like
Smells like a
yourself
perm. Yep. Finally been caught. I had somebody claiming that I colored my hair the other day. Did I tell you about
No,
that?
people always do.
So for
work
people,
or on-
no, it's just some random
on
person.
channel?
Some random person
Yeah.
in real life.
Oh, in
Not
real
the
life.
fake people watching this.
Oh.
No, they were like, do you color your hair? I'm like, no,
People
I
ask
don't
that all
color
the
my
time.
hair. Are you kidding me? Like, I got better things to do than color my hair.
If you're gonna color it, wouldn't you color it all?
Spend, well,
30 hours.
just for men. You know, it's just the right amount, just the right amount of silver. Anyway, okay, so we've got that glued in all directions, and to be fair, that was probably like, what, a 7 or 8 minute delay, which is, honestly, that's kind of annoying, but it's, you know, it's not the end of the world. The good news is the brake was very clean, and because of the utter lack of glue, it was very easy to fix. So anyway, we're gonna move on and pretend it didn't happen. Okay, so what else do we have here? We have a giant sack we need to open.
Are you gonna keep your cute green gloves on?
Do you have a problem with my gloves? These gloves? What's wrong with these gloves?
Well,
Are you
no, they
ready
probably have
for the
epoxy on
inspection?
them.
Okay. No, I'm gonna actually take them off inside out so I can,
Because you're a cheapskate?
because I'm gonna save them.
I know you are.
Okay, all right, guys. So while that sets up, and by the way, all I did is I just put it at an angle where the epoxy would have a chance to set up. Okay, so while that's doing its thing, I mean, honestly, I think they say generally like about 12 to 24 hours, and you should be good. So
Okay, good thing.
So
I can't
12
see
to
the
24
clock.
hours. Actually, what does BSI say? That was what I made up just now.
Oh.
Let's see what it actually says. Sets in 5 minutes. Item can be handled in 10 minutes. Full bond strength in an hour.
Oh, good. We can still fly
So
tonight.
if you need to bond, then this is the way to do it. You get full strength in 1 hour. Only took a few minutes to work it up. So anyway, that's good. We're ready to go. That's just gonna sit. And that means that if we need to fly it soon, then we would be able to do that. So that's always good. Now, the other thing is I wanna address the other thing that happened. The other elephant in the room. Can't believe you wouldn't share about that, Brian. You're trying to cover for them. Not really. I just want the plane to be done. Okay, so stick these things in there. And then I want to see what happened when that was upside down. Oh, there's a clip. You see that?
Oh, yeah.
I didn't slide it. Watch. There is a proper procedure, and I'm just learning it. Look, you put it in like that, you drop it down, and then you slip it back, and then the magnets hold. See?
Oh.
If you want to get in here, you push it forward, then you lift it up. See? Sometimes it's just good old Brian screwing it up. That is so thick. Feel this. Like, I thought that was covering, but it's like plastic.
Oh, yeah, that's there.
That's so weird. Look, it's like plastic. There's no ribs in there. Okay, so getting back to the point, do you think it would be a good time now to look at the instructions, or should we just continue to ignore them for a little bit longer? What do you think?
I mean, you're going to ignore them either way, but we can look.
No,
so
we can
know
look.
what
I'm
we're
not gonna ignore
ignoring.
these. We're gonna look at them.
Okay.
We're gonna seriously look at the book
Coming over here on this side.
before we ignore it.
Okay.
Okay. So 5-channel or greater. Okay, so that's good. Okay, checking the aileron servos. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna do this though. We have to slide the wing tube into the socket, okay? So once what is this guy doing? Whoa, remove the wing. Ooh, he wants 30-minute epoxy.
Oh, whoops.
Apply epoxy. Well, they weren't talking about the thing that broke. They were
broke.
talking about the thing that they assume is going to be of more greater value.
Are you going to use 30-minute epoxy on that?
I could. I mean, I don't really care. I've got both. 30-minute epoxy would probably cure within a couple hours anyway. Okay, so remove the wing tube. They want 1/2 ounce of 30-minute, and then in each socket. Oh, so that's going to be like a
With
permanent
the
solution.
wing tube? Wow.
I don't know if I'm big on that, just being permanent. Oh, you have to wipe the seam. Ugh, dang. I don't know if I want to do that either. There's a little bit of dihedral going on here. There's a little dihedral.
Is that a new?
It's a made-up word.
New term.
Just figured it out today. So I think what we should do is let's go ahead and mix up some epoxy. Thanks for making me take my gloves off, camera crew.
Sorry.
Did you plan that out?
I did. I read the instructions ahead of time.
You're like, I'm gonna show that guy. I'm gonna show him. Maybe I should just get another one. What do you think?
We have a few.
Well, let's go over here and show them what we're talking about. All right, 30-minute epoxy. That's 15-minute. And then this is 30-minute. Yeah. So this stuff goes for like 10, 15 bucks. The bigger tubes are a little bit more expensive. The 5-minute you use all the time. So I would just, if you're buying it, just buy the bigger tubes of the 5-minute and then get the smaller tubes of the longer. If you're gonna do a lot of builds, you're gonna burn through it quick. So epoxy is one of those things where it's a thick enough product that, it's not like CA. It doesn't run into the joints, and then even the gap filling CA spreads a long ways. So we built that whole plane with about one of those small 1-ounce tubes. Give me just a sec. And should I get another mixing stick? Nah, we'll probably just go with that.
Just use the same one?
Yeah, we'll just use the same one. Okay, so we have to get the wing tube installed too, but we can go ahead and get this mixed up. By the way, full disclosure, look at this. It's like already done. So that's pretty sweet. I'm happy with that. And if you're concerned about that coming off on yours, just dismount it, give it a close inspection, move on, okay? I don't like to live in fear. All right, 30-minute epoxy. So this is just another BSI product. You can get the same thing from virtually every hobby store that you know of, or you can get it from Horizon 2. Oh no, my thing leaked.
Oh no.
So if you have a leak on your epoxy, my understanding is that you can actually cut it pretty easy with alcohol.
Oh.
And not the fun kind.
Oh.
Not the fun kind. You can cut it with alcohol, but you can see when we moved from our last house to where we are now, we had a lot of packing to do. And I'm guessing this probably got tipped over in one of the last runs, which by the way, that was super fun because we used a trailer to move.
Mm-hmm. And somebody's a hoarder that lives here.
Yeah, I know. You shouldn't come out like that on this video. Do it at your own timing. But what happened was we had a thunderstorm on our last trip at about 2 a.m. while we were driving here. That was fun. So I'm sure whatever the stuff was on the last trip was like our most time-sensitive, most critical things, like my radio-controlled equipment.
Like all the stuff that was in the basement.
Our shop was terrible.
That you're like,
You guys are
"These
like,
will take me a
man,
few
that shop
hours."
is awesome. We spent like 2 days clearing it. It was terrible.
Because someone didn't think they needed a pack ahead of time.
Well, how would you pack that? How do you pack a shop?
In boxes?
No. No. No, you put it in the attic and pretend it didn't exist. Or you hire college kids to come pick up the stuff.
Or you hope your friends are really nice.
Okay, look at this. Yeah, we had to pay to take garbage away. That was terrible. For a hoarder, that's like admitting defeat in life. Okay, so make them even parts. Yes, I'm doing this on top of 5-minute epoxy. It could cause a fire. Not at all, actually. So if that happens in your situation, then you did something massively wrong. Okay, so now we're gonna mix this. Oh no, that one's like
I
bigger.
say your puddles are
Yeah.
a little lopsided.
Yeah, I know. Well, I mean, they're not usually the same size, are they?
Well, no, but I mean,
They're close. Okay. All right. Oh, it's all sticky already. That's because the old epoxy's stuck to it. Oh. Okay, so this stuff, you're gonna do the same thing, mix it to a creamy consistency. Now listen, this is 30-minute, but we still gotta cook with gas, okay? Like seriously, hon, we gotta get this
That's why it
done.
said read all directions before mixing epoxy.
Did it really?
It did.
No, it didn't.
It did.
You are serious? That was something that would never, ever, ever be printed if a Chinese person wrote a manual. Right?
Correct.
Okay.
Read the following steps before mixing any epoxy.
Dang it, I didn't read it.
I know.
Okay, listen, we have to stick this doohickey through that doohickey.
Okay.
Okay? And that's, what the heck? Oh, that's awkward. I have to stick this doohickey through there.
Through where?
Through there. Hey, your hands are clean.
Yeah.
Well, here's what we have to do. We have to get this doohickey over that doohickey, okay? But then what the hey, look, the servo, okay, so why is it, oh, retract. Yeah, so this one's gonna go, oh, there's 2 holes. I thought I had to go through the other hole. My apologies, people. You just gotta stick it through the 1 hole. Okay, 1 hole. Then the retract, this would suck if you glued the wing together to try to do that. So you'll wanna maybe not like skip this step. You'll wanna poke those wires right
Read the
through.
instructions before you.
Hey, listen, I read most of the instructions on that one step and then quickly skipped over the rest. It's like a comedy of errors working with me. Comedy of lack of success.
Comedy is.
Hey, we should probably tape those, huh? What do you think?
Yeah, that one, because it seems to want to
It's,
fall
yeah,
back
it's
in.
like so short, it just wants to like curl up.
Yeah.
I don't like that. I want it to stand out
That would be bad.
and be proud. Now, this tape is probably not my ideal choice, so I'm gonna just like stick it to my dirty shirt. This shirt has served us well. I've worn it millions of times.
Mm-hmm. People wouldn't recognize you.
I know they'd be like, who is that weird guy?
Yeah. That
With
dyes his hair.
With a different, yeah, that guy dyes his hair for sure. He's a weirdo. That guy's old too. Wait, what the heck? I have to glue this and then feed those through to the other side? No. We're having problems with assumptions today. Yeah, there it is. Hey, these forceps, guys, if you don't have a pair of forceps, just do yourself a huge favor. Go ahead and get those.
Yep.
Like today. Okay? Glad we had this talk. You would think we're trying to sell some of this stuff, but really we're just trying to help you. So buy this plane from the links below. That is how you can financially support our channel. So you can have more of these wonderful videos where we make comedies of error by not reading the instructions that you could clearly read in 5 seconds and save all sorts of trouble. That's okay. We teach you on Brian Phillips not only what to do, but what not to do.
Yep.
So you don't have to do it yourself. We will do it for you the wrong way first. Okay, so that's down there. I think we're good. So now I'm trying to be gentle and nice to my servos. And let's not forget the rod. If you could grab my rod there and bring it over, that'd be great.
It's a little chilly.
That's
It's cold.
That's awesome. Oh, the rod. Say, it's weird. Okay, so let's do this. Let's go ahead and take the epoxy and move it. And then let's move this whole shebang back. And then let's just like maybe do this over here. Just because, you know, I mean, you were holding that like you were gonna stab me with it. Like if I got this epoxy on your counter. Is that what was gonna happen? You know, he used a brush in the picture. I feel like I'm using like caveman tools here. Like, ooh, 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 start fire, stick together. The guys at Horizon, they have the best tools. They have brushes. We have cardboard rolled into sticks. We don't even have sticks. We have fake sticks.
We made them with tape.
Oh my goodness.
Just glad you used them. I spent lots of
This
time.
is how
taking
this
them.
is how you know that it's not an in-house video because we don't have brushes
Because we're using an old box that we cut.
from another plane, from a competitive brand. So, in case you guys were wondering, we have thousands of videos. Some are much better than this.
Hey, this is how it goes when you
Most.
build it at your house, too.
Yeah, it is probably the way it goes. Okay, so I've got the shaft all slathered.
Ooh.
Yep.
And then you just
Just kind
it in
of
there?
just ram it in there.
Oh,
Oh man, that's
Oh.
whoa, wowzers. Oh my goodness. Whoa, wow. See, that's why epoxy is sometimes challenging to use because when you put a tight tolerance part with a thick product, then it gets displaced and it comes out everywhere and it's a
Yeah.
mess. So now on the instructions, they suggested using tape, okay? Now they probably meant for masking tape, right? You think?
Yeah, but ours is probably like downstairs, right?
Yeah. Isn't that why you read it first?
I didn't get that far. You just started going. What are
Well,
you,
somebody's got to start
what
somewhere.
are you taping? Why?
I'm just, hey, hold on now. I'm taking my cues from Rami RC. Rami RC.
Whatever. Rami would have engineered
I know,
a jig to put his
that's
tape on
true.
straight.
He
And
would
it
have,
would
and it would have worked perfect. And it would have looked amazing. And it would have been like much less embarrassing than whatever we just did there. Okay, so I have tape pulls on both sides. I'm not pushing it down hard. I just want to stop. See,
But I don't understand why you're taping it.
because I don't want to get that stuff on the finish, hon.
Oh.
Did you really just connect the dots on that?
Sorry.
What color is your hair today? Did you color your hair?
Same color as every day.
What color is that for the people that don't see you in the video?
Dirty blonde.
Well, you don't have to add dirty to it. It's just,
It's not blonde.
oh, okay. I
not
didn't know,
brown
I
either.
didn't know there was a difference. I thought the qualification went with all blonde.
Blonde is still in the title.
Okay. Have we offended enough people yet?
No, not even close.
We are on a roll. We are gonna get them all targeted tonight. Okay, so here goes, guys. Ooh, yeah, that's really good right there. Now remember, I'm just looking for splash control. You know, I mean, I'm just, hey, keep on topic here. Splash control. If you get epoxy on this wing, it's gonna be, you know, to be honest, it's probably easier to just wipe it up with acetone or alcohol than to do this. So maybe, I'm glad that stuff isn't set up yet. Because I obviously read the instructions first and had this all prepared ahead of time. You can tell from the way that we edit the video. We're not gonna edit the video.
Never.
We don't care nearly enough about that. We don't really care if they think we're idiots. It's all part of the show.
It's been established.
Hey, how about this?
Yeah.
I'm gonna have you move that tape over there and we'll pull this back. Okay, so now I do need to kind of seriously get this done. So I'm gonna go ahead and slather quite a little bit of this. Ooh, it's getting a little bit chunky. Chunky. Okay, so I'm gonna be careful I don't get stuff on my good hand. And then I'm just gonna seriously just kind of cover up the areas. And you're gonna have to kind of move to where I am because I can't really, this is gonna flow a little bit. Ooh, what's that for?
Yeah.
Oh, the rod's over here. Okay, so I don't have to insert it. It's already inserted for me. Now you'll note what I'm doing here is not working amazingly. Camera crew, I need you to put a hand right there and just to hold that so I can pull this. Good, thank you. And I wanna save just enough so that I can slather all over the shaft because the wing joiner is very important to get a lot of glue on, evidently. Now, my understanding is also you don't have to actually do this step. That's my understanding. Hopefully my understanding is still correct by the time you get this. But it could also be that, you know, by the time you get this, they've written some other addendum or whatever. I mean, sometimes that happens. And I always feel like super bad. I know that happened with the timber because some people had some issues on overheating in like real hot temperatures. And like we had no clue because like it wasn't overly hot when we reviewed it. So, and it was an early release, but then I found out there was an addendum here the other day. So guys, I always feel super bad that we don't mention those things because we don't know about them. But yeah, if you have a turbo timber Evo, one of the most popular and one of the really, really good planes that Horizon makes, e-flite makes that. They have a little modification you can do to move your electronic speed control so that it doesn't get overheated. And it's super easy. It's like a 2-minute thing. You cut a couple of zip ties and kind of slide it out of the tray where they designed it to fit. Super duper easy. It's recommended. And I think they send it out in the new ones. If not, you should definitely take a look at that before you get into flying it really hard on 4S. If you're on 3S, I think generally speaking, you should be okay. You guys see, I'm just looking for dry spots like right here. Camera crew, I need you to hold that hard because I'm trying to scrape the bottom of the barrel here.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so that's, I gotta lay this down, unfortunately. And then I'm gonna try to slather on top of this little protrusion here. That's taped over, just so you know, so it doesn't fill up the tube. The little triangular tube. We made a bunch of these when we were doing that other plane over there. Worked out pretty good, actually. All right, so now I need to spread and slather that epoxy. It's starting to really kind of get set up here, folks. So I'm just gonna kind of pull this. Yeah, it's pulling okay. I'm using the cardboard more than anything. And the cardboard is allowing me to spread that. Because once I force this in there, it's got a tight enough fit that it's going to be rather challenging. See, all I'm doing is just getting all the surfaces covered. And it is gonna do some of that on its own. Oh, shoot, I'm losing my cotton. That was a bummer. Sorry, folks. Whatever, we're still good. Always check your hands for epoxy before you pick up your product again. Okay, and then we're just gonna put this in and then spin it as it goes, okay? Okay. Hun, grab that end and hold it. Hold it. Thank you. Okay, I got it now. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so now it's just a matter of rocking it. See what I'm doing? I'm trying to spin it to make sure that we get good purchase on all those joints so we can kind of spread out the epoxy, one last ditch effort, and then get that keyed in and stick it together. And then I'm gonna hold this down on a surface that's secure. I'm just gonna force it. Camera crew. I'm gonna go ahead and try to get this seep, and then there should be a seep on the other side too. Okay. Nope, no seep over there. Any possibility you can get me one more Q-tip? I know you gotta kind of point away from me, that's fine. Okay, so as you can see, this is gonna be inside the fuse, just so everybody knows, but I'd like to get that seep off of there.
Right.
Yep, pretty easy. It's actually kind of surprising how easy it is to get epoxy off of stuff. You would think like, oh no, I'm never gonna be able to get it off there. Yeah, you'll be able to get it off of there. See, like that's gone. Like it's slick again. So, and like I said, if you use alcohol will take that off. But you still wanna have to do like your fingertips and stuff. You'll get a little bit here and there. And just for our application, it would be kind of cool if I could lay this down while all these things get set up.
Do we need to pause and adjust?
Yeah, we'll just lay it down. Okay, so that's laid down and that's glued. So now if you're so inclined, you can actually tape that together too. I don't think it's necessary because those things were stuck together. So looks really good. Like the dihedral on the wing, like the wingspan looks great. So the next step for us is probably start reading for a few minutes and then realize I need to put my gloves back on. So I'm just gonna be a smart person this time and leave them on. All right, camera crew, so next page. Look at that guy. Look at that high.
See, he's not wearing green gloves.
Highfalutin. Ooh, they clamped it. Ooh, do we need to clamp it? I felt like it's so tight.
Yeah, I know.
Like really, do we have to clamp it? Hey, hun, do we have chip clips that are also clamps? Yes, we do. Just wanted to make sure. So if you guys, along with the rest of the stuff in our kitchen, those are actually our chip clips that are clamps.
Yep.
Okay, so, which by the way, if you buy clamps, you can get a package of 1,000 for $10, or you can buy like 4 chip clips for $29.99 at Bed Bath & Beyond.
They also were good for making tents and capes.
Yes, that's right, that's what the kids like. Okay, so that's clamped together, then there's supposed to be extension cords between, where's the extension cords? Did that come in a sack?
Yeah,
yes,
right
it
there.
did, right here, look.
And it
There's
says
literally,
retracts.
it was literally sitting next to me. Are there scissors over there, cam crew? So, if you guys are new to the channel, and you didn't already know this, my wife is a camera crew. Many years ago when we started this channel, it was the running joke because everybody knew it was just me and my wife. But now occasionally people get like all pissed off that I call the camera crew the camera crew. Like, how dare you call Megan the camera crew? It's like, well, because she's my wife and we film together and it's just a running joke.
And he doesn't call me that off camera.
No, well, I mean, when we're getting ready, sometimes I do.
What?
All right, so this just needs to be plugged in. Not that it would have to be plugged in right now, but we know that it exists, so we'll just lay that over there for now, that's fine. Okay, so what's next? Set it aside in a safe, that's a, oh, take the canopy off, because it might fall when you move the okay, all right, that makes sense. Flex the elevator, this is, I would call this exercising the elevator, okay? They want you to work this through the entire range so that the CA joint has a chance to be flexed, and that will help it to have a freer range of motion, which will load your servos a little bit less. Keep in mind that servos do demand current, and current is not infinite. It is consumed. If you don't do this, you'll probably overdrive your servos pretty quick, okay? So it's a wear and tear function. Okay, now, while I'm thinking about it, I'm gonna do the tail too. We already kind of did this earlier, to be honest.
A little bit.
But I'm just doing it to be on the safe side. That is just so clean.
I know.
This would have been like literally this step. To get to this step, we would have been like 10 hours in on that other one.
Yep. Pretty much.
More than 10 hours, probably. All right, so what's the, oh, that's not a retract. That's an access hatch. So that you can put the bolts and stuff together. So they provided nuts. Yeah. I'm trying to understand the difference. Like, look at these steps. They look exactly the same.
Stabilizer and fin installation for higher power configuration, optional.
Oh,
so it's the same.
I was just, because
steps.
that's why I was sitting there silently for once, because I'm like, what the heck is this? It's like, it looked like the same exact steps, and I'm trying to figure out, what am I doing wrong here? Okay, so we're gonna ignore this, and we're gonna go to this one. Okay, so remove the canopy and set it aside. Couldn't that have been a redundant step? I don't understand that. Flex the elevator, we already did that. Remove the lower fuse. These are all redundant steps. Why do they have them twice? It's the exact same step. I don't get it. Slide the stabilizer into the slot. Make sure the stabilizer is fully forward and the slot is aligned. Okay, break the rudder hinges using the same method. Okay, we already did that. Slide one number 4 washer on each of the threaded rods. Okay, then put the nuts on. That's the difference.
I thought
I'm confused. I don't really see.
glue it over here.
What are they using for glue? CA?
Yeah, thin CA.
Really? That seems kind of weird. Oh, they want 30-minute epoxy to hold it together. Why didn't they just say put 30-minute epoxy on there? Goodness gracious, it's like 17 steps. Okay, everybody, listen. Those last 13 steps, put epoxy on the joint. Okay, rocket science. I'm going to have to move this so we can glue here. I like this setup, it's nice. Oh, and by the way, we're just using the box that came with it.
Yep.
So, as you can see, that's going together just fine. Nothing to write home about. Hold on.
Tip.
What? What? Tip what?
Oh, it's
Just foam.
not epoxy, it's foam.
Okay, so we're just gonna lay this somewhere else where the epoxy won't damage anything. Okay, so we'll just set that there
Hopefully the
on our
cats won't
proper
mess-
plane stand.
Won't mess with it.
Okay, so we're gonna use 30-minute epoxy again, evidently.
Do you want to like dry fit anything, or are we just gonna?
Yeah, we probably should dry fit it. See, we read all 27 steps. Now, they suggested removing the canopy, which is probably not a bad idea, just because you're not gonna, it takes 1 second to do it. Okay, so we're gonna flip this over. This is so light. I mean, it's hard to explain that to people, but a fuse is not ordinarily that light. Okay, so this comes out how? Just pressure fit. Oh, no, there's magnets. That's sweet. Okay, so then we can flip this upside, right side up. And again, I still don't really understand why this is so complicated. All we have to do is slip it in there and put glue on it, right? I mean, I'm not really seeing any other steps. Let's dry fit it like the camera crew suggested, also known as my wife, Megan. Okay, so there you have it. So that goes in here. And then they were talking about marking it so that you can administer the CA, or not the CA, but the epoxy. And I'm kind of wondering to myself, like, would CA work? Because they're wanting 30-minute epoxy. That's kind of a lot of epoxy. They probably want you to cut the covering off too. Did they say to cut the covering off?
I believe you're just outlining the outline of the fuse, transfer to both sides of the fin. Yeah, remove the covering.
Okay. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna slide this thing in to where it's supposed to be. And I can tell from up here because it's very easy to see. It's very ordinary to see because I can see the slot. You wanna show them the people? Those people watching at home?
Show them the people.
Show them this. See? Look. See, now I'm just gonna pull this over by a factor of that and I can just transpose the mark. We're just gonna do a little rocket science maneuver here. So, we're gonna use a pencil, you think? Or do you want me to use a marker?
They used like a thin Sharpie.
How about you use this pencil?
Okay.
Okay, so I just marked that. Wow, that was complicated. Okay, I just moved that one. Okay, so now, wow, that's pretty complicated stuff. Now check this out. Whoa, when we cut it, we'll know how much to cut now. Okay, so now all I have to do is just transpose this mark right here and right here. Okay. And then we can transpose this mark. And remember, we're actually in quite a bit from where it's gonna go, okay? So then let's just verify real quick. Like that line doesn't even need to be that straight. Okay, so when I slide this in, look, you can't see my lines. Rocket science. This isn't rocket science because it's an airplane, guys. Did you catch that?
Make it like aerospace engineering.
We technically had instructions that told us how to do it, so I don't think we can call it engineering.
Yeah, that's true.
We can call it following instructions. That's harder. Okay, so just seeing you guys know, ooh, don't you be cutting all weird like that. See how it's wanting to jive over? Mm-hmm. That's because of the nature of the covering film and then the texture of the actual wood. So if you use a straight edge, might not be a terrible idea. Okay, then we're just going to take this extremely sharp blade and roll the edge. And then roll the edge, okay? I don't know if you guys can tell, I'm just trying to be somewhat careful here. Okay. Now, just to be clear, guys, you don't have to do this if you're going to just do the lower power configuration, the 4S configuration, okay? And there are a few trains of thought that this probably wouldn't absolutely be necessary at all. I'm probably in that camp, to be honest. But we want to show the real deal, okay? Hey, if you film from a slightly different angle, I bet they could see it actually. Like down here, maybe. Does that work?
I can see where you're peeling.
See? Now I don't want that covering film to split beyond, especially on either side there. Okay. That is some very thick covering film. Goodness gracious. Do you see? Like, it's legitimately hard to cut. And I'm afraid I'm going to cut it and then weaken the wing here. So it's like, what are we gaining here? We're gaining a contact point. Well, if you score your balsa wood and then you weaken it, then that's not going to gain you much. So you do need to kind of do this carefully. Okay, so that at least separated nicely. If you get in trouble and this wants to cut in a, and pull off here, you can use an iron to put it back on. And yes, there is a special iron that's used for this covering. That's like a low temp iron, or you can just literally use a clothes iron. But you'll probably get adhesive on it. So again, that'd be a good thing to do while your wife is like out running errands. And she won't notice then as fast, right?
Good thing your wife doesn't use an iron for anything else.
That's true. Goodness gracious. That sucker is on there good. Oh, I just hate cutting that deep right now. It just makes me nervous. There we go. Okay, so let's see if we can get this lifted real quick. So now the rationale behind pulling this off, of course, is that you don't want to be attached to the film covering. You want to be attached to the wood. Okay. I do find it a little bit strange in the instructions that they have so many of those steps that are redundant. Typically, you would just have the 4 or 5 steps that are different listed. You can see the way they built that. That's pretty cool. Okay, so now on this side, did I already cut this? Yeah.
Yeah, initially.
But I don't think I actually did get it cut very good. So you guys see what I'm doing? I'm cutting through, but I'm trying to kind of cut just back away from that edge because that edge will be somewhat visible from the outside. Gosh, I hate that I have to cut into the balsa wood like that to get it to cut. Otherwise, it just doesn't actually cut it. It just sort of like thinks about it. Okay. Then I'm going to lift the edge here. Okay, here it is. Now I got to be super gentle with this touch. There we go. Hey, be a little bit careful, just so I don't accidentally get you with a knife blade. I've stabbed myself a number of times on camera. I don't think that people would like it too much if I got you. I don't think you'd like it too much either.
Probably not.
Actually, it doesn't even hurt getting cut with an X-Acto knife. It's weird.
Hasn't happened yet.
It hurts healing, but it doesn't hurt when you get cut because it's so clean. Yeah. Okay. Ooh, ooh. There we go. That's all I needed, just that one edge, so now I can start it over here again. I'm gonna cut this way. All right, the things we do for extra power. I don't know if you guys remember that show, Home Improvement, with Tim
That's what I
Allen.
was just thinking of.
More power. It's like toilet paper roller or whatever. Okay, there we go. So we have exposed balsa wood. Okay, and then do we have to do the nub of this thing? Probably not. Probably not, because it's already kind of exposed. So this is essentially going to drop down below like that. It's just going to spin around until we're all done. Then that's going to drop in there. I just can't leave things.
Well enough alone.
You can always tell me I say it wrong when I do it, so. Remember, that's all going to be buried like about 2 inches deep. So you're not going to see any of that. I mean, you guys are going to see it on camera here, but you're not going to see it on the plane at all. Okay. And to be honest, even with these steps, it's so easy to put it together because everything is going to align perfectly.
Yeah.
Because they've already jigged everything up. And that's honestly what makes this so much easier. We had a real hard time with the tail section on that Stearman over there. It is weird that we just happen to have back-to-back 2 balsa wood planes like this. We don't do a lot of balsa wood planes.
Exactly.
So, very good. And if you guys are thinking about buying this for yourself, you can help support the channel, buy it from the links below in the video description. We appreciate that very much. If you don't want to buy this plane, there's millions of other planes, maybe not millions. There's like 20s of other planes. And then also we have PayPal and Patreon. So thanks to our Patreons for helping to support our habit and enable me to continue doing this without my wife putting me out of my misery and my sleep. It's much appreciated.
You're welcome.
What about the misery and
Not
sleep?
putting you out of your
Okay, so let's just show the people at home real quick before we continue with our commentary there. Okay, see? I didn't cut too much. Okay, that's always good. So now, if you use CA here, I'm just gonna warn you, you better be careful that you get it in there right, okay? So also, the other thing I'm gonna warn you about is we better dry fit this, like you suggested, just make sure we don't run into problems. Now you could take some of this material off here too, and you could get contact points all the way up and down this tail. But I don't know. I'm probably just gonna put it through and see how it goes. Because I do not wanna get CA all over that.
No.
Or not CA, I mean epoxy.
And it is still gonna bolt together.
Yeah,
right?
it's still gonna bolt.
Yeah.
I mean, if I can find where the bolts go. It's gonna be fun when there's epoxy on there. Very interesting. Having some problems with my alignment. And by the way, no, you can't probably get any closer because I can't even see, hon. Okay, so then we'll just pivot this a little teeny bit. They suggested having a couple of marks, which makes sense. If you have the marks, you can just lay it in position and then it'll hypothetically, but we're talking about the difference in an 1/8 of an inch here or 1/16 of an inch. Okay, so now it's dropped. Okay. So then this needs to be squared up too. Okay. So when we do that, we're gonna have to be like super careful the way we apply the epoxy so that it's only applied right on the inside, and it's gonna wanna seep out here, and you don't want it to seep on top of this rod that joins the left and right sides of the elevator. That would have been nice to not have to glue. That would have been really nice to not have to glue. It's not like a huge deal, but it's just kind of annoying. I don't want to glue it. Is it really a problem? You think?
I didn't write the directions.
I mean, they would be telling us if it wasn't a problem. So they would just be like, you don't need any glue. The other thing is like we could use a different type of glue. That'd be easier. That does sort of get in the way a little bit while you're working. I'm just trying to think of the easiest way to actually get it to apply and then go in there nicely. Let's just go ahead and do it and get on with it. Sometimes in this hobby and other aspects of life, you just kind of got to mix your epoxy and get on with it. I'm not always good at that step. Camera crew, I need to throw that away. Is there a possibility you could work on, just grab the garbage can and I can start, I'm just gonna mix this up. Probably a little bit heavier than the last one, right?
Yeah, or similar at least.
So it always takes a long time to run down. This one's thicker. The hardener is pretty thin on this one.
What are you throwing away? Just your Q-tips?
Those are garbage. Be careful, be careful.
Yep. I can see.
Yeah, they're messy.
Yep.
So if you use equal parts, then this stuff lasts for a long time. But if you accidentally get a little bit heavier on one versus the other, then what'll happen is you'll end up running out one bottle before the other, and then you sort of waste the rest of the other one. So it is kind of critical that you don't way overdo it on one versus the other. But there are recipes that call for different ratios. I've never used those, but there are people that do things like that. They're smarter than me.
Or did you get any more Q-tips?
I don't know yet. Yeah, probably while I'm finishing
While
this.
you're mixing?
Because yeah, I'm just mixing right now. That'd be probably a good time to do that. I should have flipped this upside down because it would have stuck down to the cardboard. And then you wouldn't have had to help me hold.
I think we have another.
So this is 30-minute epoxy. And yeah, we have like 4 more.
Yeah.
Is my mic good? Feels weird. Okay, so we're just going for sort of like a creamy white consistency. That it's basically like a lot of small bubbles, I think is what that consistency is. And it speaks to the chemical reaction between the epoxy and the hardener working. Okay. So we're not really gonna worry about anything on that. We're gonna be careful not to get a bunch on the threads.
Okay.
But at this point, I guess really, I don't know that there's really like a super easy way to do this. I'm just gonna put it on there and be done with it.
Okay.
Because that's just what needs to be done. It's super easy to apply this right now because it's real fresh. And this is one of those times where you want to work with it while it's super fresh. And you'll have an easier time, guaranteed, if you work with it while it's super fresh like this. Okay, and we want to be super careful about the tail there. And the other thing too to keep in mind is that when we push this in there, okay, that epoxy is going to want to come off of there, okay? So we want to, if you're going to be heavy, you'll be heavy at the front, and then you can clean it up as you go, okay? Checking for epoxy all over my fingers, make sure I'm not making a mess on my controls. Okay. This stuff is thick, so it doesn't, it's not likely to drip, but just be aware it can. I haven't had a big problem with epoxy dripping, just because it's so dang thick. This is where you got to be careful now, down by your control surface, the actual hinge point. Okay. See that? There you go. Okay, and there you go. Okay, so now we got a little bit going through there, which is probably a good thing too. You know, I want to get a little bit spread out here, so it's not a gigantic mess. I'm just going to scrape it into the opening here. And then just hit the edge really good. Okay, so that's all she wrote for now. So now we need to go insert this into the crack. All right, so now if you were so compelled, you could probably take and tape the edges and stuff, but I'm just gonna have to clean it up when we're done. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of epoxy, so I need to actually probably take this over there and have it. Yeah, because I don't want it to drip on the counter. Okay. So, ooh, yeah, that was not ideal. Probably gonna be easier to go upside down like this. But you guys see what I'm talking about? You see the extra? Mm-hmm. That's where you need to be very mindful and pull some of it away. You can even probably use that still yet. Okay, so you see how I just peeled that off? It wasn't anything too terribly challenging. And then I'm just taking this and I'm just gonna run it into the seam here. I'm gonna take this and run it into the seam here. Throw that away. And then I'll just take the one from down below and just kind of run it into the seam here. And I still have to push that all the way in, folks. So that's just so I could take a minute and clean things up. And same thing like before, we'll just kind of roll this out of the way and throw it away. Okay, so now at this point, if you get a little bit on the mechanism, that's just kind of the way it goes. You want to minimize it though. Okay. Okay, now that's lined up with where it needs to go. All right, so now, also, if you get fingerprints on your model, you can actually use acetone or alcohol to wipe that off, generally speaking. If it's like super thick, you may not be able to. Okay. This would be harder if that motor was mounted on there.
That's true.
Maybe it was a blessing in disguise. Maybe they went through and broke them all off. Maybe that was like a factory choice. See, look what I'm doing. I'm coming in here and getting my little seep cleaned up. And then we're gonna need some more of those. If you can help me with that, that'd be super, super fantastic. And then I'm probably gonna try to do an airplane stand for this next step. Might help hold everything. By the way, it was Tom that sent the airplane stand, right? Tom, thanks for the airplane stand years ago. We're still using it today. It was definitely a nice gesture.
While you're cleaning that up, I'm gonna pause and run and get you a few more Q-tips.
Oh,
So we're out.
no, let's just keep watching then.
Are you sure? Okay.
100%. It's in the drawer, by the way.
No, I got all the ones out of the drawer.
Oh, you did?
Yep.
Okay. So you see this? Now I've got a little bit extra, and I want to get that off of there before it sets up anymore. And you can actually just use a paper towel too. It works pretty good. If you had a little alcohol in here, that would help a lot to clean it off. But this does just fine, just a clean and dry paper towel. But you see how that pulled up the film? I'm gonna try to slide back down and then push that back into position. Just like, in fact, I can get a little epoxy on there and then push it down. Actually hold it. Okay, so at this point, we need to try to get that thing in, and that would be the vertical stabilizer, obviously. Now I just need to decide, are my hands clean enough? Yes, they are. But I need to try to get a little bit more of this into that crack. That's not gonna be very fun. It's gonna be a little bit challenging. You see what I'm doing? Just using that triangular device I made. Okay, a little bit on both sides. Okay, and we can just let that run down on the crack a little bit. Now, if I was a super fancy Horizon employee, I'd have like 6 brushes here, just dedicated to this process. If I work for Hangar 9, that'd be pretty sweet actually. Have like millions of brushes, disposable brushes, like a single-use brushes. Okay. And then there, went a little bit far up there. Okay, so now I'm gonna probably take a clean spot and work this off of here first before I put in the surface. And you'll note that I had took a lot off that time. And so I think we'll probably just hit it with a clean paper towel and get that last little bit off before we even stick the tail in. Then we'll push it in and it should be good. Okay, a little bit more. Yeah, it's coming clean. So it's just coming off of there. I don't even need the alcohol yet. Ooh, do we have acetone over there still?
I think I put it away.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's coming off of there nicely though. I wasn't sure how clean it was gonna come off, but it's definitely slipping off of this covering nicely. But you'll note that it's quite clean. And I mean, I would be lying if I said there wasn't like one little drip on there. There probably is. But for now, I'm fine with that. I'm gonna go one more time with a totally clean towel. So just be prepared. Epoxy is a lot more work than, you know, CA or whatever, but it's not. It's nothing to be afraid of. It's just kind of awkward. And it can be really messy, so be prepared, try to be ready. It does help a lot, okay? This thing spins out of the way, right? Yes. Then this is gonna drop. We're gonna try to be super careful not to get the threads in the glue, which I think I did a little bit. Then this is just gonna drop down in there, and we're only gonna push it down. We're not gonna slide it up and down because we wanna push the glue into the joint. Okay, so that needs to turn so that I can get by the elevator. Okay. Now I'm hitting the top of the surface, so I need to wiggle it just a hair. There we go, so now it's down, okay? So that's in position. This is fine, it's free. And now our next step, of course, is to re-square the horizontal stabilizer to ensure that it is nice and neat and square. And I have a measurement that I was thinking of doing. So I'm going to use the calipers to do this. And if that doesn't work, I have another idea. So calipers, I'm going to measure this joint here. Okay, and you see these backward ones? So I'm going to measure like this. I'll just measure. Oh, I can't fit it in there. It's too awkward. So I can use this little thing, this little doohickey that sticks out. I'll touch right here. And then I'm just running this flat right up along the edge of the surface, the elevator itself. Okay. So that's like 10.65. I need to be where you're standing there, unfortunately. Oh, actually, I can probably turn it. Here, I'll do it like this. Then I can see both sides better anyway. Ooh, that's pretty dang close. I'm off by about 1 millimeter. Okay. And that was part of the rationale for marking it, obviously. .65. Split the difference. Split the difference. We're really, really, really close. And just keep in mind, folks, this the more perfect you can get this, the better your plane will be capable of flying. But at the end of the day, you know, if you're off by half a degree, it's not, you know, gonna like make it not fly. It's just gonna not maybe look as good. And if you don't mind going in circles all the time, just kidding. Unless that happens, then that would suck. All right, so I'm satisfied with the way that's setting up. The last step is to basically just double check underneath and make sure, we gotta be careful as we do this so we don't, yep, we're good. We have, see this, look. I need to get the washer and the nut and get that on pretty much right away so that this doesn't become a problem. Because you can see that we have epoxy running down in that spot, okay? Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. Okay, so let's go ahead and work on that next. And then that'll help us to sandwich everything down. Okay, so how do we do that? We need to get a washer and a nut for each of those two protrusions. Okay. This looks like we got some Velcro here. We can lay that aside, some Velcro for the battery, and lay that aside, the wing mounts. Then we have, it looks like 2 nuts and 2 washers. That was unexpectedly easy. Okay, so we're gonna plop those on real quick, and that's a 1/4" nut driver was what they were suggesting. I do not know if we have a 1/4" nut driver up here. In fact, I'm about 99.9% sure we don't. So why don't I get these started, and then while I'm getting them set up, we can have the camera crew help me do that. Okay. So let's do this quick before we run away for a minute. That's just, is that a lead or what is that noise?
Yeah, servo lead.
So just checking for squareness, checking for trueness. Washer first. Oops. So that'll stay down there nicely because it's got epoxy on it. Oh, son of a gun. Try not to drop your washers there. You're going to regret it if you do. Do you know why?
Because they'll stick to the
magnet. Yep, and you're going to have a heck of a time getting them out of that void. Mm-hmm. Okay, so once we tighten this, and that'll help to secure the horizontal stabilizer and the vertical stabilizer to the tail of the airplane. Okay. Okay. So while the camera crew runs and grabs the 1/4" nut driver, I'm going to find the screws that go in here so that we can also secure this while the glue is setting up, just in case we have a misalignment. I'd like to address that now rather than later. So we'll come right back, guys. Okay, so 9 1/4 and 9 1/4. I measured this just to verify again. It was actually a lot easier with just the tape measure. I just put it up against the frame. Not a ton of precision here, but you can get a pretty good idea. That's right at a 9 1/4. I'm locking it, and then that's right at 9 1/4. So if there was a disparity, you'd be able to see it too. Okay, so 1/4 inch. Now they warn you not to over tighten these. Okay, so I just want to kind of get it to engage first. Now, it's nylock, so it's kind of almost hard to tell when it starts engaging. Okay. So far, so good. So if it starts popping, you over tighten it. So back it off a little bit. Hopefully you didn't go so far that it broke. We did not break. It just popped once at me. So, all right, so that's good. So now we need to just basically, hey, look at that. That's bent. Oh, dang it. See that? Look, it's bent right there.
Is it supposed to be?
I kind of highly doubt it. That's not supposed to be bent. I wish I would have noticed that before I glued it in. Guys, I totally missed that. I'm not 100% certain that I'm right, but I'm pretty sure I'm right. Because that's why this wouldn't fit, because I was kind of studying that. And I said, why does that not go flat? Because this is bent.
Oh, okay.
Right there. So what I need to do is I need to brace it here. And then I need to try to just straighten it real quick. It should be super easy. Okay, it's already fixed. See? Look. Do you agree that that looks right now? Mm-hmm. Okay, good.
I'm glad I noticed that.
Thanks for bringing that up. Mm-hmm. So then when we do this, my only concern is like, okay, so when we do that, that's going to bring this over into alignment with the bottom of the plane. So I guess I say concern, but it's really not technically a concern. Also, that's going to stop the epoxy from dripping down. This is going to be magnetically attached. I'm trying to decide if I want to just epoxy the thing on and be done with it. Because can you imagine that coming off the first flight?
Does it seem?
Oops.
Are you sure?
Oops. Oh, crap. I got epoxy on there. Guess that's permanent now. I guess that's not coming off of there. Did the instruction manual suggest that?
I think it specifically said not to.
It did?
No.
Oh, I was going to say, that'd be kind of weird. Because honestly, that thing is going to be the first thing to fly off of there. And I'll be like, hey, while you're filming, watch that thing.
I'll have to go find it in the cornfield.
Hold on, I'm doing a high-speed pass.
Sounds
Watch that
super
first.
fun.
Okay.
Can't wait.
So now we need to figure out what those screws are.
Yep.
I did not do that while you were gone. My apologies. Okay, so there's not really too many screws that would fit that. So it's got to be these ones. See, they're all the same. So, or they sure. Oh no, sorry. These look. Oh yeah, that's the right size.
Do you have a screwdriver over here?
No, I'm just gonna do it with no hands.
Oh, cool. What do you want?
Probably it's China screwdriver. I'm guessing the black one. Hey, there's also like 37 more of them in our drawer. If you can't find the single one over there, there's like 37 in the drawer right there.
Oh,
Ooh, I do need to wipe the seam because I see right here there's a little bit of epoxy coming out. So if you can work on grabbing the Q-tip for me. Okay, so this is like super easy. I'm just putting in the screws, getting the alignment sort of where I think it needs to be so that it's square and true on both sides. And then I'm tightening the last one in the center when I'm all done. Okay. Then I'm gonna go back and just torque them each to make sure that they're all tight. And they are. Okay, Q-tips. So now there's just hardly any, but just a little teeny bit of seep. Then on this side, there's quite a bit more if you want to. Did you already show them?
yeah.
Okay, so you see it's starting here and it goes to here. So I'm just gonna pull that out. It's really thick, so. And one more time maybe for good measure. See how it's super thick? Do you want to show them what alcohol looks like? We could try, let's try alcohol. We'll pause, get some alcohol. Okay, so this might be kind of hard to see, but there's just a little bit of residue there, and it's not going to necessarily come off super easy. So if you take that alcohol, you should be able to clean that off real easy. Okay, see how it's breaking down the bond? Yep, and it just cleans right off of there. So if you're in a critical area, that would work really good. And it's not hard to work with the epoxy if you use a longer epoxy. The 30 minutes makes a big difference compared to the 5. 5-minute epoxy, you got to pretty much be on it. Because like I said, you're mixing it for 30 seconds or 45 seconds before it starts getting creamy white. And then basically you have to apply it. And that can all happen pretty quick. Okay, cool. So that's satisfactory in my opinion. This thing looks like it's out of square. I don't know if you want to try to show them that. You see this landing gear, how it's out of square? See how it's out of square? Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. I need to get the green lineman pliers to hold that. The lineman pliers will hold the spring part on the bottom, and then we'll just kind of tweak that so it's square. These are the sort of steps that are a lot easier to do now than they are when you try to get ready to fly. And you wouldn't have to square this, but I want it to be square. So watch what I'm going to do. I'm going to secure this so it doesn't pivot. I'm just bending it. I really kind of need to switch hands. Sorry. Okay, so we can just hold this right here. You can also probably hold right there too. Because I just need to see if I can get this to twist. Nope, that's not going to work. Not enough. I need to bring it down just a hair. That's square now. Now whether or not that's true this direction is another thing. That's another issue to deal with. Okay. So I think I'm gonna hold this right here and then I'm gonna just pull it over a hair. I'm guessing you guys won't have to do that as much as I had to because I think mine got bent. Okay. Can you help me support that, please? Like, get it back. Fix that front thing. There you go. Okay. All right. So now this is, let's check our measurements again. It probably would still slip if we needed it to. Yep, 9 1/4 still. 9 1/4. Now, I'm not worried about seep on the top because I don't think it would, but let's look at this. These screws, show them from the side. You see those screws?
Big gap.
Big gap back here. So I need to tighten this one more. That was my bad. Gosh, I didn't realize I was that far off either. Okay. All right, so now let's flip this plane. Now I'm just doing a close inspection of the seams. Okay. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to make a 90-degree angle here and just make sure everything is in perfect alignment here for square wise. And I think what I want to do is I want to let this hang down and then I can look at a surface like this window. I trust that that window is probably pretty level. And I want to just see how square. I'm just sighting down and looking at this line as my level basis. And then I'm just seeing if I can get it to, in fact, I can hold it like this and it'll have a pendulum effect. It looks pretty dang good. There's also, we've got these mutton bars on the window. Or what are those? Those aren't mutton bars. Grills.
Grills, grids.
Yeah, grids. They call them grids at Pella. Those are Pella windows. Do you hear that noise? I keep hearing like a single, like super light. That's not it. It's up here. It's this. It's the lock washers. That's the noise. Then I'm hearing those. Those are servo wires. Okay, great. So we're not, there's probably just a little teeny tiny bit of epoxy that got right here. So I'm just gonna wipe this down a little bit to clean that off. We should be good. Okay, so now at this point, we've got pretty much the plane parts, individual parts put together, except for the motor mount, which needs to be remounted. Let's see what they recommend for the next step. We need to tighten that wheel collar too. That was something we haven't done yet. We're already to receiver install. When did we put the wing on?
Not sure.
Oh, they're suggesting putting in the receiver before the wing goes on. That could be.
Oh.
Okay, see all this hardware? Mm-hmm. That is a very small pile of hardware for a plane of this nature.
Yeah, it
Just
is.
gonna lay it right there. Yeah, there's just not very many components, which is great. Let's see what happens next time. Oh yeah, they've got the wing and stuff. Okay. Yeah, this is all pretty straightforward stuff. Oh, look at that. You have to, when using the dummy radial engine, the openings between the cylinders need to be removed to allow for air cooling. Well, why the heck aren't they removed?
Oh.
Well, what the heck?
You have to cut them out?
Why don't they cut them out?
Yeah.
Okay, well, maybe it's easier than it looks. Maybe it's terrible. I don't know. That looks pretty terrible to me. While that stuff is setting up, why don't we cut this? Do we have like a chunk of cardboard, I suppose? Or should I just go on here?
Make it like a cutting board.
Okay. Yeah, cutting board's probably a good idea. Let's try that.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so they kind of left a little bit of material here so that they could, oh my goodness, that stuff is thick. That is kind of hard to cut. This blade has a little bit of a bend in it. Mm. It makes it a really annoying process to cut straight like that. I wonder if I should get a brand new blade. I don't know. This might be a bit of a pain here. Oh, there we go. Now it's cutting a lot easier. See, once you're into the seam, it cuts really pretty clean and easy. I almost feel like it's almost like it's perfed, guys. But it's not. I'm doing cleaner cutting jobs. What do you think of that process, Megan?
Probably not gonna be my favorite part, but
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just not sure.
I mean, you're kind of committed now, right?
I don't know, maybe.
So you don't have to use that piece?
Use silicone adhesive to glue the silicone adhesive. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you don't have to. You can just do it so it's ugly.
That's what I was waiting for.
No, it's, oh, look. I found a seam where I put the blade through and it just like was a perfect cut. It's just like if you get right in the corner, then you can just follow along super easy. But then when you get up to the top, it's maybe not so easy. I mean, I understand you got to cool the engine. You got to keep the motor cool. That makes total sense. But just...
This is a strange step to
Well,
have to do.
It seems, yeah, I was going to say they've done so many other steps. It just kind of seems like not customary in this build. Maybe I can pull this back and just kind of seam it like this so I've got a good cut point. So it's cleaner because I didn't feel like that turned out very nice.
It was very clean.
Maybe how about this? How about I just do this and then I'll cut it from the backside like this. Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Okay.
That was a lot easier too. I don't know if that's gonna be seen or not. I have canopy scissors that have a weird fold on the end. I'm serious, I do.
Okay.
This would be like the third time I've used them in my life. Kind of excited to have a reason to use them. Okay, so do you want to show the people from like maybe where I'm looking too? Instead of just like back there. Hey, you see how close this knife is to my fingers? Mm-hmm. Yeah, just be careful. So I don't end up chopping my fingers off. That would make it harder to fly.
Probably.
I mean, I have been known to stab myself on camera for, you know, just to get demonetized. That'd be terrible. It's like, man demonetizes YouTube channel over stabbing, self-stabbing.
Should we spare them?
Yeah, you've seen
next 10?
what you need to see. We'll see you in a couple minutes, guys. All right, so where we left off, we were trimming these out and we took a couple minutes, cleaned up, and then also I wanted to show you this trick that works generally on certain plastics. You can get away with it. So I want to show you how to go from one of these rough edges where I just use scissors to cut that little tail there to making it more like this, where it's kind of cleaner. Just heat it up a little bit, let it kind of relax, and then you can just like stick your finger or your thumb in there and just roll the corner. Let it cool for a second. It's not even hardly hot. Sometimes it takes a couple of tries to get it the shape you want and to make the seams look clean. But then you can make that looks a lot cleaner than this one here. There's some little imperfections in my cut. Okay, and then I can just push that back. And that should be hidden up inside the cowl, but just in case. But you see that looks a lot more specific.
Yeah, it looks a lot nicer. Finished.
Tailored, yeah. And then you can do the same thing on the inside corners of the engine. Okay, then you end up with a much cleaner, no rough edges like this. Like this, just heat it up. Okay. See, just heating it up made a big difference on that one. I don't even have to really roll it. But you can if you want. Okay. Then like here you see how there's like a high point there. I don't know if you guys can see, but I'll just heat that up. And then I can just kind of pull that around. It actually strengthens the corner too, because it's got a fold in it now. Then once that sets up, it's harder and stronger. Okay, which is generally what we're going for, harder and stronger, right? Okay, so we'll just do like that. So here on Brian Phillips RC, was try to share with you as much of this build process as we can like reasonably share without being just completely insanely too long. And this build's been pretty easy actually. It's just, I mean, it's a little bit more involved than a typical bind and fly or plug and fly, because it's more of like an ARF model. But it's gonna be sweet when it's done. And this has been pretty much a one evening project, I would say. We're not quite done yet, but it should be by the time we're done. It'll be a one evening project. And you know, if you weren't filming it, it'd probably go a little bit quicker, I would imagine. Anything on camera pretty much takes twice as long. Or maybe not quite twice as long, but it just takes a lot more effort. Certain aspects of it are pretty easy, and then I would say most of it is just kind of like, you know, mixing up CA or using CA versus epoxy. That takes a little extra time. See, got that nice and sturdy now. Just kind of look and see where it feels like it needs to be flattened out, and see how much cleaner it looks now. And remember, the objective is not necessarily to, you know, melt it for the sake of melting it. It's to make it consistent, because it was actually kind of hard to cut. Let's try not to do that spot. Just want to make the inside fold a little bit. I like to straighten that spot there. So I'll heat it on the outside. Just kind of lift that up a little bit. So yeah, so you guys kind of can see what we're doing here. It's pretty straightforward stuff. It's just kind of a one way to skin the cat sort of thing, you know. There's a million ways you can do it. But this is just one of the ways it works nice if you have the right type of plastic. Sometimes it'll curl up almost instantaneously, and you'll ruin it if you tried this at all. It's part of the reason why I wanted to show you guys, so you can know that for your own understanding if you decide to copy it. Plus, this happens to be black. You'll actually discolor the plastic a little bit if it's, you know, like if it was a lighter color or silver or something like that. So you want to be careful that you don't apply this to another design that's going to be a little bit more susceptible to the color change. Okay, so I think we're getting pretty dang close to where I would say we might be done. See, we're making our way back around. Just a little bit more attention on that one, and then we should be done. So there you got it. Now remember, a couple of these little imperfections are going to be unseen anyway. But then that's nice and clean. You don't have tons of those little stragglers from the plastic. And this was the bent scissors I was talking about. They work real nice for making trimming spots that are tight, like this spot. Let's say you needed to trim that, then you can get in there and make that cut. Whereas normally you would have a real hard time getting straight scissors like these scissors, more conventional scissors. You can't even reach that spot very good. See, because like even though I can cut, I can't make it actually cut it off of there because you can't get that lift in the way. Okay, so now that I'm done cutting that, a little bit of heat to it around the edge and make it look pretty. And then get ready to mount it. Pretty sweet. I'm happy with it. I still think that should have been done for us, but whatever. It is what it is. All right, so how does that get mounted then, camera crew?
Well, they recommend silicone adhesive.
So this goes inside of here, like all the way at the front.
Almost.
Like that. See what I'm talking about, guys? They recommend silicone adhesive, huh?
Yeah,
That does look pretty sweet, actually.
it does.
Definitely worth the extra effort, I would say. I want to heat. I want to see if I can get this. You can see this down here quite a bit. See that curled over portion there?
And it didn't really take that long.
Probably took me 15 minutes. It's not a big deal. I mean, shoot, we build some planes in 15 minutes. You got to remember.
Yeah.
Okay. So also, if you have one that's like a straggler like that, this works nice for that. You can heat up and let that do its thing. And you can reinforce that edge if you want to. And then sometimes that works real nice to where you can rip it off of there without fear that you're going to cut that seam there. And I've not been burned doing this yet, so that's always good. So just be a little bit careful when you're doing it. Okay, so they're suggesting that we use a silicone type glue, huh? Yeah, I don't know what type of glue would be a silicone type glue. I mean, obviously silicone would be one option, but we don't really have that type of glue. We have mucilage, we have CA, we have Formula 540, which would be like a canopy glue. That might actually do the job. We could also try to hot glue it, but I just don't know that that's going to hold up in the long run. And it's glued against this imperfect surface, you know. I understand that they don't want us to use screws and stuff, though. It makes sense in this application. So I'm just going to push that forward, kind of let that get wedged in there. And you could epoxy it in there too. Be one option. Now that we put all the epoxy away. What do you think? That Model 5 formula, that Formula 450 or whatever, it takes forever to set up.
It does. It'd be kind of nice if it was something that was a little quicker to set up.
Yeah. If you use hot glue, it's going to deflect the shape a lot.
How about CA?
CA would probably hold it. Okay, let's try CA for a minute. We'll try CA and see. Plus, then if we need to break it free, we can definitely break it free. Now, the other thing is, if you look at this simulated motor, I wonder if we need to cut like 2 or 3 of those so they're opened. Because like that one you can definitely see.
Oh.
What are your thoughts on that? I mean, I'm not real thrilled about the concept of cutting that out, and that out. I almost feel like we just leave it for the sake of simplicity, you know, kind of make it look similar.
Yeah.
We could also try to use tape to hold that in. You want to see how this goes first? Hey, having trouble seeing. Wonder if I need to, here, I can do that. Maybe. So I'll just do a little bit here, kind of a big blob. I don't know if you guys can see that. Ooh, is there any possibility you got Q-tips out? No, you don't.
I can go get them though.
Yeah, that'd be great. I'm just gonna let this roll around a little bit, and I'm gonna use some kicker to set that up. So you've just got a big puddle of it on the bottom. This will help set up the CA too. I'm sorry, it's yeah, it's kind of running.
I know you gotta see.
No, it's just that it's running. I gotta keep it running where it needs to run. Now this is a gap filling, non-foam safe Bob Smith Industries product. So there's, you know, again, it's the stuff you can get at any local hobby shop, or you can order it a million different places. I do have links, obviously, but I don't think Horizon sells this stuff. They sell their own brand, something like that. I don't know. Okay, so we'll do a little bit there. I'm gonna let that sit. What'd be smart is if I were to, you know, like actually put some cotton in here, and then that cotton would bridge that gap. It's like, for instance, if I left that there and just let it set up, just right there, and then when it sets up, I can just pull out the cardboard. Okay. That's not setting up the way I expect it might. Ooh, there we go. See it steaming?
Oh, yeah.
Now the chemical reaction's happening. See? Getting hot.
I'm gonna turn the flash on for a second so they can see.
That's a great idea.
You're
Thank
done.
you. That was a great idea. Sorry, I was looking for a liquid. Okay, so now that that's glued, yeah, I was hoping that would stay, but that's fine. If it comes off, that's also totally fine. So now, it's kind of burning my eyes. Yours too?
No,
Oh, really?
I'm further away though.
Like superhuman.
Yeah.
Okay, so now I'm gonna do, can you shine that up over my hand so I can see? That helps a lot.
Okay.
So I'm just gonna kind of cover this little territory here. Going pretty heavy on this. I think I know why they wanted us to use a silicone-based glue. Because
Fill
this is,
in the...
well, just because the indisparity in materials, but then also just if you think about the amount of vibration that's going to be happening up here, there's going to be a potential for a lot of vibration. This kicker is just kind of not setting this stuff up very quick, is it now? I wonder if I'm just not getting in there and getting it actually dipped in there. little bit quicker process there that time. I don't know if you guys can tell, that was a pretty quick reaction.
Yeah, that was,
More like what I expected.
yeah.
Maybe I'm just a little low. Hard to tell. Oh yeah, we're pretty low. Might need to get a little more of that. Yeah, that's gonna be fine. It looks fine. It's not gonna. Ooh, feel how hot it is. Touch it.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's like probably
That's crazy.
200 degrees maybe.
I don't know if it's that hot, but it's.
It's more than 150 because
Yeah.
you can't hold your hand on it. That is really hot. Holy
Yeah.
crap. Yeah, that's really hot. I hope I don't melt. Hope I don't melt the finish. Okay, so then now we just kind of complete that process all the way around in a number of different places. Just more or less same exact procedure. So we'll pause because this is pretty boring stuff to watch. But this will work. Give me the flash. Okay. So we've got this glued in here, and it's, as you can see, it's solid. I mean, we're able to hold that totally. So I felt like that worked pretty good. I mean, silicone glue would be easier solution if you've got it. But if you don't have it, we just use quite a bit of CA to kind of bridge the gap. Then we use kicker to go around. You could break that free too, which is kind of nice. The silicone glue would be hard to get out of there. Okay, so that's done. What's next?
I think we're actually going to install it, right? So do you need to put the motor back on?
Oh yeah, we got to put our motor back on. So you remember our motor mount was broken back here. So it should be super easy to get it back on there. I don't suspect it's going to be anything special. I mean, obviously the epoxy and everything is held up just fine. So.
Are you going to put Loctite on those? You mentioned that at the beginning.
Yeah, probably. I probably should. So there's a square, and I think that wire needs to go through the square. And then the power cord, I don't know which side the power cord came through. I think we'll be able to adjust that later. Yeah, that's pretty easy. Okay, so on this one, can you, while I'm getting the Loctite, can you hold that there? Mm-hmm. The other thing is I have a drill, so I guess I'll probably just try to use the drill.
Oh, okay.
Because that'll make it a little easier. It's an impact. I mean, I'm not going to impact them in there. I'm just going to use the impact to make it quicker to screw them in and get them there.
Okay.
So we're just using like a blue Loctite, which is just what we have sitting around. Nothing super special about this, whatever Loctite you've got. And if you don't have Loctite, you can just use glue. A little bit of glue, not a lot, a little bit. This is a number 2 tip, and you can see it's a little bit much for those screws, see? Like in a pinch, it'll work, but it wants to tip out. I don't have to worry about them stripping, I don't think, though, with this, so I'm gonna go with this tool for the job. Okay, those little lock washers are dropping down. Okay, then the last one. Okay, so yeah, there's definitely some Loctite on there, so that's fine. Loctite always seems to be a bigger mess than you think it's going to be, by the way. Mm-hmm. I don't know why that is. Oh, that one's completely out. So, I guess I probably need to get another one. Luckily, we have a bunch of them up here. These are like these single-use tubes, and they usually work pretty good. This is Formula 242, but it's blue. There's blue and red are the two, kind of the big, there's also yellow.
Oh,
but
really?
But one of them is said to be a little bit more of like a permanent hold, and then one is said to be more of a temporary hold. And it just, see, that's not wanting to break free because I have to poke it with this tool. Sometimes you can do it without poking the tool, and then other times you can't. This time, yeah, see? Immediately dripped. Why Loctite? That's way better now because it was just the thinner before. Now this, you guys know I'm not a big fan of Loctite on foam planes because Loctite, the solvent that suspends the locking agents. Han, I need you to hold that plane with your hand.
Yep, switch hands.
Okay, just hold it and I can get this started. Okay, yeah, you can just kind of keep a hand so it doesn't fall. Now I gotta fight these 2 wires. We're just tripping up on themselves. All right, so I'm gonna get this onto the screwdriver first. Work just a little bit of Loctite on there. That's what I meant to happen. It's all part of the plan. Okay. If you could continue to hold, that'd be super fantastic. Okay, so that's mostly tight. Okay, so the other side is mostly tight. And this is just to kind of make it right, because we had our frame was broken from shipping. Again, probably honestly shouldn't have been broken, but whatever. I'd rather not wait for the part, so.
Right. Where did you mark your up? Like you were, did we check your?
I marked the piece that was, I knew
Oh,
which
that's
direction.
right.
I knew which direction up was because the counterweights were
Yeah,
up.
we just marked out
I
the
thought it
piece
was
that
sort of
broken off.
uniquely weird that the counterweights were up. I was like, why wouldn't the counterweights be on the bottom? Why'd you make it top heavy like that? Which, to be honest with you, I suppose I could put that the other way, because the ESC is also on the bottom, which is, oh, but you need the battery to be on the bottom, I think.
Right.
I was gonna say, because ordinarily you'd want the ESC on the top so the heat could dissipate quicker and easier, or more efficiently, but whatever. I'm gonna do it the way it's supposed to be for stock configuration. That's why clearly we used silicone glue
Right.
for this. Okay, so
Hey,
then
we did use epoxy.
yeah, I know. I'm proud of us. We're like really
I'm pretty impressed.
getting up in the ranks there.
Following directions.
Yeah, I know. Okay, so now we need to bolt this on to, how in the heck are we gonna get screws through there? Down at the bottom, you see where those 2 screw holes are?
Nope.
I do. Is there like some trick to get this on here? Look.
I mean, there are steps.
Hey, are you paying attention? You see those tabs? They go down there and they align up. But like, I'm not seeing, it feels like I'm bound up with something and I don't know what it is, unless it's just simply the motor. Not upside down or anything. Definitely not upside down. Is there like some standoff we're supposed to be doing there? Yeah, they show putting the screwdriver into that awkward spot. And then these are the screws that you're gonna use. They're gonna go in there. Wonder if we need to do a little Loctite on those. I'm gonna do a little Loctite on those now, so that I can get them into the threads here instead of trying to. I put them on the tip of the screws too, but this is just gonna give us a little teeny bit of extra hold. I don't even know if the instructions said, but I don't need the instructions to tell me that.
Do you have washers or whatever you need on those too?
There's washers.
Yeah,
Oh no,
I think so.
Camera crew. I can't figure out how to get this thing to fit. Is it hitting that thing?
I can't figure out where it's actually gonna go.
Can you come over here and look from this side, please? Because I can only see one side at a time. I feel like I'm hitting something, but it's so hard to tell what I'm hitting. There it goes. There it goes. Now I just got to do that same thing over here, probably. Yeah, there it goes. Ooh, that sounds terrible. Gonna flip this plane over. Okay, so now I'm hitting the motor. What am I not? Why am I not clearing? You know what? I think I'm just gonna fight this for a second and then I'll come back and let you guys know what I found out what's going on. Look, there's a little spot right here. Can you see that?
Yeah. Are
There's
you?
like, Megan, let me see the camera. Right here, guys. That's where I'm bound up. It's gonna be real hard to figure that out. So I have to move the cowl that way. There it goes. That was the first step. You know what? I think I probably have to do that on the other corner too.
It looks.
That one's seated.
Yeah, that one looks like it's seated.
Okay, I gotta look from a different angle here. That's seated. That's seated. That is not seated for some reason. What am I bound on though? There it goes. There it is. It's on now.
Okay. Let's.
I don't know what I was hitting, but
It's
oh, hey,
definitive.
come look. There we go. I was stuck on the motor the last little bit.
Oh.
Okay, so that's fair enough. Now it's seated all the way. That was a weird fit. I mean, now that it's in, it's good. But I mean,
Yeah,
goodness
that's kinda strange.
gracious. That was awkward. So you said washers, or was there just lock washers?
Doesn't
Or
it say?
lock washer and washer? Okay. Geez, that's like, we're gonna be like out of hardware here pretty quick. That's great. See, lock washer and then washer. And we just need to do that 4 times. So I'm gonna just get one started first and then we'll see. I think it's a little easier to get them from the top. So that's what I'm gonna start with.
Okay.
You know, I think it's probably wise to do a little bit of Loctite on this step too.
Okay.
Just, I don't want to have these things come out because, like I said earlier about vibration, this is going to tend to have a little bit of vibration going on. We did put Loctite in the actual nut, the blind nut, but the best thing to do is to put it on the tip of the screw and then let it work its way through the threads as it's passed through. That's an awkward place to have to try to start a screw. And that is why I don't want to put Loctite on the actual screw, because now I've got a washer down there somewhere and I have to find it and get it out of there, which is going to be challenging. Trying to decide if, why don't we pause, we'll find that and then come right back. Okay, so you can't get a screwdriver in there. They literally have a hole machined out of the wing, or not the wing, in the rib of the fuse. So it should be a pretty straightforward process to get these tightened. It's just awkward to physically fit everything in that spot. So there's 4 of these screws. As soon as I get this first one tight, then that'll hold the cowling on there. Then I can flip the plane upside down and knock the washer free that I dropped on the first one. Okay, so now camera crew, just watch with me. There it goes.
Yep.
I found it. Okay, so now I'm curious. The bottom is going to be like basically like we're going to be blind doing it.
Oh, okay.
Have you got the screws ready by chance?
No.
Okay, so this is going to be the bottom one. And you can see it's going to go into this hole here, and then it's going to go up. This is going to be very awkward to get to this one. It is very crazy to think about the amount of effort that we all have to go through to build these things just to save a shipping size. Because this had a big box.
It was.
And if you really get down to it, you want to know why we're building this right now? Because the size of the shipping box. That is gotta be the way, the reason. How in the heck are we gonna do that? Maybe I'll just get the other top one first, because I can reach that one easier. Because I can see it right here. It's up at the top, but it's not this top 2 ones here. It's just an awkward spot to get to, especially when you got Loctite on there. Now, a little trick you can do if you got tons of time, you can put the Loctite on like the day before and you can let it dry and it'll set up on there and then you can still kind of do the job, which is nice. But now I'm gonna get Loctite all over my fingers in order to get that started. It's not a big deal, but I always thought Loctite made your fingers slick for a long time after you got them on there. It's something about the solvent, yeah. Huh. So I always try to wash it off as soon as possible. But then you always have to tighten the bolts. So you get it all over the tool you're holding. Okay, so we're tightening that. I don't really see anything strange, like it's pulling in or popping or hissing from breaking balsa wood or breaking the plywood here. A lot of these pieces are actually plywood. I gotta rinse my hands just to get that stuff off of there. Yeah. So I think those two bottom screws are gonna be pretty strange, like pretty tough to get in there. And I'm not sure how we're gonna start them even. We did notice that we have lock washers, but then there's two washers here, but they're too small. So I don't know if they gave us the wrong ones or if we like used the wrong ones somewhere, because I kind of doubt that. Because remember, we only used washers on the back, and it was pretty evident that those were the right washers, I thought. These won't even fit on. See, they're too small. See, wait, they're just too small, period. So I don't know. Why don't we go to the RTL fasteners? So we've got these RTL fasteners kits. So we have links to these. They've saved the day a few times. I don't know if this is so critical, but it looks like this is probably the right size. So that's the piece, number 2 flat washers. Okay, so that came as part of the standard kit number 9155, if you want to give them just a quick shot of that. I'm going to just grab a couple of those. I'm not 100% sure that's the right size though. No, it looks like we got to go up one size. My apologies, folks. Looks like we're going to have to go up to this. Let's show them that one there. I don't know if they shorted us here. It's kind of, I'm trying to figure out if we put the wrong one. That's a perfect fit though. That'll definitely work. So that's the size we used out of that kit. Okay. I'd recommend if you guys can tolerate spending a little bit of money on those, it is so nice to have those things around. For when you run into situations like this, it is so much better to just have it lying around than having to hold up your build over some stupid bolt missing. Okay, so I'm gonna see if I can get that started this way, because then I can grab onto the threads like this. And let's see if I can get a little bit of Loctite on there. Not much this time. Now the plane's gotta be flipped up. Just like this. We're gonna try to get it in there. And I don't think we're gonna be able to reach, not even close. Yeah, see, I can barely, I can see it from above actually. I can see it this way. So if I do it like this, I wonder if I can do it.
Do you want me to come around and help hold?
Yeah, I need you to hold the fuse, just vertical, just right there, grab inside there, okay? So then I can take this and I have to go in here and drop it in. Oh yeah, that's so much easier. You gotta actually hold it still, please. That it?
Yep.
Okay, then you can press them in and then it's not so critical. I'm just grabbing it like this, and then can you see what's going on?
No.
Why don't you move your body over by the sink and then you'll be able to kind of hold and see, I think. See? Just grab the side. There you go. See? Right here, that's where we're going to. Okay, and you can just force that down. That's an awkward angle though. So now once you're in, then you can take this little access. Can you hold that steady, please?
Sorry.
Okay. See, the screwdriver's sticky now.
Oh.
You can let go now.
Okay.
Yep. It's just one of those steps where you need 3 hands to do it.
For sure.
Okay, so This build process has been actually pretty smooth.
It has.
It's not been hard. It's just kind of one of those things where it's just a lot of steps. But honestly, for an ARF, plug-in fly ARF, I feel like this has been pretty reasonable. We've done some that take a lot longer and require a lot more steps, like putting on every control arm, putting on every hinge, lubricating every hinge, knuckle, bending wire, building landing gear, assembling landing gear. There's a lot of steps in this that we're not having to do, which is cool.
And
by the way, I think that might be wrong where I put those things through. I don't think that's right. In fact, I'm not 100% sure, but I think I'm wrong. Yeah, I think it just goes along the side. See, look at this. This is just supposed to be here, guys. I think that's supposed to be right there.
Oh, just your wires.
Yep,
Oh,
because
okay.
this, yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I was just wrong, just plain wrong. See this? Here's the smart lead. I want to try to grab that and pull that back through. Can you even see what I'm doing there? I'm sorry. I'm trying to make it so you guys can see, but sometimes when you're fighting wires that are not behaving, you kind of got to get the job done before you can work on film readiness. See this? That's probably the smarter way to do that, Brian. Because the wing's going to butt up there, obviously. There we go. There's a ferrite core that's fighting me right there. You see that ferrite core there? That's a ferrite core. Okay, all right, cool. Honestly, I don't even know which direction the battery goes because it's like kind of hard to tell from this. All right, so we've got servos here. One is labeled as elevator and one is labeled as rudder. And they were suggesting that we put the receiver like over here, I think. I'll have to confirm the position, but I'll just do where they recommended. I don't really have a predisposition for one position versus another on the elevator or on the receiver. I could care less as long as it works. I think this is what we got to do next. Okay. It's a receiver, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so the receiver is supposed to go.
I think actually back a page.
Yeah, you're right. They're suggesting it mounted there. Gosh, that's not a very clear picture, is it? So the antennas are going to go toward the servos. But then this picture is somewhat ambiguous if you ask me. Because it's hard to tell what direction the plane's sitting. Okay, so we would ordinarily wait a little bit longer to talk about radio setup, but it does, you know, as far as I'm concerned, it makes sense to get this installed now, mechanically installed. Okay, now we don't need to use this little red wire because we have an Avian ESC, which is super nice. That'll make it just a little bit easier to install. But we're gonna have full range telemetry, and we're also gonna have a Vario if you want it, which is kind of cool, but also would be a little weird on a P-47. You guys aren't probably gonna be out thermaling with this plane, I'm guessing. And a Vario, if you're not aware, is a tone. It's an audio event in the telemetry field that's going to tell you whether you're ascending or descending by a certain rate, and you can define what that rate is. Okay, now we do have this technical manual here that gives a better picture. So it looks like the plane we're looking at is backwards, so it needs to be the other way. So it goes like this, and the antennas are going to go toward the tail. So it's going to be like right up here. So I'm going to take a minute and clean this stuff out of here because it's in my way. Okay, so we got some 3M tape. We figured out kind of where to move everything so it's out of the way. And this stuff, I usually cut it so that it's like, I want to take a little bit of thickness off of here because I don't like having it wrap the edges. Okay, so that's going to give us a pretty good secure bond. Now keep in mind this is not like indefinitely strong, okay? It's just one piece, one ply of basically like a balsa ply. I don't know which type of plywood it is. I think it's balsa wood because it's just a skin. So you do need to be kind of mindful on that because this thing needs to be fixed hard to the side of the plane because it's got a stabilizer in it. So it is spatially aware. And that's how it makes decisions for AS3X and safe. And just to be clear on our drawing, before we stick this down, I'm looking at the plane in the same orientation. The servos are to my right of where the servo is going to go or where the receiver is going to go. And then, of course, the cowl is up here. So this is going to go right there. I want to leave room for plugs and stuff, too. It's going to be a little bit awkward. Historically, I don't typically mount my servos sideways like this, but I've never really had a strong inclination to do it, but I know it can be done. Okay, so I'm just trying to kind of center that over the top of the wing. You can really get it stuck on there nicely with that 3M tape. Now, one thing you need to be careful about is this needs to go straight this way with the antennas this way or the antennas that way. You can't go sideways. If you go sideways, you won't be able to orient it correctly. So there's like 9 different or 12 or 14 different configurations, I forget. So now let's talk about the antennas. The antennas should be a pretty straightforward operation. Yes, you can loop those too if you need to. Like if that's a satisfactory place where it ends up, that's fine. It actually doesn't hurt anything. But I tend to just want to kind of get it away from all the action up here. Okay, so I'm probably just going to go, actually that loop worked pretty darn nice. See this?
Mm-hmm. I did.
Okay, so I think in this case, I'm going to just tape it. If it stays, then we're good. And if it doesn't stay, then we'll address it differently.
Okay.
Diversity antennas want to be 90 degrees relative one another. Okay. And the reason that they want to be 90 degrees relative one another is so that they can pick up at different points. Like if this one's getting good, strong signal at one point, then the other one can be getting good, strong signal at another point. So then the idea is you have diversity of signal reception, okay? And if you have diversity, then that's going to help to maintain good signal. And I can tell you from experience, we have almost never had problems with signal. I mean, we have, but generally it's been on our other off-brand receivers. So, okay, so now the other one could, I mean, if we wanted to put them in the same spot, you could put them here, or you could bring it up here, and you could run it in a different position, which would be probably kind of wise. I want to run it along that little rail and just keep it in this cavity. And what I'm going to do is you can go vertical or you can go horizontal, or excuse me, you can go horizontal, but it'd be kind of a pain in the neck because you'd have to run it along one of these ribs. So what I'd rather do is kind of use up some of that slack. See what I'm doing? Just kind of walking that slack back. And once I get it where I want it, I want that to be vertical. And that's not vertical, that's mostly horizontal. Okay, so once I get that so that it can go vertical, ooh, see, I kind of like that.
Yeah, that seems protected.
Yeah, it's in the corner, it's a strong point. Only problem is it's gonna be kind of challenging for me to hold it in place. Maybe I can use this double-sided tape just to hold it temporarily and pull it forward a little bit. So I might also, maybe I can just put double-sided tape in that corner and see if that holds it nicely. Stuff is hard to get the backing off of. I wonder if you guys have come up with some amazing idea to have better luck with that. I certainly haven't. Okay, forceps might come in handy for this, don't you think?
Yeah, maybe so. Instead of trying to get your whole hand
Don't
in there.
cramp down on there. You have to be very gentle with your forceps when you start dealing with this sort of apparatus. Okay. And you might be thinking to yourself, but Brian, that's gonna chew through more signal than other adhesive choices. That might be true. But I just kind of like the idea of having it really protected. But I do, if it doesn't stick, then it's not going to be very effective. Okay, so now I'm just kind of, whoa, see, it wants to release every time. That's not cool. Then you see I'm going to grab this and put it back up on that ledge. I don't know if you guys can tell, but it's just kind of riding this ledge. It's working really nice. If I can just get it to stay there, that would be ideal. And at this point, I kind of have it stuck to where it's staying, sort of.
We're at 15% on your phone.
Okay, well, that's gonna work out well for our plan then. Okay. %15 memory or 15% battery?
Battery.
Oh, okay. And we'll be good. Let's say we shouldn't be low on memory.
Nope, we're good on memory.
Okay, so you guys are probably thinking to yourself, but Brian, why are you doing tape? Like, this is kind of like a, this has got a little bit more permanence to it than some of your other foamies that you fly. And that's true. But really, my experience with receivers, with respect to receivers, has been, I've not had problems. So I just do it the easy way, and they usually look pretty nice at the end. The tape is not visible. It's not like you're gonna make a housing. If you wanna glue a piece of, like drinking straw, you can do that. But just keep in mind, the more thickness you go through, the more signal loss you get, okay? So obviously drinking straw would be fine. You'd mount your drinking straw and then you can feed it through. I like stirs myself because they're thinner, or they're smaller. The opening is thinner, but they have a thicker outside material. Okay, so let's just show them real quick so they can see. This one goes vertical, this one goes horizontal. You could also have one extend all the way and go flat like this, and then have one flat like this. You could put them in the same cavity if you want, but I kind of like the idea of picking up signal from different angles. Okay, so we're actually done with that step. So what's the next step? We're gonna move along quick now, I think, because we should be pretty much ready to put the wing on, right? Oh, well.
Plus a fin, right?
Yeah, because we're gonna do radio setup, guys. We'll do that all at once. And I already know that the ESC is gonna plug into the first signal. Oh shoot, this has got the smart ESC, so I forget, I think gray is signal on this. See this, guys? Ordinarily, you'd have an obvious signal and an obvious ground, but this one's gray. So I think it goes like this, and that goes into the first port, but not the first. It's actually port 1, rather, I should say. And I haven't actually plugged one in for so long, I kind of forget how that works. I think that's the way that goes on port 1. And then rudder and elevator. I could just turn on the radio and find out where they plug, because I just did a model that's going to be essentially the exact same setup.
Yep.
So because the wing type's going to be flaperons, we can go ahead and look at this. So on the Stearman, we had throttle, then right aileron, then elevator. So elevator is right here. So if this is elevator, that's on port 3, right? So signal is going to go toward us. It's actually a lot harder than I thought to plug these in from this angle.
Yeah,
Maybe it would have made better sense to plug them in before we actually mounted that. I thought it'd be easier doing it this way. They said specifically 1 thickness of 3M tape too. Because I thought, if you did 2, you could reach in there a little bit easier. Okay, so that's port 3, right? Oh, they didn't line up straight. Gosh, I can't think of a time having so much trouble plugging in stupid servo cables. There we go. Okay.
And then rudder would be 4.
Is that what it says? So 1, 2, 3, 4. And when we do radio setup, we'll go through the entire exhaustive setup so you guys know what's going on. We're not going to leave you high and dry. Okay, so that all hooked up pretty good. And then these 2 wires just need to probably be bound together, physically bound together with like a zip tie or something to keep them from getting cut off when we put the wing on. You think, or just do nothing? I could go with do nothing probably on that too.
Okay.
The ESC wire is just like really long too. Kind of almost feel like I need to go through. I wonder.
Go through that little hole.
Yeah, I
and,
wonder
like,
what.
guide it.
Yeah, I wonder if that's supposed to be that way. Sure looks like they did. I could also zip tie it, but it would be nice. I'm gonna go ahead and unplug this. Okay, unplug at your convenience. Goodness gracious. That 3M tape worked really good on that surface. Do you see there's 2 of them?
Oh, we're gonna go through like the little slot?
That's what I was thinking about. But it might be a bad idea though. I'm just not sure. Felt like the round hole maybe makes better sense. Is that what you were thinking?
I guess I was noticing that one first.
Okay, I'll go through there. I kind of agree with your theory there. So that's going to be on the second set of pins, which is actually port 1. And see, if I would have mounted it closer to where they did it, which was way up here, it would have been super hard to do this step. That's pretty nice and clean right now. I'm pretty satisfied with that, aren't you?
Yeah, it looks good so far.
Oh crap, I need to twist this once. Cable management is 90% done right now, and then 10% done later with zip ties and things when you're all done. If you neglect it now, it's a lot harder later too, by the way. So try your best to get this stuff done at this step if you can, and where possible. So, what do you think of that? It's pretty nice and clean. I like it. And just to get that to stay in place, why don't we go ahead and just put a little bit of tape. And I need to slide this down so I can actually get tape on it on both surfaces, above and below. And I've used CA on a step like this before, and it actually works pretty good. But you have to be like really committed to your cable management, and I would say that we're probably a little bit premature for that, to be actually gluing the wires physically to different points like that. Put a little bit more tape and we'll be golden. And yeah, this tape is, there's the only reason I'm doing this is because I want it out of the way in case I have to put a battery in, and I don't want to be tripping over the lead. So if you guys know what I'm talking about, leave it in the comments below. If you're still watching this video, leave it in the comments below, because we're always curious. I mean, these long videos are just tedious to film, but we know a lot of you guys really enjoy and get a lot of help out of it. So we try to do it as really a service to you, our audience. We appreciate you guys supporting us the way you do by watching all our videos, and then obviously buying the stuff from the links. That's really appreciated on our end. It actually makes a humongous impact on our ability to continue doing these videos. That's how we put out the content for free to you on YouTube, and then basically we end up making a small commission from the different companies that we work with, and that is how we fund our channel, in addition to a very small amount of support from a very loyal group of people that support us on Patreon. Patreon was something that we bucked for years. We just really didn't feel right kind of begging, if you will. But we said finally, we're like, whatever. If people want to support us, we're going to let them support us. And we have been really taken back by the level of support that we've received, and we really appreciate you guys. It's very cool to be part of such a cool community of people. So thank you. And our family thanks you. All right, so I'm going to just throw some tape around this as opposed to a zip tie, and the reason I'm doing that is to just keep it light. And then just keep those things lined up. Now I can slip them through. Okay, just like that. Okay, that worked about what I wanted. I mostly want it to look sweet when we're done at this point. Okay, so what is the next step there, camera crew?
Are we gonna put the top wing on right now?
The top wing? What?
Or the wing?
I was gonna say there's only one wing and it's on the bottom.
The wing.
Okay, cool. You confused me there a little bit. Okay, so there's that. Looks nice. Okay, so you're saying put the wing on.
I think I'll go around while you're messing with tape.
Yeah.
And look here for a second. We mounted our receiver. We plugged in. We are not going to hook up control horns yet, right?
Yeah, it doesn't really make sense to do that at this point, does it?
No, and we don't usually, so we can.
Yeah, we can't really do that because we would have to center everything, and we don't have it centered. Or we don't have any real good way of centering them without using a servo tester.
Right.
If you had a XBC 100 battery checker, it's also a servo tester, and you could use that at this point. you could center up your servos, but we're so close to being done with the wing and everything. And
Are you
just-
skipping tape?
What tape?
Tape on for the battery tray. You're not gonna put tape in. Right?
I'm not going to put any Velcro in at all.
Okay.
No.
So yeah, wing installation.
Wow.
Connect the leads for the aileron servos and retracts to the receiver.
Okay.
Slide the wing on the fuse, align the tabs.
Okay.
And then we are going to use those 2 nylon bolts.
Okay.
And then we can put that belly pan.
Yeah, the
Piece
cover. And then the plane's basically built.
Yeah, we'll see if we get that much.
Yeah, we'll try to get that done.
Battery.
And then I might have you just help me with cable management here.
Okay.
And also, just to be clear, guys, well, let's go ahead and pause for a sec. Okay, so we're just up against a little bit of a timeline issue here. So we're just going to peel off our tape. And the tape is kind of taped to the tape, so we got to be careful the way we pull the tape off so we don't damage the finish. Ooh, that stuck to itself more than I thought it might. This end, I was probably a little bit nicer. There we go. A little bit nicer to myself there. Okay, so that worked out pretty good. We'll untape that. Now these two are gonna stick to each other with the servo signal splitter, or joiner in this case, if you want to call it that. Then you can also, in my case, I just use this tape so I can just walk it back. So yeah, guys, we really appreciate you sticking around for these long builds. We know that the people that really need help are, let's just get right down to it. The people that need a lot of help are probably not going to be building this particular plane because it's definitely not what I would consider to be a super beginner's plane, but it's certainly not going to be nearly as advanced as, for instance, the Stearman over a shoulder here that we just built. And obviously you can, check our channel for reviews on that too. We're quite excited to see them both fly. At any rate, we love planes, so we're happy to see them all fly.
But if you're wanting to start transitioning to like a balsa plane, this build has been
Who's transitioning?
the airplane.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this plane has gone together really smooth.
Yeah.
It's a lot more steps than a run-of-the-mill plug-in fly, but I mean it's within the realm of what we do.
Yeah. I mean,
So
everything is fit, all the screws lined up,
yeah, I mean that plane was a lot harder because it didn't all go near as smooth.
There's a lot.
So they labeled it A and B, okay? What the heck does A mean? What does B mean? Why didn't they label it aileron right, aileron
Right.
left? Probably because it doesn't matter, because they weren't planning on to.
I
Okay.
don't see
I mean, I can just
anything specific.
figure it out myself here.
Right.
Okay, so as you can see, everything's done. Glue is taken care of. I'm just gonna drop this down. I mean, we'll be able to physically see with our eyes as we do this. Is that supposed to go through there? I don't think so. That's where the battery goes.
Oh.
Okay, so this drops in here. Yeah, glad we didn't put the... You see what I'm talking about? Mm-hmm. Glad we didn't put our wires through there like we were trying.
We would have figured that out.
It would have been slightly undermining our application. Okay, 2 nylon screws. Okay, so do we have a drill handy? I should use the drill.
Where'd you put it?
It's right here.
Oh.
So folks, some inside baseball for a minute. When we do these long videos, I know it's hard to believe, but what happens is we have, that is a flat screw.
Oh.
Why the heck would anybody use a flat screw? Seriously.
Extra excitement?
For extra, yeah, slotted screws, because like everybody loves slotted screws, in my parts. But a little inside baseball for you. When we do these long videos, sometimes, we have certain other deadlines going on in our life. And the deadline this evening is the place we order pizza from won't take an order after too much later.
Actually, they will, but it won't be on sale anymore.
Oh, is that what it
And
is?
somebody's
Okay.
a cheapskate.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, why would you know? You can't be dumb either. All right, so let's see if we can get that to fall down in there. I just feel like it's not all the way.
Not seated.
That one went all the way in. I wonder if I can loosen this one just a hair. Let it slack, and then I can maybe get this one to go. Yeah,
Okay.
good call. So just like putting on the nuts on your wheels, you want to start star pattern sort of style. So just take the 2 screws into a star pattern. Just a little bit on each. Get them down there into position. And then don't over tighten too much. And just kind of work it down, let it fall into position. And it's walking the nose of the wing in. This is where you really want a high quality model. This is where it's going to have good alignment. The angle of attack is going to be set perfect. You're not going to have to fight. That's where it really comes in handy. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so was there like a high power configuration versus a low power now that I sit and think about
Oh,
it?
wing installation? No.
Good.
Because then we go where
'Cause it's a
final
removable
assembly,
wing.
right? And then decal, CG, no.
And just for the record, you can get through to those. Okay, so now we just screw these in with screws?
Yes.
Awesome.
But I think it does say you can put 2 to 3 drops of thin CA
Yep.
on the belly pan screws.
Okay, so without further ado, we are gonna put in these screws right now and we'll come right back. Okay, so super easy. The screws go straight in. I didn't have to pilot drill at all. And shoot, where did I put my pile of screws? I feel like, oh, they're right here. Oh. So there was plenty of screws, and all I'm gonna do is basically get these started, and then I can flip the plane over and show you what we're gonna do next. Is we're probably gonna run out of daylight, if you wanna call that daylight, and we'll be coming back in the morning to go ahead and get the radio setup up to date. But as you can see, that thing is a thing of beauty. Holy cow. I am so excited to see this thing fly. It looks and feels really beautiful. Oh my goodness. And there we go. Get in there. There it is. And then slip it back. Oh, that is so cool. And we got a couple more steps, but we'll show you guys in the morning. Stay tuned, guys. It's a brand new day. Okay, so we really didn't do anything after the last clip ended. It just was so late. It was like 12:15. We had a long week. So we were just dying. We had to order pizza. So the pizza's been consumed. There's been some sleep that was enjoyed, and now we're back. This plane could have easily been built in an evening if we had a little bit more early start, because we started like 8 something.
A little more evening, yep.
So we spent what, like probably 3.5 to 4 hours on.
I think it was almost 9 when we actually started, so it's probably really like 3 hours.
3 hours?
Yeah.
And we're not that far from being done. We could have been done in another hour, but
Yeah.
we would have missed our deadline, and then people would have been even more angry at me than they already were. So you guys are familiar with that. If you're into this hobby, that looks so beautiful. I love that prop. But just to be clear, this is for 4S. Now, here's the thing. Horizon says this is for 4S, not 6S. I really don't understand why. But anyway, we're just gonna let you guys do what Horizon says, because they know better. 1280. So this is not gonna even stay on, but I'm gonna just put it on here like this so we can enjoy how sweet it looks. I'm not even gonna tighten it, just in case I accidentally get the motor going, it'll idle. So it'll only chop me up slightly.
Oh, good.
Okay, so we did half the decals off camera because we were setting up today. Also, we've got a battery sticky measure that people have suggested to me many times. I've had more than one, or I would name you guys. I would name you. But anyway, this stuff is what goes in the drawers of your cabinet drawers. And yes, I've actually done it before myself too, but we did one into this plane off camera, and it seemed to work really nice. So we're like, well, we'll just mimic that here. And anyway, so coming back, we are going to flip this. And I do notice also that the screws, if you want to just show them up there, we didn't get full penetration on those 2 screws, and I just noticed that. You see that?
From the inside?
Right here, look. See this right here? I gotta tighten that just a hair.
Okay.
So my apologies, guys. I must have missed that last night. And you were supposed to put a drip of CA on those. And that, normally I would completely agree, but these screws are in there solid, guys. And I just don't know if that's necessary. The other thing is that edge is pretty ugly. So it might be a good idea before you mount it to just trim the edges round, put a little radius on that, and it'll look nicer. Okay, so coming back, look how nice those decals are.
Yeah.
They actually went on super, super easy. So let's go ahead and continue. They give you a choice of 40 or 44. And yeah, these cutouts are already applied for the stars and bars, but that's the only one that comes pre-applied. So in case you guys were wondering. As soon as we get these decals on, we'll go ahead and mark the CG. And then I think we promised the radio setup, but we kind of did like a hybrid installation of the radio on its own. Sometimes these plug and flies don't translate to the exact order that we always do stuff. And we'll save that prop for a few minutes from now. Also, full disclosure, I'm probably gonna cheat on one thing and not use straight stock parts because I've crashed enough planes in my day. I have good straps from other planes I really like. And I'm not willing to crash this plane just to prove that the battery straps that they sent work. They do work. I mean, they'll be fine. It's just a lot harder to put the batteries in and out. And incidentally, I did the exact same thing with my Hangar 9 Ultra Stick. I hated the battery straps because they sent, and I did the same thing with that plane too. They send these 2 singular pieces and it just hook and loop. And so this is what came with this plane. This is what came with that plane. And you'll note that I'm not using either of them. Instead, I'm gonna use these out of, this is the same strap that they use in like the Carbon Z Cup, I believe, the Carbon Cessna 150T. I think they also use this in, they did use this in the Viper Jet 90. So these are really good. They're super high quality and they're easy to use. And yes, you can buy these things. You don't have to buy them from Horizon or anywhere else. You can, they're pretty much, you can get them anywhere. And I have a few from Zod, incidentally, and I was thinking about using those, but I can't remember where I put them. So I probably put them in a plane that's in my crashed pile. Oh, I have a scratch on that. Look, what a mess.
Oh, bummer.
So anyway, this is the decal for up front, and these are super thick, adhesive-backed decals. In the manual, they're gonna suggest that you spray a thin film of soapy water. And that is because the film, because this is a covered plane, it's got the covering on there. Okay, see that seam? I usually take my fingernail before I even press it down at all and just work it into the seam. Same thing, work it from one side to the other or from the center out. Either one is fine. And there's a couple of spots on the decals that you might want to over trim a little bit. Namely, there's some corners down here. Right there's a corner. You see how it's lifted? That's what I was thinking about adjusting. Yeah. So what I'm gonna do, and that is the number. So let's show, can they even see it?
Yeah, you can see it.
So this, I'm just gonna peel back a little bit. And then I'm gonna get my, ooh, the scissors are gonna be hard to manipulate into that angle.
Do you still have those canopy scissors up here?
Nope, that's fine. I just cut that little corner off. I'm sorry, I'm trying to hold still. See, I just cut that little corner off. So now I can take that little corner and I can come over here. Oh, there's one other place where that number is listed, Megan. No.
No, that's for the other.
Oh no, did I take the wrong number? Because one's 490460 and one's 490380.
The 38 and 44 is what's on the box, and that's
so
what
38 and 44 must go together then. Okay, so there are 2 sets of numbers. They must be historical values. So if you guys buy 2 of these, you can actually put your matching numbers on there. Okay, so obviously this number's going backward, and so I want to just double check, and I'm probably just going to trim just the top edge off of this right above where that 8 is. Okay, then that way it won't overlap. Okay, do you want to show them like where I'm working here, maybe? So just one second. These are super nice decals, guys. In fact, the decals on the other 36-hour project we just did the other day, they were actually really, really nice too. But they were vinyl, and these are all plastic with, I think it's a silkscreen print. So it's really, really heavy duty. And I really like that a lot. Having solid stickers is, I always think, I don't like those that much. I don't like those that much. And then we stick them on here and it's like, I like them now. That irregular shape is a little bit weird on this side. The other side, the large half goes up toward the cowl, and it's a lot easier to figure out where it's supposed to be placed.
It looks right though.
Yep. Now, there's also the Hun Hunter. I don't know. I think that's an alternative choice. And the Hun Hunter would be, I think that would be located, where would you even put
It would
that?
go in the same place as the Wicked Wabbit towards, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. Does it say in the manual?
I just think it says there's two different.
Oh, two different liveries?
Yeah.
Well, I'm just concerned that the Wicked Wabbit is supposed to go with, do you suppose it's the same here? I don't know. Well, anyway,
Yeah.
You aviation aficionados will know, and you'll think, what's this guy doing reviews for? He doesn't know everything about everything. And that's part of life. We're always learning, though. I would like to actually use the decals if we can make them fit. But anyway, I have no idea about the history of this particular P-47. I probably should because I love airplanes. But anyway, there you have it. So that looks so sweet. Man, look at the lines. This is called fun scale, so it's not a totally scale plane in terms of its shape and its makeup, but the lines are pretty good still, like the outside lines. And if you love the Razorback, you know, there's nobody stopping you from converting this into a Razorback. So just the bubble top, I don't know. You never know what people like better, but in my opinion, I prefer the Razorback, but that's kind of what I've had as models. Okay, so 80 millimeters. I'm gonna mark the top side of the wing. Now, it's a little bit harder to mark these than foam planes. And you wanna mark from the inboard portion, so I'm just you have to kinda get a little bit creative to get your good measurements. And then I'm just gonna make a dot. Okay, like that. And then it's 80 to 95. But I'm gonna go ahead and mark both sides with the 80 first. And what I'm doing, there's a little bit of a slant here, so you got to be careful to take a square line and then a square line, and don't follow the contour like I used to do. This is something that we've learned with some time and practice. I mean, it's such a big range, to be honest. It's almost like don't mark the CG. You just go to the top of the crown of the wing. Okay, so 95 is the other mark. So just throw that into the calipers, like something like this. And you note I'm not even really locking them. You know what's gonna be easier? I've already committed to that point, so I'm just gonna do 15. 15 millimeters, okay?
Oh.
Yeah, and then I can just do this. It's gonna be a lot easier. But you see what I'm talking about? We're basically at the crown of the wing. So you've got this shape. If you go to the highest spot, that's your range, okay? And some of you guys are probably thinking to yourself, goodness gracious, that's a beautiful plane to mark that way. And, you know, I'm with you guys. There's a million different theories on CG, marking, and measurement. And at the end of the day, we may not even leave this mark on here. I might wipe it off because it is a beautiful plane. But same thing with this other plane we did the other day, that PT-17, we had to mark the bottom of a wing. And I was like, I don't really like looking at that, but at the same time, once you get your battery placement figured out, if you use the same battery, then you're not gonna mess with it. So, okay, so this goes forward, and then it lifts, and then it pulls out, okay? So historically, we have marked batteries on the tops of the planes because it's quite easy for us to do that. Okay, so we look good here. We look good here. Looks like the ailerons are gonna reach, but just barely. And then, so I'm gonna mark this right now. It's just gonna say 5,000, 6S, 30 to 50C, okay? So then we know exactly what size, and when we get ready to plop it in there and get it centered up, then we can go ahead and get the CG figured out. But we're probably a little bit premature on actually finding the CG. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna plop in, here's the two different size classes. This would be a 50 and this would be a 100. So note that the 50 is a little bit more stubby, it's a little shorter, and it's a little bit fatter. And then they're about the same height, but the 50 being just a hair shorter, okay? So I'm just gonna grab, this one's I dropped it a little bit, so it's not quite as pretty, see? And it's so annoying when you're doing batteries and you drop one and it breaks that little corner, you're like, oh, because you know how lucky you were, it didn't break worse, but you're annoyed that you dropped it. So we cut this stuff, okay? The instructions call for Velcro. I'm doing this. This is just what you put on your, inside your shell. So if you get a clean surface, I mean, if this was a vertical surface and it was like this, I could probably take and like climb the wall with it. I mean, it's that strong. So what I'm gonna do is I want to see if there's a way to get this nose drooped down a little bit, like this. Okay, that's actually pretty good. Okay, so camera crew, can you see?
Yeah, that helps.
Yep, okay, so let's plug in those last couple of wires. Okay, so we have aileron B, which is obviously coming from what would be our right wing. And we know what the right wing is because we can actually turn on our transmitter, and typically we would be able to see that on the radio in our monitor mode. The monitor mode is found by clicking over one roll to the right. So we're gonna turn on the NX8. And we just, like I said, we just happen to have made this same plane that's gonna have almost exactly the same setup, except we're gonna have thrust reverse and retracts on this, okay? So we'll lay that down. So that just tells us what channel to put what on, okay? So the right aileron is actually the second channel, okay? So this is the right aileron. We want the brown to go away from us. So that's gonna go into the second port here. And this configuration is quite difficult to get into. I'm sorry, I know my shoulder's kind of bumping you there, camera crew. Okay, so here we go. And right on cue, it looks like our grass is starting to move out there. Big surprise. We've been planning flying today around the weather. It has been just absolutely terrible weather the last couple weeks. And you guys probably get this in terms of waiting for weather, but you probably don't get it in terms of trying to hit deadlines for releases. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So the fifth, of course, would be gear. I'm sorry. There we go. So that's the bottom one. Okay. And then you'll see that those wires come out just where they come. And then this goes underneath that battery receiving tray, which does incidentally lift it up off the top of the wing. Okay, so this one is the last one. You're gonna have to probably get a little higher there. So this is obviously the retracts, and they've already been connected when we were putting the wing, before we put the wing in. I'm just trying to get it to relax in such a direction that it kind of goes the right way. I like the labels that Hangar 9 put on these. Okay, I'm just gonna suggest you guys it may be worthwhile to actually plug these wires in before you stick it in there. And you see how I taped all that stuff together there? Just to hold it, I may actually go ahead and, because I don't plan on taking my wing off, I could actually tie all these right there with one zip tie. Let's do that, and then our cable management will basically be done, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I think so.
because I don't really see a lot of other places where I'm dissatisfied with the cable management.
It looks pretty clean.
Yeah, it's unfrequent that we have such an easy time with wiring. And I'm gonna go ahead and lower the wing, but I don't want to hit the gimbals on the transmitter. Okay. Does that help a little bit?
Yeah. Yeah.
Makes it harder for me to see, makes it easier for you guys to see. Okay, so like I always seem to do, I've got to double that back. And I can go down here and use this as a hook. And just kind of, that one label's giving me a problem. There we go. Okay, so you see I'm just gonna pull all these together, make sure they're kind of flat and not like chasing over the top of one another in a strange way that looks ugly. Okay. There we go. Okay. Much better.
Yeah, it looks good.
Actually, it'd be kind of nice if I could like plop that underneath the receiver somehow, because that would keep it back. But so guys, if you were unaware, we get a lot of packages, and we were very concerned about flying this plane and then having visitors show up. And so you can show them the visitors. Yeah.
Well,
you don't have to.
Wait till he like.
Yeah,
walks
wait till he
away.
walks away. So the visitors were 2 boxes, it looks like.
I think it was just one.
Is it really just one?
Well, unless he's going back to
No,
get
he's
him.
going back to get the other one. But just to let you guys know, the visitors like to show up right when we're flying, because that's about the time we start when it's a Saturday film. So
I mean, they are here like every day.
every day, pretty much every day. I wonder if we need to tie those together right there so they don't flop around.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm just nervous about, there's a lot of movement and everything when you're flying, especially these warbirds. That does look sweet. I love the way it looks.
Yeah, it looks
I'm
nice.
really happy with that. Okay, you can stay right there, camera crew. I'm
Okay.
just gonna grab the battery. I'm gonna actually put the transmitter over here so it's out of our way. I don't wanna damage anything. And I'm gonna grab 2 of these straps. Now, like I suggested earlier, you can for sure use the included straps and they'll work fine. It's just that this is gonna be a little bit easier for me. And yeah, he's got another box.
Oh, that one's bigger.
Bigger is many times better.
That's what I've been told.
Not always though, right? Not 100%.
Not
Yeah,
always.
seriously. Okay, so I have hated putting these things through for my entire life. Since the day I was born. They're always
Did
a
you do a lot
pain.
of strap management as a baby?
Okay, I'm just gonna throw this in here. Yes, I did. Okay, so what I would recommend you do is that you lay this down, and you don't have to even secure it with anything if you choose not to. But I am going to kind of situate this, just so you know the 50C battery is bigger in width, which we talked about. Where did I lay it?
That's right. They're both right here.
No, that's a
There's-
30C.
No, that's.
That is the 30C. Where did I put the 50C? I know I just had it.
Oh, where did you put it?
I don't know. Why don't you pause it and we'll find it? Sorry. Jeez. How do we keep our kids from getting lost? How does this happen?
Well, I'm in charge of them.
Oh, that's true. So I just want to make that noteworthy that it's going to be a little bit challenging
Yeah,
to
it is.
slip this thing in here. Look at that. Okay, we'll try this then. Come on now. Come on now. Don't you dare, battery. And by the way, the reason I show you this is because this sticky stuff is not real super easy to work with in terms of, see, it's going to stop it from sliding. Ugh.
That might not work in that one.
How the heck are you supposed to fit that through? Come on, man. Okay, let's try it this way. Whoa, there it goes. We found the area. Okay. And then, seriously? They didn't think of this? Oh my goodness. Like, really? Okay. 30C. 30C. Welcome to your new home. Welcome to your new home, 30C. This one, see, it fits through perfectly. Yeah, so yeah, 30C it is. Hey guys, 30C in this plane, yay! Okay, so foam to foam glue. I'm not messing around, we're going straight into it with the foam to foam. Foam to foam will glue foam to wood. Now, I'm just gonna encourage you to maybe not glue yours down until you know where the CG is, but I can tell you this, you're gonna have enough purchase either direction that I'm just gonna throw caution to the wind for the sake of time and just kind of do a little bit of this and then just like a little bit of that, and that's all. And I'm not gonna go super heavy. It doesn't need to be hardly any. So that was, you know, this is foam to foam. You can get that from Horizon. If you need China glue or mucilage, this is the same type of product, but we found that mucilage sometimes comes dry in the tubes. I actually do prefer mucilage on some assembly, but I have learned that this is better and it doesn't ever come dried out. But the aluminized tube is maybe not as desirable, but that's how it comes not dried out. Okay. So I'm gonna push it down and then pull it. I'm gonna pull it on purpose because I actually want it. I want it to pick up the glue and spread it, okay? So you see what I'm doing? I'm picking it up and I'm pulling it. See how I pulled it? Then that's just gonna basically stop it from all eeping up through those holes, which is kind of handy. Okay, and then that will literally be set up in minutes. And if I need to rip out the foam because we decide it's not maybe as perfect as we had hoped, then it'll be no problem. Now, also just disclaimer, these straps that I'm using are a little bit different shape. And by the way, there is an ESC, but it's mounted on the bottom of the motor block, which you got a really close look at mine because mine was broken off. But yours probably won't be broken off. So you can actually reach all the way under this tray, but just keep in mind that's 1 ply thick. Don't break your battery mount or you're gonna have to do some major creativity. Also, this is gonna fall off of there, which is maybe not so ideal, okay? So, 30C, in you go. And then let's see if the lead is even long enough to go this direction. They had it mostly up to the firewall, right? Mm-hmm. And by the way, you can go even inside of the firewall, look, all the way up. So just be super careful that you give yourself clearance with like all your leads and stuff, because that ESC lead, you know what, that's a great point. We probably need that thing down there.
Down, yeah.
Yep.
Because they had the back of the battery almost right in line with that rib.
Well, but you see what I just did there though, that could be critical for somebody, so I wanna make sure to point that out. We took this wire, the ESC wire was just going across that opening, and I don't think that's probably great now that we got the battery in there, so I'm just gonna encourage you guys to do what I'm doing here. This is gonna help protect your plane, because you don't want the ESC wire to get unplugged when your battery shifts on a bad maneuver or a correction, okay? So you see exactly what I did there. Boy, I might need to tape that in that position. I don't want that to move.
I think you should.
Yeah, or glue it. I could glue it too. There's just no real good place to tie it. You know, like with a zip tie or whatever. Mm-hmm. So I wonder if it'd be better to just glue the thing in there. I'm just trying to think if foam to foam is the way to go, because honestly, foam to foam would be probably the most tacky, the tacky glue. And we just showed foam to foam, so why don't we do that?
Okay.
Yeah, foam to foam is not historically used for gluing wires in place, but it will be today. Okay, so I'm just doing a big glob of it. And then I'm just gonna, oh geez, that's gonna be a mess. I'm just gonna take a Q-tip and slather it up and down this little, oh shoot, it already kind of started to slather. I'm just gonna slip it up and down like this and just make a little tacky area. And then I'm gonna take this wire and I'm gonna get that into the glue. And it, you know, I don't really care if it sticks right now because it won't. Okay, that glue is just gonna need to set for a minute. And once it sets for a minute, then it's gonna tack up, just like when we tack 2 pieces of foam together in the foam realm. So we'll let that actually cook off for a minute, is what we call that, when it chemically reacts with the air that it comes into contact with. And what'll happen is that stuff will be super duper tacky, and then you can just stick it together kind of regardless of its position, okay? And it will act a lot like, imagine a piece of tape. It's like the glue on the tape. It's a contact adhesive. Okay, didn't expect to have to deal with that. Let's see if it'll stick already. Yeah, see how it's stuck already? And then as I slide my finger up and down, I can take off some of the excess if you want. But you see how that's like glued there in that position?
Yeah, it looks good.
That should stay, and I might have to tack it back into position a couple of times. Or I could put a piece of tape across it. That's what I'll do just to kind of hold it for the moment. Because I know I'm going to be working around this area and I don't want it to have to be something I do 47 more times. Ooh. So you guys probably have this problem too. When you're getting into these weird spots, I usually use an X-Acto knife, but I'm going to try using my forceps. So I'm just going to grab that, stick this down. Whoa. And then there we go, just like that. Okay. See that? So that's just gonna hold it. And there's a million ways to skid the cat. We're not trying to say that's the only way by any means. Now, if you'll notice, this battery strap, gosh, the other battery strap, even bigger pain in the butt. Now I can put that battery all the way up here, which would be insane. That's not where they had theirs, right? Okay. Because that would be nuts.
They had about right there.
Here?
No, towards the front a little bit, so that the back.
So it's on the back of the battery tray. Okay. Okay, so, and I'm guessing that was in the assembly pictures.
Right.
Okay, so now I can slide my strap to where I want it, pull it, and then avoid the corners. You don't want the corners to get broken by those things, in case you guys were ever in any curiosity about that. And then I try to kind of push that off to the side so it's always easy to get a grab on it. Okay. Then that'll hold it. And for good measure, we can actually do 2 on this plane, which I really, really like. But I don't know if that's gonna hold true. And by the way, this will mar the finish. If you were to take this and scrub it along here, it's gonna mar it. So you just need to be aware. It's in here, so it's not gonna be seen. So you may not be as worried about it, but just be super careful when you're manipulating that Velcro through those hook and loop, rather. I know I'm probably not supposed to say Velcro.
Right.
I apologize, Velcro. Send us some Velcro straps, Velcro, and then we can use your Velcro brand instead of Hook and Loop. I don't even know what brand this is. This probably isn't Hook and Loop. This is probably legit Velcro brand Velcro.
Probably
Trademark. Please don't sue us. Okay, so we have that. I'm just gonna rotate that a little bit so we can get that off easy. See how it just pivot. All right, so now's where we find out that the lead won't reach. No, it does. Yes. Miracles happen every day, people. Do you see that? Look at this. Look at that. That's going to be a perfect, well, sort of. It's going to be an imperfect match. There we go. See? Look at that. That's going to be pretty dang good. So sometimes when we're doing radio setup, I'll just kind of like do that, so I can get things repositioned, but then we can check CG real easy without actually having the battery attached. But then that simulates the exact position of the battery connector, or within, you know, very, very close reason. Okay.
Are you checking CG next?
Well, I was thinking, I don't know how much the difference in weight on these props are. So I guess I'm gonna probably open this prop. This is a 12-8E thin, 12-8E APC brand. Okay, so we're hoping this isn't all like terribly out of balance, but I've been disappointed that one time. It's much better than my camera crew can say.
Oh, today or just? Oh.
Be nice. The day is early. Seriously though, that grass
I said
is
that
moving.
one time. That grass always moves though. Look here.
Look, show them the grass.
Look, the grass out there always moves because it's really tall.
Show them the super dead patch of grass for no reason. The big
this
dead
is
patch.
Brian's bane of our yard.
I don't
just that dead
understand
patch.
what the heck we did to deserve you, grass dying.
The flag isn't moving. Oh, there's boxes out there.
What? What?
There's boxes out there.
Oh. Whoops. What, did you not know that?
No, I did, but I forgot.
Oh, jeez.
I mean, there's always boxes out there, so it's kind of just normal.
I'm gonna get a drill. So guys, when you get a prop for a plane, you have to be aware. Are we supposed to be doing radio setup like an hour ago? Yes, that's pretty much the gist of it. So when you get a new plane and you get a new prop for said plane, oh, by the way, look at this, guys. Look at this. I think that's probably gonna get reamed out pretty quick.
Oh.
Like in 30 seconds of flight. So I don't know if I didn't get that in the right position or it didn't fit good enough. I apologize, folks, if that was my fault. I kind of don't think it was on this one, but who knows. So then I just take my drill bits and I just find the one that's the closest match, and then I get disappointed because there's no close matches, and then I have to go to the weird size that isn't quite right. And then for whatever reason, whoever got my drill bits didn't get me the right set. So I've got something like this that's not designed to drill a hole, plus it looks like somebody tried to drill into concrete with it.
That was not me.
So I'm gonna take the next size down and we'll try to walk up to that size. Okay, so usually what I do is I just take, and be careful, these things can be real sharp, so you gotta get a wide bite on them or you'll get cut. Hold it steady, and then you can do this. Woo! I'm gonna give you a nice breeze. Sorry, that was so cheesy. All right, so we're gonna do the next size up. And yeah, that's not gonna work. We're gonna have to get a different drill bit. So we'll be right back. Okay, so you get the right size drill bit. And then, again, wide bite. Don't try to ream it. It's never gonna work the way you think it will. I've tried many, many, many times. So once it's drilled out to the appropriate size, remember, it's better if it goes on smooth and then you allow. That noise you hear is the plastic rubbing right there. See that? This stuff, that's gonna melt on the first flight. And that's fine, I really don't care. It's gonna build up some friction, it's gonna do its self-centering, and it's gonna shrink back a little bit. I hope it's not ugly when it's done, okay? Then this thing's gonna go on top of it. And I just wanna see, I actually think we might need to use the spacers on this, I'm not sure. So these things are used to space the prop out, and that's definitely the right size. So we just break that off. Sometimes I'll throw a little bit of glue on this just so it doesn't pop out of the prop, because that's really annoying when that happens. And truth be told, you know, once you get to being in the echelon of flying this as a pilot, you don't have like tons of crashes that result in lost props, but you still occasionally do, so it's nice to have serviceability. I don't say that to toot my own horn, I'm saying that from experience. We have a lot of planes. I used to go through props like crazy. I would buy like 2 props every time I bought a plane. And now I almost never break props. It just doesn't happen hardly ever anymore.
Right.
It used to happen almost every plane. So when you're new and you're flying and you're like, man, I'm gonna spend $1 million on parts, you will at the beginning. And that's it. Just, it gets better. I mean, I still crash a lot, but I almost never break props, so. Broke it on the P-40. That was the last one I know of that I can think of. Okay. And then I broke one on the P-47, the little one that we did the other day.
Yeah.
That was kind of a turd.
You didn't even break one on that Zod.
No, I know. It crashed at 100 miles an hour into the ground, completely out of control. 100, 110, 115 miles an hour, props fine. So you'll note that, like, this sharp, okay? So I'm gonna hold this and then torque it like that. Okay, see, that still looks good. I far prefer the look of this.
Yeah.
Okay, more prop clearance here too. Mm-hmm. Boy, is that what they said for the size? Seems like it's quite a bit shorter. I'm not sure about that. I mean, when you go to a more aggressive pitch, typically you need a little bit less length, okay? But it just depends. This is gonna be a higher speed application, meaning it spins faster, but it's also gonna create more torque load. So, I don't know, I might like the way it flies on 4S better. We do have 4S 5000 pack too. Okay, so once you get the prop on, everybody enjoy a good look at it, and then we're basically gonna take it right back off for radio setup. And ordinarily on planes that we do, they're plug-in flies. They've been somewhat vetted by human hands and brains. And because these things are not, they're more in the ARF realm, you do have to use an extra level of caution. And Hangar 9 suggests taking the prop off about 14 times in the manual. But my whole take is, once you get this thing set up, once you've established that it works, that's when I'm going to take the risk to leave the prop on when I need to make a minor adjustment. But since we're pretty early in the process, I'm just gonna play it safe. And you'll note that I can barely get this thing to start turning. That's pretty normal on some of these when you've got a prop that you actually cut to size. And what I'm doing is I'm just holding this and spinning it. Can you show them? If it doesn't come off at that point, then you should be able to pull it off then. So you can just kind of rock it a little bit. It'd be better to not have to do that, by the way, but just the nature of the beast. Okay, so we'll get this off real quick, and then when we come back, we're gonna be ready to start hooking up control rods and stuff. I left that little piece on there. So this is ready to go. All right, we'll come back for radio setup. All right, so radio setup, finally. There's gonna be a couple of mechanical adjustments on surfaces, but we really can't do that without hooking up a servo signal tester like the XBC battery checker. If you guys don't already have one of these, they are awesome. Yes, you can use them with non-smart batteries by using the balance lead, or you can buy adapters, but then you can hook up your servos and you can test range and sweep and all sorts of things. You can change the step size, and it's really, really, really handy. But at the same time, since we're this far along into the process, we're just gonna use the receiver to do it on this plane. The last plug and fly / ARF plane that we did it with the servo tester because the assembly was such a long process, okay? All right, so the first thing we're gonna do is we are going to have to go ahead and create a profile for this plane. Now, the profile can be achieved from online. You can download it. Let's just talk about this for a second. I have an SD card in here, okay? It's right there. There's also an SD card right in the middle of your board. That's the internal memory. The reason I know is because when I dropped this on the ground and broke my switch, I had to open it up to find that. I just noticed it, that's all. So this SD card is what you're referring to. You can export your models occasionally to the SD card. And like for what we do on this channel, we walk through the entire process with you on each model, but we could by rights make a template, start from the template and save like 90% of that work. That's the same thing that's gonna happen if you download a bind and fly profile from Horizon. You're gonna save a lot of that time. But what we do here is a little different than what Horizon does. They're trying to sell you planes. We're trying to sell you the experience of how to do it, okay? So as part of the experience of doing it, buying the planes from us helps to fund our channel. And you may not believe this, but when we build a plane, it takes us 30 hours. That means that we have 2 people and then 4 kids waiting around for 35, 40 hours for a video. So that's what you're funding. You're helping us fund that, which is awesome. So anyway, back to the point. This plane is much easier to build. This one here, we're probably gonna end up having about 5 to 6 hours in this. But the last 45 minutes is where it's really helpful to you. I mean, most of you guys can work through this build. It's not really that hard. So, all right, so we have the Stearman PT-17. We could copy that, but we're not gonna do that. So you can click both of these at the same time. I'll just turn away. Goes to model select, add new model, and then create. Okay, so you got an acro. We're gonna start with an acro. At this point, you could scroll over to bind and fly or template. Now, I don't know if they're gonna call it a template or a bind and fly, but the template allows you to grab from a storage file here. So you go to your directory and you can find it, like if you open this. Or you can take a model that you've already made and you can turn it into a template, save it to a storage location, and then pull it back from memory, okay? I'm not gonna go into exhaustive detail on that because that's not what we do here, okay? So again, click, it timed out on me, add new model. Acro, create. Now we can show the rest of this. So I'm gonna lean back just a hair, sorry. It takes a second for it to create a new model. This is the model select, model type, that's what we just picked. If you reset this at any time, it's gonna reset your model from scratch. I mean, it's gonna ask you and then you'll do it. Okay. Model name. Okay, so this is model number 64. Am I gonna do the PT-17 probably first?
P-47.
Oh, sorry guys. So this is a legacy keyboard and we'll just go ahead and scroll this in and come right back. Okay, so we're P-47 Thunderbolt 56 inch. I can't fit Hangar 9, so that's what we chose. So I'll hit back. Aircraft type. This would be normal for you guys. I'm going to do flaperons for me. And then they do have a picture. Oops, went the wrong. Why did I go the wrong way? Goodness gracious. Oh yeah, buddy. Okay, so we can walk out. Flight mode set up. I'm going to set up flight mode up here on switch A. Oh, except we have retracts.
Here, yeah.
So let's think about this. Retracts, flaps, save.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's going to be the D switch. Okay. And we'll walk out. See flight mode 1, flight mode 2, flight mode 3. Okay, so I can change these names to what I want them to be. So this is going to be AS3X, this is going to be off, and this is going to be safe. So in order to do that, you can go to the speak. And you have to scroll way down. There's off somewhere too. So remember, we're looking for AS3X. Some people have complained about that weird noise. That.
Oh.
Seriously, guys, come up with something better. Off. See that noise?
Yeah.
My life is terrible because of it. Silence. You won't find a lot of that on this channel. Oh, wait, there's off.
Oh, there.
Here, let's test it and see what it sounds like.
Yeah, because the other one you did was like stabilization off, which was like super long for her to say. Does that turn? Never mind.
I want to see if there's stabilizer off, though.
Yeah, I think that's what we've done in the past.
Well, we'll see here because we're doing safe here. Simple auto safe mode. Is that what we?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Safe mode, AS3X mode.
Because it's not capitalized.
Oh, it's so annoying.
Safe mode.
Off.
AS3X mode.
Now, what you want printed on the display is right here. So what you can do is click, double click, and it'll clear. Okay. And then in this case, this is AS3X is what. Now remember, this doesn't actually turn on AS3X. This is just my label for it here. Okay, so as we scroll this in, AS3X. Oh, I was going the wrong way, dang it. Okay, AS3X. Off. So I want this to say off. Now, you could also make it say stabilizer off or AS3X off or something like that. Okay. And then you just flip the switch to get to the other mode. Okay, so double click that back or that cancel button. And then that clears the whole line, and now you can just type save. Sensor aided flight envelope is what that stands for, in case you guys were wondering. Okay. All right. Sweet. Okay, now I can walk back. And channel assign, we're more than likely going to have to screw with because channel assign usually is assigned to switch B, which I'm trying to think, where do we stick? Well, we're not going to be able to do channel assign 2. Okay, so let's look at channel assign. I know auxiliary 3 is going to be on the right knob. I'm good with that. Gear is good on channel A. It looks like auxiliary 1 is, okay, so this is set to B. I think I'm just going to hit, I don't want to inhibit the channel. I just don't know if I want to assign to that. So we'll just walk out of there. Okay, did they give us a timer? Probably not.
Not that I saw.
Okay.
Off. Safe mode. Off. AS3X mode. Off. 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 AS3X mode.
So it's slow, but I still like the fact that it says it out loud, so it's nice. When we make our assignments within safe, then we'll know exactly what it is by looking at the screen or hearing the gal talk. Okay, so timer, I think we need to set a timer. This is gonna be our awareness timer, active. I think 5 minutes is probably a good starting point for 5,000. At 1 minute, I want nothing. At 20 seconds, I want nothing. At 10 seconds, I want voice. At expiration, I want tone and vibrate. And then 1 minute after, it's gonna tone every minute. It'll just be like a beep. Telemetry, this is gonna auto-config. Audio events, telemetry warnings, flight modes. Telemetry warnings, we are gonna also have auto-config for that, and then we can go in and set the volts to have a nominal voltage warning. You could also have it so that one individual cell within that pack of 6 can warn you. And that's actually a great warning to have when you're going between 4 and 6S, because your nominal voltage is gonna change when you go between 2 different planes. You can also set the entire plane up, copy the profile, and then have one 6S and one 4S. And then problem is, I don't know how the binding works on that, because you'd be bound to the same transmitter, even though you have 2 different profiles in the plane. I'm not sure how that works. Okay, so throttle cut, switch H. By the way, you'll note that we're not using a manual. Wow, this is all from memory? Yeah, because I've done it enough times. It's not that hard once you get used to it. Dual rates and expo, I'm gonna set this to switch F. Oh, dang it, let's bump that. So we're gonna go at the beginning, at the onset, it'll be 5, 10, 20. That's what we always do. It's like our standard go-to. I was wondering what you're going for there. Okay, so this rate drops to 90 there. So we start here when we're flying. Less if it's not sensitive enough, and more if it's too touchy, okay? Then we go from aileron to elevator, and we copy it, okay? And then we do that same thing on elevator, or on rudder. So then your 3 primary flight control surfaces are gonna be expoed up and ready to go. Expoed and rated up, okay? And then each and all of them are tied to the same switch, and that's just the way we've always done it because it's worked well. Now, some of you on very complicated applications might want to have different settings for different flight modes. And yes, you can make assignments, I believe, to do that. Now we always fly in the middle setting, and that's always our starting point. Throttle cut set. Dual rates expo or set. Flaps are not set, so let's go into flaps. Let's uninhibit that and put it to switch B. And let's just do a little bit of elevator correction here. Let's call it 10, and let's call it, whoops, let's call it 15. Or yeah, 15. So we'll be able to see that. Then we don't know what these settings are gonna be yet. So I would say let's just go ahead and set something. You don't wanna get too aggressive because you could overdrive the servo. Actually, speaking of, let's go a lot less. Okay, there's just enough to see the change, okay? And then I want the speed at 2 seconds of deployment speed. Some of the bigger planes need a little bit more because you don't want to cause the plane to shift its angle of attack too quick. And we can clear the timer. Throttle cuts on and tested in monitor mode. You can see throttle's not working. Now it is, it springs to life. Okay, throttle cuts on. Okay, so now at this point, we're gonna clear the timer, lay the radio down, turn it off, and we're gonna bind, okay? So this is the part where it won't bind because I don't get myself far enough away, so we're gonna try to actually do that right for once. And in order to do this, we don't have the prop on, so it's easy, you don't have to worry about things blowing away on you. Excuse me. Okay, you ready? So we have our transmitter off, one of the few times you plug in your battery with your transmitter off in the hobby. Let things start. Press this. Watch for the flashy lights.
Do you want me to stay here or go with you?
I'm gonna turn this on over here. Throttle cut is on, but it's probably not gonna matter anyway. So I'm pressing the power button, it's turning on, it says DSMX. Binding.
It worked.
22 milliseconds.
And the lady talked into my chest, so you could hopefully hear that. Now it says auto config. Note that our rudder is not hooked up, our elevator is not hooked up, and we know that. So hopefully we never try to do a Maiden with it in that configuration. Look at those things, perfectly centered already. Okay, so let's do a quick check for clearances before we do anything else. Look, what did that hit? Oh, it just ran into it.
Yep, pop.
Oh, it scared me. That
I know.
noise was like, what the heck was that noise? I was looking inside and I forget about that thing being right next to it. Okay. Okay, so that's, well, actually let's just hold that up. Okay, so we're totally clear there. This is something you don't have to typically do on a bind and fly because it's all worked out. I'm looking inside the plane right now.
Oh.
Making sure that we have no interference with cables because this is your responsibility to do, people. Even if Horizon were to help you out if you didn't do it, don't depend on them. Do it yourself. Throttle cuts off. We're gonna do a little reaming for a minute. Come over here. Be careful. You hear that noise? Sound like we're watching some sort of a tool show here. Is this Bob Vila? What's the most important safety rule?
What?
Get the cat off the window. Then, the second most important safety rule is safety glasses.
Safety glasses.
Which we were wearing,
Yes.
and now we have taken them back off. Okay, so look at that, guys. Okay, so we're good there. All right, throttle cuts on and tested. So we can also set up the thrust reverse. Why don't we do that right now? Because it's super easy to remember. Nah, control surfaces might be slightly more important.
Okay.
Okay, so we're gonna flip the plane over. We're just gonna be able to concentrate now fully. We can also test our battery mount. Looks pretty awesome, actually.
Yeah.
I'm super happy with that. By the way, thanks guys for giving us tips like that. We do appreciate it. And generally speaking, credit where credit is due is what we do on this channel. It's something we knew about. We just never really did it because the battery trays in the balsa wood planes, there's just something about them. They're usually smaller. They're usually a little bit more vulnerable to damage. And I just really want these planes to do good because I love the way they look. And they're going to be around for longer than foamies. Let's just get real. Okay. All right. So what hole do they tell us to
Outside.
stick it in?
Outside.
Which one?
Outside. On both rudder and elevator.
Really?
On the rudder and the elevator.
Maybe I could get creative
goodness.
with my lingo for permissions. Okay, so outside hole?
Yep.
Seriously?
That's what it's. Do you want me to go read the manual again?
It doesn't seem like it's gonna be enough.
Well, then don't do that. It's not like you follow other directions.
No, we're gonna do it that way. It's just, I don't wanna get out there and be like, oh, look, the plane's not lifting fast enough. So I'll just have to land it in that tree over there.
Well.
Did you see what just happened?
Well, I did, but they didn't because it was behind the plane.
My pliers picked up my screwdriver. What the heck? You know what? Sorry. That thing is hard to spin without moving. Okay, so do you guys see what I'm doing here? I'm pulling the rudder to where it needs to be. Okay? And then I'm gonna line it up. It's like really, really close. What the heck? How is that so close? That's like freakishly close. That never happens, guys. Are you kidding me? Look at that.
I know.
That never happens. What the heck?
See? Outside hole. They knew.
No, I'm doing more.
I know.
I'm doing more. Sorry. Hangar 9, sorry. Not doing just one. Okay, now I need to turn it in a little bit. I'm gonna do the middle though. I'll be nice. I like a lot of rudder authority on my planes. I'm sorry. So sue me. Don't sue me. Don't
Yeah,
sue
don't
me.
do that.
Yeah, don't do that. Do something else. Call me and ask me to fix the problem first. I think our society might be kind of good taking that advice, but that's all right. Oh, good lordy, Lord. I can't spin that thing to save my life. Well, outside hole it is.
Really? You can't?
Well, it won't spin for me and I don't want to break it.
Well, that's true.
I mean, I'm not gonna like pick that hill to die on. It's just like, I can't get the thing to spin. I might have to warm it up or something. Maybe they put some glue on there. Okay, now I want you to note something. Look at this, when I move this, you see how that hits? I need this to be back far enough it doesn't hit because I don't want to resist movement with that little O-ring. You see that?
Oh, yes.
You don't see that. Now you see that. See? That's the full throw. So it's just barely, it's not even making contact. Okay, all right. Then the other way, of course, no problem, no problem. But that's something you guys got to watch for too. Okay, so elevator, outside hole too. Oh man, really? That just always makes me so nervous because
Can you spin that one?
I'm just gonna see if I can get it to go. That thing is so stiff, goodness gracious. Okay, let's see how, if this lines up perfectly, it's gonna be like freakish. Oh my goodness. Nope, it's down a little bit. Okay, that is not enough, sorry. Let's see if I can go to, I'm gonna go to the middle hole. Much better. Okay, so the middle hole. That's what I'm doing. Hangar 9, please understand. I want more elevator authority. Okay, so I need to pull this out toward the end. Oh, there it goes. Yep, it's working. I think we might have been at the end of the throw on the other one. Like such that I don't know that it would have gone in anymore if I wanted it to. Those are some high quality too. Like these clevises are probably like the strongest ones we've ever used. That's not the middle hole, by the way. Up, down. Oh man, I like that throw so much better. Oh my goodness. Here's my take on throws, folks. You can always make a throw larger than you need, and you can back it off with expo and rates, but you do lose precision, okay? Precision, and your AS3X may not be tuned properly, okay? And as a result, you just need to be aware that when you make a decision like what I just made, your numbers may not jive exactly, especially on bind and fly. Now let's show the people, what we're doing is we're looking at this surface and we're trying to get it perfectly flat. See how it's pointed like down, which would be up. So if it's pointed down a little bit, I need to pull the clevis in a little bit. So I'm taking 3 fingers, bracing this rod, and then I'm twisting it in half a turn at a time, putting it back into the same hole. And then I'm just repeating until it's right there.
That's
pretty darn close. I think I'm gonna go another half though.
I think so.
Yep, and if it's overshot, then we know that we're right in the middle of a step. That's perfect. I'm done. Okay, so now look at this. Now slide this up there. Guys, this is so like sturdy and robust. No hit. No hit, no hit. Okay, so we're good there. I'm revisiting this.
Okay.
I know I'm gonna want it. Might as well just do it.
Yep.
Might as well just do it now. I'm just gonna go to the middle hole though. I'm not gonna like go crazy because it might be too hard to control then. You gotta remember, this turns into a bit of a subjective thing to a degree. I need you to kind of push that out of the way just a little bit. Okay, so I'm going in, right? And it's already protruded through, so it should allow me to twist it. Oh, there it goes, there it goes. Now this is octagonal there, so you can actually put a little wrench on that. Okay? So I'm sure Hangar 9 is gonna be like, we hate that you put it in the different holes.
Well.
Are they picky about their holes too?
I think most people are.
Okay, glad we ruled that out. Okay, look down the length, like step way back here. There we go.
Do you need to go that way a little bit?
Well, you gotta really get that plane centered. I would say it probably needs to go to the, probably needs to go over there just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
Okay, so if it goes over there just a hair, that means we need to pull the clevis in. And by the way, this adjustment's actually quite easy now that I got it started. I don't know, maybe they did do some glue. That'd be highly unusual. I don't know
It
why
would
they
be, but it did
do that.
almost sound like you had to like break it free to get it
Yeah.
to start spinning.
Maybe they did do glue. I don't know. Some of these things are mysterious to me. And to be honest, I don't even want to know. I just want the plane to work. I don't care. It doesn't matter. That is beautiful. Beautiful, guys. Beautiful. Love it. Love it. Man, it better not be windy when we start flying. I'm going to be so disappointed.
It's not.
Good. The camera crew claims it's not windy. Okay, so
Yeah, that looks
I'm
better.
way more happy with those throws, guys. Okay, ailerons. Super smooth acting. Takeoff flaps, landing flaps. Takeoff flaps, landing flaps. Okay, so now what we can do is, okay, ordinarily on a plane on the ailerons, I wouldn't necessarily want to have more roll, but because we're doing flaperons, might come in handy for us to have a little bit more deflection so we can simulate better the downward droop of the flaps. But I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and stick with this. Okay, so come over here, camera crew. So I'm going back into flap system. Then I'm gonna change this number to some like huge number, like not 100. Let's do like, actually, you know what? Let's do 40 and 100, okay? So now let's just show them what that looks like. Okay, so takeoff flaps, landing flaps. Now, keep in mind, when you have flaperons at 100, this is where you're vulnerable to overdriving your servos. I want you to look close at that. Look at that linkage, the way that it's clipped on. No, from here. Look at that. See how it hits? Okay, so you gotta be careful about not overdriving your servos on these planes. And as a result, now the reason this is in from the outside is for extra torque, okay? I'm sort of torn on this one because if I move it over a little bit, then I could avoid that binding point. I can bring it out one control. The other option is, okay, out of the flaps altogether, I could actually undo this screw and move the spline back and then readjust it mechanically here. And what that'll allow for me is to not hit that bind point, okay? Because it's not gonna bind on this sequence, it's gonna bind on the other sequence where that sweeps forward. Okay, that's what we're doing. Guys, Hangar 9 knows what they're doing, okay? If you weren't using flaperons, this wouldn't be a factor, okay? And they don't recommend flaperons, but I don't care. This is the plane that I'm gonna fly and I want flaperons. So we're gonna do flaperons and we're gonna do thrust reverse too, and it's gonna be awesome. Okay, so that spline was perfect. Those are plastic gear. Those are plastic gear, really? Goodness gracious. Okay, so we've put that in and now you'll note that this is not centered as per obviousness reasons.
Obviousness?
Yes, obviousness reasons. Now you'll note that that's pointed back toward the tail of the plane now, a little bit, one step, one spline set. Okay. Okay, so far so good. Now I'm gonna take this back off and then I'm gonna mechanically center this surface by getting that back here and here, okay? So hopefully this goes super smooth and it should be no problem at all. Oh, there it goes. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 turns. And, oh shoot, dang it. I went to the middle hole. Dang it, they're so close together. You know, can you blame me for putting it in the wrong hole once in a while?
Yes.
Okay, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that would be 9, 10 would be 15, 16 turns. I'm just counting because we got to do this. Oh yeah, look at that. I might need to go a half a turn back. So that would be 15 turns, 15 half turns, right?
Yes.
I count half turns. Now, the reason I count half turns is because when I work on industrial scales for a living, I do a lot of adjustments. I mean, a lot. You guys think I'm picky here? You should see me work on a scale. And if you guys were wondering what pays for all this stuff that you see in my life, the airplanes, we've worked that out with other resources. But all the stuff you see is because I have a job. It's not from YouTube. Someday. But no, this is, yeah. This is not from airplanes. I wish it was, that'd be cool. Okay, so now you're gonna note that the amount of throw has slightly increased. If you wanna come back here and show them. Down, okay. So you'll note that this one's down just ever so slightly further, okay? And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna give them a close-up shot showing that this never comes into contact. There's full landing flaps. Ooh, but look what did happen. Look, right here. See that? Okay, so we're gonna go back out. I knew that there'd be some things to consider. That was one of them I was concerned about. So we gotta go out one hole more. So remember we were 15 turns, camera crew?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna go up one hole into this next one. Okay, so we're still actually really good there. So that's cool. Okay, so now we're gonna try again. Take off, landing. It's just touching ever so slightly right there. And there's some rubber grommets on these, so it allows for a little bit of play. But yeah, okay, so the easy solution for that is we're gonna go ahead and leave it at 100%. I think that our correction is about right too on the elevator. Okay, but what we need to do is we need to emulate this setup exactly on the other side. Now that we've got it centered, we have it pulled in one spline position. And these are the devils in the details sort of things. You guys can all work through these. You don't need me to tell you these exact steps. But the thing is, if you do need me to tell you these exact steps, that's why you support us on this channel on Brian Phillips RC by buying the planes from the links. You do help to fund us doing these extremely long, detailed videos. Also, we have Patreon for those of you that like to support us without having to buy the planes. I know some of you guys over in Europe, it's a lot more expensive to ship, or Slovakia, or New Zealand, just a couple to name. And we understand that. We know you guys want to support us, so we've opened up those channels reluctantly at first, but now it's been really cool to see, very encouraging to see the support that's been coming from those sources. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. That'll get us in the ballpark. Okay, so remember we want to be level and then back one spline. So one spline is like, you know, one tooth pattern, okay? Because like you're obviously hitting all the spline still. Okay. So obviously the easiest way to support us is to watch the videos, like, subscribe, all that good stuff that people do on social media. But buying this plane for your very own. If you like this plane enough to watch this long of a video, you should just order the thing, help support us. You'll get the plane you want. We'll build some clout with Horizon and whatever brand we're working with on that given day. And by the way, we don't care which plane you buy. I'm gonna tell you when a plane is good, and then you guys get to make up your mind. You don't have to do anything, I tell you. But if you want to have a good experience, some of the things we do to our planes are helpful. And other people, you know, on YouTube, they share some similar things. But sometimes we give you a little bit more detailed analysis of exactly how it works or what we had to do to get it to work. Like for instance, over here at about 75% to 80%, we've got a little bind point. 0, 100%, 75 to 80, okay? We got a spot where it's gonna bind a little bit, okay? Because the CA hinges that were on this control surface were glued a little bit tighter here. I'm satisfied with the way that looks for flaps. There's takeoff, there's regular flight. And what I'm most concerned with is overdriving my servos, okay? I don't think we're gonna overdrive them enough to make a big stink about, but what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna scroll, go into servo setup, travel, and this is my right aileron. So I'm just gonna go all the way over with the stick. That side's good. I can see it moving all the way. That side binds just at the very tail end of the stroke. So watch, I move it all the way over and I'm gonna click and just scroll it down until I stop seeing it move. I'm looking, you see, show them where I am. Like go back a little bit and so they can see what I'm doing. I'm holding the stick all the way over. I've backed it off to 90%. Now I'm looking here and I'm gonna scroll here. It's like, I don't need to see it. I'm gonna scroll. Now you can give them the look that, you can give them what I'm seeing. Right here, right there. Okay, so as I click, you can hear it. Ooh, see it stopped. No? Okay, everybody. Just to be clear, I'm at 113. That means the bind is not significant enough to stop that thing from moving. So I'm gonna click on this, hit clear, and put it back to 100. I am now satisfied that that mechanical interaction is of minimal consequence. I could be wrong, I don't think I am. I have destroyed servos like this before, okay? I think we're good. All right, so that being said, now that we've established all that stuff, we can go back into flap system and we can drop this down to like 85, and then let's do like 35, okay? So take off and then landing. So if you guys aren't intimately familiar with why flaps are helpful, flaps change the shape of the wing, and that changes the angle of the attack that the plane sits at, so the pilot can see over the nose of the plane, so they can see the runway, they can point downhill, and it also reduces the stall speed. The stall speed, of course, when lift is no longer being produced and the plane falls, it loses the battle with gravity, because lift versus gravity. Okay, when you start losing that battle and you get separation, the plane falls, okay? You're no longer producing lift, all right? That's a stall. Flaps change that speed to slow it down. These are flaperons. So flaperons are ailerons that point down at the same time and continue to operate as ailerons. So it's called a flaperon. You can also do spoilerons where those point up. That will bleed off lift. So instead of reducing the stall speed, it increases, it changes the shape of the wing. It doesn't necessarily change the angle of attack as much, but it does. And also it will tend to speed up the plane a little bit, but it will drop the plane, which is a little bit weird. It's counterintuitive, but sometime for fun, mix it into your radio. Instead of having a positive value on this particular plane, you would put a negative value. 35 would be, or 34 would be like positive, would become negative. So it'd be negative 34. Then the ailerons, instead of going, you know, down, the plane's upside down, instead of going like this, they would go up. And then that spoils the lift that's going over the top of the airfoil. Creates separation, but it's a little bit different, and it will cause the plane to continue forward faster if you're in forward flight, not falling. And then it will also make the plane go down. So that helps when you're landing, because sometimes you're just trying to get the plane to come down. Okay, that's why when you're coming in for landing on a big airliner and you got a window seat and you see all these little things coming up, those are spoilers. And then you see this big long mechanism that goes way out, that's a flap. And then this mechanism that goes out the front, that's a leading edge flap or a leading edge slat or a slat. And they call them different things. And then out there on the very end, you'll see ailerons, and then they'll work with the spoilers. So all that stuff works on big airplanes. These are small airplanes. So we need less of those different individual components to make the plane fly. But they're really, really, really cool. Okay. All right, walking out. We have everything set up. We haven't even tested the gear. Should we test them? Mm-hmm. Oh, that was awesome. Okay. We haven't even tested them. And they work perfectly the first time. Awesome. That's why we like Horizon. Okay. Totally satisfied with that, except I need to reverse them in my application. I'm going to click, go to servo setup, travel, click, go to reverse, go to gear. There you go. My gear are down in this condition, up in this condition. Okay. Get used to a standard and do it 100% of the time. No, I could care less what manufacturers tell me, because they're not the ones flying it. If that's normal for me, that's normal for me. If that's abnormal for you, do the other one. Okay. Everything's working. Steerable tail wheel. We never actually tightened that collar on there. This is one thing we never did. We need to tighten that collar. And then this plane is ready to fly except for thrust reverse.
And forward programming.
Forward programming.
Right?
And safe.
Yep.
But it's other than that, it's
Other than
immediately
those things,
ready.
yes,
It's just like
absolutely.
right now it's ready to go.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, so I think that's probably 1 millimeter maybe. Oh, that's definitely not 1 millimeter. 1.5. I'm gonna tighten this one too. Just, yeah, that's tight already. Then what they were talking about is you can loosen this collar here. You can bring that down to support it. Is that what we're supposed to do?
Oh.
Yeah, it's super not a big deal.
I didn't read that
I don't
stuff.
think it's even gonna matter.
Probably not.
All right, so everything is installed, everything is built. The next thing we got to do is the forward programming part. Now, you do have to do it in this order. The order we've done it is the exact order that you have to do it in. Otherwise, the plane won't know what direction things need to move, what the maximum throw angle, all the things that you have just set up will be taken into consideration, like flaperons. If you change your wing type or aircraft type or any of that stuff, your flaps, your switches, things like that, just make a habit of going into the first time setup. And my recommendation is check your control surfaces once before you do this. Up, down, left. Ooh, that's backward. Okay. Servo setup, travel reverse, rudder. Left, right, up, down, roll left. Ooh, that's backward too. So right aileron and left aileron, correct? Correct. Now, why did you have to change both? Because it's flaperons, they're separate channels. Roll left, roll right, and they're going backward now. Not a big surprise, I should have known that. Flap system. Okay, so this is gonna be negative 34. Let's do negative 30. Now, why not 100 on this? Why not 100 on this?
Because you still want to have
A little bit of movement on both
Yep.
sides. You got it, camera crew. You know what? I'm doing more throw on the elevator correction. I just feel like it looks insufficient to me. 18. Down, and then more down. Still gives us plenty of throw. Yeah, okay. All right, guys, some of those things come with experience, some of those things come with practice, but they all get refined on the maiden flight, okay? All right, walking out, we got everything in a safe spot because we're gonna be manipulating the plane a little bit. So now we do forward programming. So ordinarily, I think we're gonna go this way. I think it's,
Okay.
Let's make sure our wheels spin free, they do. That's good. So just wanna make sure it's tracking generally straight. Okay, so we're good. All right, next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna go into forward programming. This is where, again, if you have your prop installed, you need to be a little bit careful because we have had on more than one occasion the prop start and go. But I mean, not like full speed, but like a couple percentage points. So it might like just like that. It's still enough to cut you though, so be careful. All right, so forward programming. Oh, well, before we do that, let's do telemetry audio event warnings. Because this should already be, yep. Vario. We'll put that on switch C just for fun. So if it's all the way down, it turns on. If it's all the way up, it's off. And the rate by which we're gonna change, we always set it super low so it's like really obnoxious, and then you guys can hear what it sounds like. So it'll go like boop, 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 boop. Camera crew loves when I sing that song. It's her favorite. She actually requests it off camera. She's like, make sure. Make sure.
You sing the Vario song.
Yep. Okay, so it automatically sets this. We're gonna set it to 22 or 21.6. We're gonna set the alarm to voice, and we're gonna do warning reports every 15 seconds, okay? So it's gonna alarm with 15-second reports. So every 15 seconds, it's gonna give us an update. That might be a bit much on this plane. I'm gonna do 30.
Okay.
Okay, every 30 seconds, it's gonna give us a warning. Okay, this is a prop-driven plane, so you can shut the throttle off and glide for a long time, generally speaking. Okay.
Off. Safe mode. AS3X mode.
All right, good. So now, the other thing we haven't set up is forward programming. We'll get that done, then we'll do the avian programming for thrust reverse. Gyro settings, first time setup, blah, 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 blah. So this plane is not level. Now this plane is level, right? That's the way we want it to fly. So I'm gonna click continue, set it on its nose, and click continue. Okay, I've got continue highlighted. Camera crew is gonna help me with this step so I can very carefully, actually I can do it.
Okay.
Does that look right? Orientation 6.
Sideways.
It's sideways is right.
Logo to
The
the
Spectrum
back.
logo is on the back. Let's
Yep.
just show them real quick. Here, I got you. See? You can always tell when I'm filming because it's like jerky, herky. Like, hurry up and get the shot now. Okay. And then the camera crew's like, oh, it's smooth and like cinematic and it looks right and you can see in things.
Like they've done this for hours and hours and hours.
Hours and hours.
This week.
You missed a few.
I said this week.
Oh, okay, good answer. Oh, that is so dang beautiful.
That's
Okay,
pretty.
all right, so I don't want that to roll off the counter. So the orientation appears to be correct, so we'll hit continue to acknowledge that. Gain channel. Gain channel is going to be on the rotary knob, which is auxiliary 3. Okay. Apply. You hear it? That's because it's rebooting. Okay, receiver is rebooting. Click for menu. You can tell because it goes through one dance. We don't have safe turned on. Forward programming, enter back into the menu. Gyro settings, F mode setup. It's on flight mode 1.
Safe mode. AS3X mode.
Okay, so it got dumb there for a minute. Don't worry, that happens sometimes.
Safe mode. AS3X
Go into the flight mode. Now we just need to tell it which one to assign to.
mode. Off. Safe mode. AS3X
We might need to make an assignment to auxiliary 2 for that. Okay? You'll note that it's not changing because we never made that assignment. My apologies, folks. We're going to do that right now. Click, scroll all the way down, system setup, disconnect RF. The light shuts off here. Then you can scroll down to channel assign, and then auxiliary 2, we're going to tie to switch D, even though we already have electronic assignments for that switch in terms of flight mode. We're going to go back into forward programming, gyro settings, then we're going to go to flight mode setup again where we were before. Now we're going to go flight mode channel, and we're going to set it to switch D. Yay, look at that, that's so cool. Now you'll note that this changes when we move this. See, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
mode.
See, remember, that's where we actually made the assignment. Now,
Off. Safe.
and you want AS3X active in all, except for in my case, I set one to off.
Safe mode.
Cool, right? Now let's walk out. Now let's do first time safe setup. Before safe, blah, 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 blah. Same thing. Continue. 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 I don't care about any of that crap. This is where you're going to make an adjustment for this right here. Whoop, right there. Okay? So level the model and capture attitude. Okay? You see what I did? Level, motto, and capture attitude. Then click. It's going to automatically tabulate what that value is. See how it's 1 and 1? You want to know why it's 1 and 1? Because there's probably just a super slight angle on the mounting position on the roll axis of that. Okay, so I guess we're just going to do that. Now, if we are noticing in flight, like when we get to flying in safe, let's say the plane flies like this, like instead of flying like this, it flies like this. Well, we can change that 1 on the pitch axis to a 0, and the 0 to a -1 and a -2. And I think I'm doing that right. And then let's say like it's pointed sideways, but it's flying otherwise level. It'll stay level, but it'll point, like you can set this to a different value and make it do stupid things. But I want it to be level, okay? That would be the roll. And I don't know which direction it is, but in terms of absolute value, the 1, 2, 3, 4, something like that. 1, 2, -1, -2, -3. You know, I don't know which direction's which. I don't care because I've never had to mess with the roll. So in that case, I'm gonna actually go back into first time safe setup, continue, skip, skip, and I'm gonna change the roll to 0 because I don't trust it. And then I'm gonna go to next, positive, nose up. Oh, look at that, it tells you negative, okay? So these are the values that they have set in there by default. And I'm just gonna look as I flip the switch, look,
Safe mode. Off.
cool.
AS3X.
Well, that's AS3X. That's safe. So I want to put self-level and angle
Demand.
Yeah, which nobody knows what that means. Auto leveling, okay? Then angle limits these are the gain settings. So you can change those if you'd like to confuse yourself.
AS3X mode. Safe mode. Off. AS3X mode.
Okay, now if you have a spare channel, like if you had an NX10, you could add a panic button here. Boop. And you do that somewhere else, but next, and apply. Ooh, you notice that the ESC is beeping. Hey, if we're really smart, we might be able to exit quick and go into the system setup for that. 2 dances, 2 dances, guys, 2 dances. That means AS3X is on, safe is on, okay? So now, actually, while we just rebooted, so we don't have to unplug the battery, let's go to, come out of the menu, scroll all the way to the right, and then look at that. Okay, up elevator, left elevator.
Left
Yep.
aileron.
Left aileron, left aileron. I don't know if it's gonna work. We may have to do an actual reboot because the ESC didn't lose power to itself. Okay, well, I'm sorry, we'll actually go back. We'll go back out and finish the rest of the safe setup and we'll do that next. My apologies, guys. Okay, so obviously we're in AS3X, so there's no activity. Nothing, okay? Because we haven't given throttle. AS3X doesn't activate until after throttle has been input up to 25% or greater, okay? So throttle cuts off. Yes, throttle cut will prevent it from going to 25. Look, no AS3X, okay? We have no prop, so we can do that safely. Throttle cuts off. Throttle over 25%. Oh, it's just quiet. You can't hear it. Also, the gain is all the way up.
Wow.
That's quiet.
That's really quiet.
It's hard to see it moving, so let's change that. Okay, click, scroll down to forward programming. You guys may have noticed there's a lot of back and forth. Throttle cuts on, throttle stick is down. Gyro settings, AS3X settings, and the gain's at 1x. We're gonna set that to 4x so we can see really good. We may put that back down a little bit because that's probably a lot on this plane, but just to make sure you're not grabbing the wheel because that will actually move. Up, down, up, down. This needs to go up. When I lift up, it goes up, it goes down. My gain is all the way up. Now watch this, up, down, up, down. My gain's at half, my gain's at nothing. It's not moving.
So quiet.
At 25%, 50%, 75%, 100%. I'm not moving it any harder. Okay, so there's 50%. Now I'm gonna look at the rudder. As I move toward the camera crew, it's gonna go that way. It's gonna come back to me. It's fairly quick. Let me see if I can show them this. This is something that's hard to film on certain planes. Okay, so elevator up, elevator down, up, down. Boy, that's kind of hard to show.
It is.
You'll just have to take my word for it.
You can
'Cause-
see it in person. I mean,
Okay,
you
yeah,
can-
it's super easy to
yeah,
see.
you can tell.
Here, how about this? Here's another way you can do it. Roll slow. You see
Yeah.
it? See how the rudder
Yeah.
moves? Now watch the elevator. Okay, now this is not safe, so when I flip this over, no change in the aileron status, okay? Now it's trying to find the quickest route to level, and then when it reaches level, it stops. Now also look at the elevator. The elevator is pointed up at the sky, trying to bring it level to about this attitude, then it starts going to bring it to this attitude. Got it? Rudder is operating from AS3X here, okay? So just to be clear, AS3X is artificial 3-axis stabilization, then off. Nothing, nothing. The old guys that fly this will love it. AS3X, up, down, left, right, up, down. You have to check both. Then flaps. Up, down, up, down, up, down, left, right. Every mode you check, every mode. Full landing flaps. Up, down, up, down. You have to look at both because you have 2 separate channels here. Up, down, left, right. Everything's checked. Flaps are off. Throttle cuts on. Gain set to the middle. I think we're gonna put it on 4X for this one too. And we will put it on 4X and then back it down because we lose nothing by being in 4X. All we have to do is grab this knob, turn it all the way down,
Right.
and then kick it up a little bit. Then we'll kick it to like 2X or 1X if we need it. You can go down as low as 1/4 X and as high as 4X.
Why would you not just leave it on 4 and then adjust?
Because I want my knob to always ride in the center when I start flying. So on my maiden flight, if I find that I have it like really low at the end of the flight, I'll change it to like 1X and then bring it up.
Then you have more adjustability.
Then I get, so that way when I fly between this plane and the next plane that I fly, I don't have as big a disparity in that control position because it's hard to remember.
That's true.
Yep, and you could also assign that to a different value. Like you could change that switch to a mix where it's like on or off and it's tied to like a left trim or a right trim button. The trimmers can be tied as an input. And then you can set up a mix with an offset. So it's always set. And then you can offset it a little bit and change it a little bit and all that stuff. So everything's working. We're in the middle setting. We have our dual rates and expos set. Literally everything is working with the exception of reverse thrust. So first thing we need to do, I'm gonna walk out all my systems. I'm gonna clear my timer. I'm not gonna put this on properly. I'm gonna put it on improperly just so we can see the movement, okay? Because it is hard to tell if it's going the right direction otherwise, okay? So, very slow on the throttle. We're gonna give it a little bit of throttle just to see it move. Throttle cuts off. So that's obviously going forward. So it's gonna produce forward thrust. I think at this point, it's too late. We gotta test it. So, I mean, we're gonna be flying in a few minutes, so.
Right.
Might as well just get this on here. And yes, I had to kind of thread it on there again. Probably would have been better to get that hole a little bigger. So guys, we've gone through the entire exhaustive build on this plane. We want you guys to understand we care about your success in this hobby. And therefore, when we review something that's terrible, we're gonna let you know. That being said, my terrible might not be the same as your terrible, and my great might not be the same as your great. And we respect that there is a large variety in pilots in the RC community. And that means that some people like certain things better than others. And also we need to check the CG. So,
Yes. Sure.
the reason we go into that detail is because we want you to know that when we bring a plane that maybe we're not super into, we have come to really appreciate different planes that we wouldn't have otherwise appreciated since we started doing this as a review thing as opposed to just like what I happened to buy last week myself, okay? Because I have specific planes that I really like and you guys have specific planes you really like. But we try to bring you the latest and greatest and a lot of the stuff that we like too. Okay, so that's on now. We need to test the CG. Throttle cut is on, it's been tested. I'm not at any risk at this point unless something goes really crazy wrong. We think we have the battery where it needs to be. We've got our CG marks. They're about even. My fingers are in the middle and it's toward the tail end. I feel like that battery needs to probably come forward a little bit. Why would we do that? Because A, we gave ourselves extra throw on the elevator. So we're gonna have a little bit more pitch sensitivity than you might. Also, we have I don't know, we're right at the front edge. Why don't we just leave it? Why don't we just leave it where it is? It's on the very front edge of that tray, okay? We could easily go back, we could easily go forward, but I think we're just gonna like literally leave it there. Okay, so the camera crew was letting me know off camera here for a second that she said the battery was like further back, okay?
Further forward.
Like further forward, I mean.
Yeah.
I apologize. That was very confusing nomenclature. I'll try to get better. We got to do the thrust reverse. Let's do thrust reverse, and then we'll just do this all at the last second, because I got to switch batteries anyway. Okay, so to do thrust reverse, you have to shut off the power, okay? Then scroll all the way over, have this ready. Okay, throttle cut is on, by the way. Okay? Then we're gonna plug this in. Now this is where Horizon would tell you, have your prop removed, okay? Waiting for the two dances, down and left. This is gonna change to right after a minute. Down and right, or right. See, it's changed, okay? Down and right. Or up, elevator, and right. Okay, there we go. Okay, so now we're in here, so we use this to move through the menu structure. So flight mode fixed wing, brake type disabled. Whoops, we want to change the brake type to reverse. There it is. Brake force you can change if you want. I don't know if I want to set it, that's pretty low. I was gonna say 3.4 is high. I'd want my volts cut off at 3. Oh, it's 6-volt circuit. Okay, cool. Startup soft. I don't know. Very soft. Yeah, I think we'll just leave it on soft for now unless you have a problem. Timing, don't care. That's obviously correct. We want to go in counterclockwise. But this says it's clockwise, but it's spinning the prop the right direction. So obviously we could flip 2 of our wires and then that would agree with reality if we wanted. We're not doing that. Would you look at this animal that's attacking our village? Get down, cat. Get down, cat. Yes, you, get down.
Callie.
What are you doing? Callie is the only one that's ballsy enough to get on the counter while we're working.
Yeah.
She thinks she's in charge of the house, which is fine, I guess. Governor gain, we're not gonna mess with. The air time, I don't know what that is. Thrust reverse on channel 7. So remember, we have an NX8 and I'm using the top. This one's channel 3. Ooh, we gotta look at this for a minute.
Oh, do we?
Yeah, because I'm thinking for a second, because we have retracts, flaps, safe, throttle, rudder, aileron 1, aileron 2, master gain. That's 8. So what that means is we have to change our gain to a fixed gain if we want to have thrust reverse. Dang it. All right, so we're on channel 7. I actually kind of want, see, I'm still in there, by the way. I'm gonna click in this. Oops. There you go. Scroll back to that screen. Then you can change that. You see what I did? I was trying to use this to control this, but this is commanded and controlled through a serial connection on the actual transmitter and receiver, okay? So it's not done through the keypad on this. Okay, so that's channel 8, and I'm gonna exit with save. Now, you need to be a little bit careful because if something goes wrong, I don't want you to get cut. Okay, so now in order to exit with save, I'm gonna go down to that and just do that. Okay, so now it's gonna save. You'll note it's gonna reboot. This is where I'm concerned. Okay, everybody listen for a second. This is very important. Okay, now I can scroll back to regular mode. Throttle cuts on. This is very important. We have our gain currently attached to this channel. That is channel 8. Because we're doing flaperons on this plane, the thrust reverse needs to take a channel. We have an NX8. We don't have 9 channels. I need 9 channels to do all the things that we're doing and have a master gain. So what does that mean for us? That means that we have to, we could also turn off the thrust reverse. What?
You could, for the first flight,
Yeah.
not have thrust reverse.
Right.
Get your gain set where you want.
Yeah.
Fix them, and then.
Yeah. This probably isn't gonna work. It's probably been too long. See, it won't change now. You guys can experience this on your own if you want. Oh, no, it's gonna let me in still.
Oh.
That's pretty cool. Okay, so what that means is I like my wife's answer here. Reverse, disabled, normal, proportional, reverse, disabled. Okay, so what that means, and then you just walk all the way down. To exit with save, and exit with save. Now, we are going to be very critical with our testing on this because we don't want to adjust our gain and have the thrust reverse. That would be bad, okay? So
Right.
the way we're gonna test this is gonna be super simple. Now, the rationale behind this is we don't know if we wanna be in 4x gain or if we wanna be in 2x gain or 1x gain. And so the range is a little bit too big. And once we've established which major gain we can be in, then we can recover those gains from the receiver. We can actually pull them in and it'll update the values. Then we can go at, like whatever we leave this knob at, we can make that the new value. We can make them fixed. And then you can go in and change each value a little bit at a time if you want. So if the plane is flying forward and it starts wobbling at full speed, then you can actually reduce the gain on your aileron axis. Or if it starts porpoising, then you can reduce the gain on the elevator. Or if it starts wobbling this way, which generally doesn't happen, then you can reduce the gain on your rudder axis or your yaw axis. So remember we were talking about going ahead and checking the CG in a second. Well, we're just gonna switch out batteries because I wanna make sure we start flying with a full pack, okay? So this battery has a special place in my life. It's gonna come over here. We're gonna turn on our charger. If you guys don't have a charger like this, you need to be getting one soon. The S2200 Gen 2 has been awesome. It's nice because it's got the 2 different styles of connectors, the 3 the IC3 and the IC5. And if you have smart batteries, you literally stick them in the hole and it goes, which is super nice. You set them up the first time for your discharge and all that stuff, all your settings that you want, so that the batteries automatically take care of themselves by discharging to the whatever range. I think the Gen 2 go to 3.9 volts, but the Gen 1s go to 3.8. So let's look where we're gonna put this. First things first, I'm gonna slide it through like this. Okay. I'm just gonna get this stuck to itself a little bit, just so it doesn't fall down. And then same thing here, I'm gonna just kinda, it's always awkward the first couple times you put a battery in a plane. It's like you gotta figure out where all the stuff is that you gotta hit. So you were saying that they were all the way up here?
Yeah, almost.
Nah, I'm not doing that. I'm going here. That's like a long ways up. Seriously? That's nuts. That
It's
doesn't.
your plane. You can do whatever you want.
Yeah, that's true. And I will. Thank you. You had to struggle with me to build it.
Yes.
So it's partially your fault.
I thought you were going to say it's personally my plane.
No. Yeah, I know. You saw that going different in your head. Okay, so now the leads go down. I think we're going to be close. We'll go ahead and throttle cut stick down. And then we're going to scroll out of the menu so we're at the regular home screen. Verify everything before we plug this in. Because you'll know, where's my arm?
Right there.
It's in the cut zone.
Yeah.
So you got to be a little bit careful with a new plane until you've had a chance to trust it. Two dances. Okay, so now got to get this back on, down, and then push it back. Okay. Plane upside down. Center my fingers. I would say right now we're probably right in the center of that center of gravity range. So we're gonna be good there. Gosh, if you could get a bigger pack in there, you could get that center of gravity even better in my opinion. So I'm just gonna re-torque this to make sure it's tight. And it's tight, okay? And everything is ready to fly, guys. Okay, so when you're done setting this plane up, and if you have any doubt in your mind, remember, at the end of our flights, we'll be getting the thrust reverse set up because we're gonna give up our master gain, and then that's gonna become our thrust reverse control. We're gonna set that over on this channel, channel G, which is back here. Well, we're gonna assign it to switch G, and we're gonna make that auxiliary 3, which is channel 8. And then channel 8 will command and control whether this is going forward or going backward. And then your stick will continue to control how much, the amplitude, okay? We may or may not do pilot fatigue setting. I kind of doubt we will on this plane. Because we do have flaps, by the way. This should help us to land slower. All right, guys, without further ado, you know you're gonna find it here on Brian Phillips RC. If it's new, if it's awesome, or if I really, really, really like it and then find out it sucks later, we'll be reviewing it here on Brian Phillips RC. Please, if you're gonna buy this plane, buy it from our links below. That'll help to support us financially on this channel and keep the content coming for free to you on YouTube. And yes, these things are absolutely gorgeous. Horizon's been great to work with, but we do work with a variety of other companies. You can look in the links in the video description below. You can buy planes for yourself there. You'll be supporting us in that way. And then if you'd like, you can do Patreon or PayPal. PayPal carries lower fees for us to get the money that you want to support us with. If you do Patreon, there's monthly support, which is really nice for recurring and regular support for our family. And as we transition into doing more and more of this, that's going to become more and more important to us as a family because one, gifts are nice, but then what happens in 3 months? So anyway, all right, guys, thanks for watching. Come back for more. Best audience in YouTube history.